Dobré ráno.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to apologize for that slight delay due to traffic situation in Bratislava, also caused by the less friendly weather, which is a reminder how important it is to have sunlight, warmth, how important the transport is that gets you from point A to point B. And these are all the topics that not only relate to everyday life, but also to the Slovak economy. It relates to climate policy, energy policy, and these are the topics of this very conference that's been discussing or debating these topics for 14 years already. Dear members of the Slovak government, the head of the Committee of Economic Affairs for the Slovak National Council, the Deputy Prime Minister, advisor to the President, I need to cut down the opening speech. I can't welcome each of you personally. It's a great honor for me to welcome you to the 14th year of the Central European Energy Conference, which is quite unusual because of two reasons. The first reason is the pandemics, obviously, which changed our original plans, and the conference is organized in an extraordinary date, on an unusual format. Mid-year, it was quite clear to us that this year we won't be able to organize a big international event with guests from over 40 countries. That was clear that it's not going to happen. So that's why we decided for this untraditional format. So we combine conference studio with presence of speakers and moderators, and our participants can watch you online. Anyone who clicks on who visits the website of the conference or SFPA profiles on YouTube, on Facebook, Facebook Slovak, and YouTube English version. So anyone can watch. We are also curious ourselves about the statistics, how many people will actually watch. And everybody who's online can join the discussion through slido.com. On the website of the conference, there's a link. All you need to do is click on that link, and you can send us a question or a brief comment if you like, and then you'll be in the hands, metaphorically, in the hands of the moderators of the respective panels, depending on the arrangement and depending on the degree of interaction of each panel. So today we want to contribute to the discourse about the preparation of the e-recovery fund, because it closely relates to the topic this conference deals with: energy policy, climate policy, with overlaps to environmental policies, etc. I expect that this is going to be one of the essential components of the recovery fund for this country, and hopefully it will outline the path for recovery of the Slovak economy, but not only economy, because energy sector not only deals with economy, it concerns everything, literally everything in this country. And I hope that we can agree at least what are our weak points or weaknesses, or if you like, the space for improvement in the energy sector or environmental sector. But I'm sure there are differences too when it comes to the priorities. What is more important? What is perhaps less important? What should be priority number 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc.? It's quite clear, natural, and obvious. We're going to discuss the ranking of the priorities, if you like, and then I believe we can agree we can agree on what we're going to do, but we will probably disagree on how we want to implement this, how we want to put this into practice. So there are certainly differences in this respect, and we want this conference, at least to a certain degree, contribute to this discourse, and I'm very happy. And I'd like to thank, at the same time, for the support of all the ministries that are represented here in this first panel of the conference. I want to thank them for understanding our aim for supporting this conference, some of them also through their partnership and organizational skills, and others by accepting our invitation and joining the discussion, because this is what matters. So much from me for the start. I'd like to wish everyone who's watching, everyone who's present in the room, I hope that by the end of the day we will all be a little more informed, a little more educated, and we'll know a little more about all the topics covered. And I hope that there will be enough stimuli that will contribute to preparation of the quality recovery plan for the Slovak economy. And now I'd like to give over the floor to Mr. Miko, Ladislav Miko, he's the head of representation of the European Commission in Slovakia. European Commission basically cooperates with us in organizing of this conference every year since the year 2007. Mr. Miko, the floor is yours. Good morning. I hope it's okay if I speak Slovak. Thank you very much for the opportunity to open this conference, and I cordially greet all the people present in the room. I was hoping I would be able to participate in person. Unfortunately, we live in times when one phone call makes you stuck in home and you need to wait how the things going to end up. So I will have to speak to you remotely. It's no doubt that the major issue of the society and the world and Europe today is dealing with the climate and environmental crisis, and it's a challenge which is key and is going to be decisive. However, at the same time, considering the status quo of our economies in the wake of the COVID pandemics, this is also an opportunity to revive our economy, to modernize the traditional models in industry, services, or other areas. And naturally, this is also an opportunity to invest into new, innovative and green technology. Even before the COVID pandemics, European Union came up with its solution of the climate challenge as the European Green Deal, as we know it. And basically, we can say this is a really comprehensive and innovative and ambitious plan how to implement these changes, which could be summarized into the major objective, that is to become, as a continent, to be the first climate-neutral continent on this planet, which basically started with the Paris deal, with the Paris Agreement, sorry. But it's far from over, obviously, and it's good that Slovakia, as a EU member state, joined this ambitious plan or initiative, and it's the fact that there's a wide range of activities going on, or intentions that are being implemented, but we need to remind you that considering the trajectories that we need to be talking about if we want to get to our 2050 objective, which is the climate neutrality, it seems to me that we are slightly falling behind on our trajectories or on our paths, if you like. So this means we need to increase efficiency, we need to accelerate the process. And in the most recent speech by Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the EU, we heard about the more ambitious objective. And the major objective was reduction of emissions by 2030, not by 40, but by 55%. I'm quite sure this is going to be discussed today, and it's going to be commented on today. And I want to assure you that this figure wasn't born just like that. The EU Commission analyzed the objectives and the commitments of the respective states or countries, and based on the analysis, this rate of reduction was somewhere around 45 to 47%. So the increase to 55% means higher ambitions and more activity and more work, but it's not something that is impossible. Based on the experts, the economy and industry in Europe should be able to manage this objective, to achieve this objective. Of course, this is going to, or the situation is going to be different when it comes to large corporations and small and medium-sized businesses. And quite certainly, we also need to discuss some historical, some heritage industries and overall situation, for example, in countries like Slovakia. In any case, it's not true that potential economic growth is somehow depending directly on an increase in emissions or in greater consumption of energy. One of the results of our analysis showed the fact that after 1990, the economy has grown by more than 60%. However, emissions fell by 25%. So decoupling of these two curves really is possible. Naturally, the transformation, or let's say green transformation, requires huge investments. That's true. And we talk about private and public investments, and at the same time, it doesn't make sense to make these investments until we select the priorities. Let me remind you of Next Generation EU, a new instruments which also supports the renewal of resilience and recovery. This is the major instruments which is a major source of discussion or discourse. It's an instrument which is based on the fact that member states will prepare their recovery and resilience plans, and in these plans there will be measures focused on green transformation with at least 37% of expenditures should be focusing on green measures, as Ursula von der Leyen pointed out. 15th of October is the deadline for European Commission. The cold, okay, it's not a hard deadline, but it's sort of a deadline for for member states sending their draft plans, so that there's enough time for mutual discussion and then some consultancies and harmonizing of these plans. And formally, the hard deadline is 30th of April next year. So, in other words, we have approximately 6 months to revise these plans and have them approved. Naturally, it's important to incorporate, to take part in some coordinated initiatives within the framework of sustainable strategies, sustainable development strategies. There are several areas that we called through the major activity that they should contain. So they called Renovate. It's mainly focusing on energy efficiency, mainly on the public and private buildings. Then Restart initiative, which focuses on priority use of clean technology and accelerating of research development and using of renewables, where Slovakia is probably not going to meet its objective until the year 2020, and it will have to accelerate really, really hard to achieve the objective until 2030. And the third area supports clean technology. It's called Recharge. It's about green transport infrastructure and clean energy, etc., etc. And now I'm going to finish. Besides these funds, there are standard, usual EU funds or cohesion funds money. And here Slovakia in the next programming period has allocation of approximately 12 billion euro. And there's also some objective of achieving a certain portion of climate or green technologies, which is approximately 30% of the total allocation. So in total, the volume of money for the transformation available, if they are correctly used, is really huge. It's a huge pile of money. We are just working about the partnership agreement, so we'll see how the development goes. And there's a large volume of funds, over 9 billion euro remaining from the previous financing period. So, all in all, we have a huge challenge ahead of us. We have unprecedented volume of money available that allows for implementation of green solutions, green technology, but they need to be spent wisely, prudently, and smartly. And what is important, they need to be spent in a short time, limited time. Most of these money needs to be allocated, or a large part of money needs to be allocated in the next 2 years. So we need to know where to move. I believe that this conference today, at the highest level, will contribute to discussion about the direction, the trajectory, and the manner of how this is going to be implemented in Slovakia, so that this opportunity is taken advantage of and Slovakia becomes a leader in the EU context and also a global leader. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to open the conference. I wish you all great success, and I do look forward to the results of the conference.
We are running a little bit late, so we'll jump into the first panel. And I would open it. Panel 1, Recovery Plan Priorities of the Government of the Slovak Republic. To my right, there's Veronika Remišová, Deputy Prime Minister for Investments and Information. I think I managed. And Mr. Eduard Heger, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Slovak Republic. Jan Budaj, Minister of Environment of the Slovak Republic. Mr. Dolajal, Minister of Transport and Construction of the Slovak Republic. And Karol Galek, State Secretary, Ministry of Economy of the Slovak Republic. And Norbert Kurila, Advisor to the President of the Slovak Republic for the environment, energy, and climate change and business. Welcome. I will give you a couple of minutes to start with, and then we would answer the questions if there are any. And a short introduction from me. So we have heard that our baseline are priorities of the new European Commission, which is a green recovery plan and green recovery of economy, and that we are basing all our activities in the green goals like climate neutral economy by 2050 and other ambitious goals. I think it's difficult for us to imagine that we would accomplish such goals. We have heating, we have different types of energy production that is not green. We have transportation using combustion engines. We have many ecological burdens that we need to cope with. We have many buildings that are not insulated, etc. So thanks God for the recovery plan, and we can discuss it. And yes, we can think, okay, the money is going to land in the Slovak Republic, and we should make use of it. Unfortunately, this has not been the case for past period, and I think this is a huge accountability and responsibility that lies with all of us, how we are going to use all this money. Whether people in 10 or 20 years will say, okay, yet again, we have wasted 10 or 20 years. Or, on the other hand, or contrary to this, whether the public will say, okay, they did a good job. This is great responsibility for me. So, Mr. Heger, because Ministry of Finance is kind of a supervisor or should grant the whole process, gives the rules of the game. So, Mr. Heger, please tell us what is it like, and then we will go to other ministers. Thank you very much. I'm very happy that such conferences like this are being organized. I'm very happy that the Slovak public and also experts are very interested in knowing how are we going to make use of the recovery plan. And, such changes are challenging, and I'm very glad that people are interested in knowing. I'm very happy that finally we are in period that is very, very fruitful and actually could blossom with changes. Slovakia, as it is said in our anthem, has been dormant for almost 30 years, and we should really awake. And here we go. We have recovery plan, EU recovery plan, with a lot of money offered because member states have understood that if we want to keep up with the rest of the world and if we want to be competitive, we need to invest into our recovery and the recovery of our economy after the pandemics. It's not easy because each and every member state is different and unique, but we need to face this What is very important about the EU recovery plan and has been resonating, and I do have green sector to my right and left to my right, which is digitalization, embodied by my ministry. 20% should go to digitalization and 30% to environmental goals. And we, as the Ministry of Finance, we draft kind of backstage. We build a backstage for all the activities that should be implemented. Those two topics are core topics, and I'm very glad that my colleagues are here. We at the Ministry of Finance, since we are really yearning for reform of the Slovak economy, for reforming the Slovak society, we at the ministry, we have prepared kind of a reform menu for our country. And I'll try to explain why it is so important. We wanted to avoid a situation that the politicians would make just decisions that would not be evidence-based and would be only based in their presumptions or affluential people or, people standing behind and supporting individual political parties. I'm very happy that this is not going to happen with our government. I'm very happy that we have put up this reform menu, so to say, on the paper. And now the cards are open. The money needs to be allocated very swiftly, needs to be allocated into digitalization and green topics, and we need to roll out specific investments. And we have sort of based our thinking in three principal documents. First, government manifesto, in which the government has defined its reform goals. 5.8 billion euro is the money available, which is not that much because we spend that usually on annual basis for reforms, and since the money is limited, we need to use it very efficiently. Second, starting document is the document that summarizes the recommendations of the European Commission. Those recommendations are very strong, and we, of course, considered them very cautiously. And then the national reform plan. This is something we need to do. We, of course, need to put them together, also under the influence of the recommendations of the European Commission. And those should be kind of harmonized. And this is our reform menu. And we wanted to listen to experts from individual areas when drafting this menu in order to be able to validate whether those reforms that we have singled out as the most important ones, whether they meet reality. And if not, where is the friction? And our recovery plan will need to be based on the analysis, and also will need to consider the money available, which is 5.8 billion euro. There are 8 major areas of reform that we have identified, and the recovery plan will need to have 2 parts. One, reforms requested by the European Commission in order to use the funds, some may not include investments, but are absolutely vital from the perspective of the European Commission to be implemented in Slovakia. And the second area are investments, and the European Commission wants to really see how we are going to contract parties, how we are going to roll out the investments, etc. This works well in the private sector. Well, it's like with a bank. Each and every bank wants to see your business plan, and this business plan needs to be reviewed from the perspective of due diligence. From today's perspective, green economy is one of the champions of today's conversation and also of the recovery plan. And now the question is, what is going to be included under the recovery plan? I'm very much looking forward to listening to my colleagues and and the experts. We have, of course, identified certain priorities: energy efficiency. There is a huge room of improvement for Slovakia. We have missed so many things, be it when it comes to public buildings. From the perspective of the state, this is a huge investment debt we have. And another one, sewage system, quality of life, water pipelines. Those are really very hot issues when talking about the recovery plan. Whether those are going to be part of the recovery plan will be subject of upcoming discussions. But when it comes to green topics and green economy, the infrastructure is one of the priorities. The Ministry of Transportation is definitely going to mention what are the most challenging parts of transportation infrastructure in order to make progress. I will keep it short. We need to have priorities for recovery plan, and I want to underline one thing. We really wanted to prioritize well. We want to be explicit and transparent about the priorities we have chosen. We want them to be validated, and we are in very close communication with the European Commission. We have already submitted our reform manual to the Commission so that they can see where we are heading, and the feedback we are getting from the Commission is really good. And one more point, the investment plan needs to be of high quality. We need to draft it soon so that we can respect the plan. We know that implementation has been a challenge in the past period for Slovakia, and we don't want to underestimate the importance of having a good investment plan. So we really want to structure it well, and I'm looking forward to our discussion, and I will hand it over to my colleagues for their priorities. One question on this very topic, and that's the English question we see there. It is possible that Slovakia is not going to use the loan part of the recovery plan, Minister? We are not putting together the recovery plan based on how much money we want to spend, because we know we need much more than 5.8 billion euro plus. We are basing everything on the priorities, and what is not going to fit into the grant part of the recovery plan, we will be happy to use the loans for. And if there is still much more to do, there is this huge area of structural funds, 12 billion euro recovery plan and partnership agreement go hand in hand. And this is the package, 18 billion euro plus co-funding plus unused funds that we want to allocate into our economy so that we make Slovakia a great country to live again. So currently this is on the table, even the loans are on the table, but whether we are going to make use of them, it will really depend on the usefulness and on the meaning of the instrument we want and need to use, because we know the money will be out there. Thank you. This is an energy conference, so we are going to focus on green economy primarily, even though there are overlaps with other sectors. And I will read out the key priorities of green economy: lowering the emissions of greenhouse gases, increasing energy efficiency and the share of renewables, a transition to circular economy, and sustainable transportation. So I'll hand it over to individual members of the government, and I'd like to ask you, you have 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes, please explain what are your priorities, what are you going to promote, and where the recovery plan should go to. Thank you very much. I highly appreciate this discussion, because this is actually the first public discussion on the recovery plan and other investment sources that will be pouring into Slovakia. You could say that Slovakia is on the crossroads, like after the Mečiar's times, when Mečiar lost his political power, and there was this huge task ahead of Slovakia, how to make Slovakia great again, how to make how to turn it into modern country that is based on knowledge-based economy. And now, after 12 years of Smer's ruling, we are yet again in the same position. But we are lucky. There is, on one hand, we are facing the biggest economic challenge after many years, but the blessing in disguise is that we have a pro-reform oriented government. The partnership agreement, that means EU funds and the strategic plan how to invest EU funds is drafted once in 7 years. Now it is the time. Now we can make the decision how and where we want to invest the EU money. And then there is kind of a Marshall recovery and resilience plan for the whole of EU coming. And now we can make a decision whether Slovakia is going to pursue the traditional way or whether Slovakia decides to try to catch up with the most developed economies of the world. Of course, there is a magnitude of investment demands, and I have categorized them in 3 groups. First, past debts or legacies. We will need to pay off old debts, the old environmental burdens, infrastructural debts like water distribution and sewage system. Then pressing reforms that are important for us to materialize in order to move on. Reform of education system, healthcare, public administration, and also administrative division of the country. And then future investments. Future investments should help us to really make significant progress, such as investments into innovations and digitalization and investments into green economy. And green economy is a cross-cutting topic, whether we are talking about the legacies or the present pressing issues, energy efficiency, sustainability, but it is a huge opportunity, really, for the future. And really, it's no longer truth, this alleged truth that green economy or green topics are hampering the progress. On the contrary, it generates new jobs, it generates innovation, it generates progress, and it's up to us how we are going to support green economy. And that's why I believe the investments into the future should be radically green. And I'm not ideological here, but because the only resource and the only wealth we have here is our planet. There is only this one planet, nothing, no other planet, and we live in what the previous generations have left to us, and we need to hand it over to our children, a country that is greener, healthier, and more innovative. And when it comes to our attitude to green economy, it should be really holistic, and we should really focus on all 4 areas of green economy. Drinking water for people, that means water production. Second, clean air. Third, waste management. And fourth, climate. And there's huge room for improvement. There are huge problems we are facing in each and every one of those areas. I will swiftly list them. Protection of waters. 40% of our municipalities last year, only 40% of our municipalities had partial or complex sewage system. So pollution is a huge challenge, and this is a huge step that we have in our environment. We should really focus on finishing sewage systems. We have 2,000 environmental burdens that really jeopardize the sources of our drinking water, some also in Bratislava. So where the money should be geared towards building water distribution systems inside of the cities and municipalities. Some areas of Slovakia are really struck by a huge drought or very dry periods of weather. Then we should also focus on monitoring the quality of underground water. When it comes to the second area, air protection, according to the European monitoring agency, annually about 5,000 people in Slovakia die annually of air pollution. I'm not going to belittle the victims of COVID pandemics, but still we should beware. The most frequent sources of pollution is heating of households and transportation. And we should be very radical here and should substitute coal used in rural areas by modern heating systems, and we should install monitoring systems at each source of pollution.
Third area, waste management. According to information by the Institute of Environmental Policy, in Slovakia we have thousands of illegal landfills and 111 legal landfills. And per year we produce 1.9 million ton of municipal waste, of which 1.2 million ton goes to landfills. The rate of recycling is vastly falling behind the EU average. We have huge landfilling rate. In immediate vicinity of landfills, there are almost, within half a kilometer, there are 11,000 people living. And a number of studies confirmed that living in a vicinity of landfills, there is increased health risk for the population. So where we should invest here? We need to support collection and assessment or evaluation of sorted waste centers for repeated usage in every district, supporting of education, informing, electronic waste collection, data collection, decontamination lines to eliminate large burdens, and surface recovery and repair of the old landfills that impacts groundwater. When it comes to climate, in Slovakia we are not at the stage anymore where we would deny climate change. But it needs to be said that fighting climate change is not fighting only on a nationwide level. Slovakia is a relatively small polluter because we are a small economy, we're a small country, and after the communism, of the fall of the communist regime, most of the heavy industry disintegrated. Nevertheless, doesn't mean that our efforts are not relevant. It's an extremely important fight, but this is also an international fight, because without support of large countries and large polluting countries, the fight shall not be successful. Here, I need to point out to two investments, important investments in Slovakia. We have large energy demands, more than 2/3 of public buildings. I'm talking about public buildings like schools, hospitals, and houses of culture are in they're in so-called original status quo, original condition, which means they have dozens of years and they consume as much as 40% of all energy. When it comes to investments that should focus on green energy, well, they should be focusing on green energy and green public transport. We should support cycling transport in every regional capital. There should be gravity parking place, green transport, supporting of charging stations, and heat insulation of the buildings. Of course, these topics are going to be discussed by colleagues in detail. In order to fulfill these green objectives, we have three sources of funding. As pointed out by the Minister of Finance, we have plan recovery, EU recovery fund. We have EU funds where we have the so-called topical concentrations by the European Commission. So, in other words, the areas where we should invest, the priority is green, innovative, and digital. And then we also have loans that we can use within the Next Generation Europe instrument. But I need to point out again that green transformation should not be done only because it is that we are told by the EU or by the Commission that they give us some percentage, etc., etc. We need to do this as a deep belief that green topics, protection of resources, protection of the environment, is the only way how to have a sustainable economy. Because the future that we are planning at this very moment, that future must be sustainable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well. I'd like to give over the floor to Minister of Environment of Slovak Republic, Mr. Jan Budaj. Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to this conference and organizing this conference. I believe the timing is really, really good, and in very unusual condition or situation. Also, from the perspective of the Ministry of Environment, there is the EU, which has never previously voiced so clearly and strongly its vision of a green recovery. I even dare to say that fighting climate change has been finally understood and embraced by the EU. EU understands fighting climate change as a fight for the future of the world and a peaceful future of the world, because climate change doesn't only threaten us by having the climate in the Tatras, just like we had in the south of Slovakia, in Komárno. Perhaps people wouldn't mind, people in Ružomberok or Liptov wouldn't mind, and maybe people in Komárno wouldn't mind having a climate like in southern Italy. But we all know that this means huge global conflict. This means that hundreds of millions of people elsewhere, not in Ružomberok or Komárno, will lose their livelihood. That hundreds of millions of people will have to move because they will lose water, they will lose any chance to live in their homes where they live now. That's the problem. So the EU turned the fight for climate change into a new integration element, which so far hasn't been so resonating in the orchestration of the countries that are comprised in the EU. Since this is an energy conference, let's remember this was a community of steel and coal, right, at the beginning, the EU. And now it's a union that thinks about the future of the world as such. So I'm proud of this transformation. I'm really proud of it. And I believe this is the way that we are obliged to interpret here in Slovakia, to translate this and to explain this is not a toy of the new commissioner, which spoke so alarmingly, that this is a challenge that concerns every single one of us very closely. And we're discussing about three different perspectives here. This may somehow complicate the situation, but without reminding all of us these three perspectives, it's difficult to describe the situation. So one perspective that we are discussing is the heritage that we have, and these are not just environmental burdens. These are the state which is unreformed across a number of areas. Ms. Remishova already mentioned this. Let's just look at the digitalization area, digitalization as a whole. I cannot imagine modern green recovery of Slovakia if there's not operating and functioning digital area. I mean, just this year we're supposed to implement the digital system of waste management, but we cannot even dream about it because we had to postpone the force and effect of this waste recycling system, which would be extremely useful because we need to know what resources are getting into the circulation that later become waste. But digital level, the digitalization of this country is still at the very, very early stages, unfortunately. So I could mention you hundreds of other burdens that are not just environmental burdens, even though that these are in the scope of the work of the responsibility of my ministry, and some of them are so poisonous that they poison the water, they poison the crops and the whole whole circle, and some of them are actually making people move from their homes. You know, I've seen people in Slovakia who tell me, like, we will have to leave this part, this district or this location. If this government doesn't do something about the environmental burden, we will have to leave. You know, these generations that were able to be okay with fact having a huge landfill or a huge lake smelling of waste. These generations are passing, and now there's a generation of people who say loudly, if I'm supposed to establish a family here, if I'm supposed to take a mortgage and to build a new house here or a new home, if I'm supposed to create some values for this society, well, there's no way to go here. I need to have some normal environment here. I will not be waiting for my wife to be breastfeeding a baby with PCB in her milk. I mean, these people are ready to leave the country. We need to realize that the most clever and the smartest people are leaving the country if there's no condition that they should be receiving. And this is also related to corruption in the state, which so drastically reduced trustworthiness that even businessmen, then they tell me that we'd like to open an incinerator for waste, but it's not possible to do this in a clean way because people don't trust anyone. You can bring them any sort of evidence from hygiene authorities or sanitation authorities or public health authorities, but there's distrust because people will not even believe you that this is clean incinerator, etc., etc. I could go on and on. And then all of these reminds us that the past we can only get rid of the past if we reform the key aspects of the state. And the third perspective is the investment in the future. We need to invest in the future because investing into natural resources, investing into environmental resources like drink water, which Slovakia has in its underground, I mean, 2 or 3 times more than we actually need, considering our population. This is one of the biggest, most important resources. And investing in these resources creates tangible environmental capital. The same goes for trees, forests. The same goes for flora and fauna of this country. This is also an asset, economically speaking. And now, okay, I realize this is an energy conference, so I will not avoid energy topics or topics of energy as such, even though that for me as an environmental minister, this is a very sensitive topic, because until now we've been seeing that these are, Siamese twins, quite unlucky Siamese twins, so to say, because the more energy develops and grows, the bigger threat it is for the climate and for the environment. This unlucky Siamese twin now needs this twinhood needs to. This must be put to an end. We need to separate those two. We need to be able to have energy sector which will grow, but it will not destroy to what it serves. It will not destroy the environment. It will not destroy human lives and the environment that we can live. Really, as it has been pointed out, there's no other planet. This planet has already been populated all over, so we need to do something about this. Slovakia consumes 80% more energy per GDP, considering its GDP, compared to the European average. This is a fatal flaw. This is a fatal fact that this government needs to do something about. This, however, will not change overnight. But we are obliged to talk about it. We are obliged to discuss how this enormous energy consumption can be reduced in the future gradually, or how we can transform this consumption of energy to sources that will not be destroying the environment and damage our climate and European climate or global climate. Even if we didn't want to discuss this, our neighbors will want to discuss that. And other countries in the EU, they will want to hear that we do something. So this is really. We have very much energy demanding productions, or some of the production is very energy demanding, and the water plants, hydropower plants that we have require a great deal of investments for repairs and maintenance and renewal. The whole Váh River cascade is very, very outdated, very much outdated. It needs repairs. The priorities of the environment has already been mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister, so I will not take too much of your time. Let me just point out that we will need to invest into green capital that I mentioned previously. For example, to enable that in national parks there are zones free of any operations, any activities, any economic activities. This is the heritage of our predecessors. There were restitutions of lands, even in the locations where we rather should have paid people out and not to restitute the owners. If we don't have at least 5 to 10% of these free zones free of any economic activities, the whole north of Slovakia will dry out. We've seen quite heavy droughts. Last year, from October to April, and forests are very sensitive, and they dry out. And when they are dried, they are often attacked by pests. So this all is related to each other. So investment into national parks is also investment into the best water retention system that has ever been created. No water dam, no other installation will match a natural forest in water retention. So intervention-free zones in national parks, that's clear. I believe that Slovakia will invest in some technology and education cluster, because quality chemical technology faculty, we have this basics, we have this roots here. We have good chemical technology faculty. We need to combine this with new innovative technology and implementation. Slovakia needs to clean its environment. For example, in the Netherlands, because the Netherlands also used to have dirty ports full of environmental damage, oil, crude oil, and many other chemicals, and they created a state company which was gradually cleaning all these ports and all these environmental burdens, and they did it for many years until everything was more or less clean. So we need to change something on the path. We need to accelerate. Of course, we need to change the related legislation, the Building Act or Construction Act, because if we were cleaning cleaning the environment under previous pace, we would be doing this for centuries, if not thousands of years. So Slovakia needs that these regions that are burdened with the environmental heritage and pollution, they need to rest and relax. And because I'm running out of time, I need to break it here. So Minister Heger will have to leave soon, so perhaps we will get back to the questions for the finance minister. There's a question on Slido. Will the fiscal reform include elimination of smaller elimination or inclusion of smaller sources from ETS scheme? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Badida. Yes, that's a good question. The inclusion of these smaller polluters in the ETS, we're dealing with this, but it's a question of timing. There's one more question about the green bonds. The question of bonds, that's a big topic. And I believe that we will have to consider the ecosystem, I'm not talking about a financial ecosystem, where we are. I don't see this realistically in the next year or two, but we'll see. We'll see. Thank you very much. Let's give over the floor to the next minister. We will have to say goodbye to Minister Heger. And now we will give the floor to Minister of Transport, Mr. Doležal. Morning, thank you very much. And I will follow up on the previous speakers. I will not repeat what they were saying, but this will allow me to be more specific. I cannot disagree with what the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Finance said and the Deputy Prime Minister. For our ministry, the Minister of Transport, the priorities are clear. So let me put it on the table. It's transport and infrastructure. What Ms. Remishova said, there's a huge investment debt. But if you talk about green economy, and we do talk a lot about green economy, it doesn't have to be green in terms of elimination of environmental burdens. But we need to realize that transportation across the EU generates as much as 30% of all CO2 emissions, and out of that, 70% of these emissions is road transport. This means that that there's no doubt that the investment into railroad infrastructure can help and seriously reduce the emissions in the road infrastructure, road transport. So we have our homework, and we've prepared it, I believe, quite well for behalf of our ministry. We put together projects amounting to 2 billion euro in railroad traffic, which should help us to make up for this huge infrastructure investment debt. It's good that from the integrated infrastructure operating program, we have beautiful new trains, but they are riding on the rails that don't allow them to operate at the speed for which they were designed. So the biggest priority in railroad will be investment into infrastructures. I'm sure that there are better economists here. I'm a technical person, but I'm sure the economists in this room will confirm that all the significant global crises were tackled by investments into infrastructure. I believe the economists in this room will agree with me. So this is clear priority for the Ministry of Transport. So in the project pipeline for the EU Recovery Fund, we have also recovery or repair of public buildings or residential buildings, and also single-family houses. These are no new schemes. We've been renewing public buildings already, but it's only about injecting even more funds into the existing schemes. There is investment into increasing of energy efficiency. The schemes are already on the table. We just need to inject more funds into them. There's a project pipeline, or there's a project in the pipeline that talks about elimination of environmental burdens, the so-called brownfield. This is a shared topic with the Minister of Environment. Looking at the digitalization, the priorities include digitalization of zoning plans, following up on the whole change of the construction legislation. There's a great deal of digitalization here as well. But if you let me, we'll have. There's been a number of projects mentioned, but the shared common denominator is prioritization. At the national level, we need to prioritize. It's no doubt that we need to eliminate the illegal landfills, build sewage, and build infrastructure, but we need to set clear infrastructures. What is a priority for Slovakia in this infrastructure? And the key and timing will be of key importance. What we haven't heard yet, and I've been talking to Mr. Miko at the private appointment. He toured a number of ministries, but 70% of these funds from EU Recovery Fund need to be committed by the end of 2023. I mean, it doesn't make sense to plan at the Ministry of Transport to reconstruct or modernize an important railway corridor from, in the direction to the east, if I'm not able to spend these funds. I believe there has been enough time to discuss with the committee what does it actually mean, legal commitment? Does it mean contracting? Or does it mean commitment that these funds will be allocated for these investments? We need to clearly define this. So besides timing, we need to make sure about the complementarity of the funds.
We have heard a couple of times that we should not only talk about recovery and resilience here, so we should also focus on resilience against future crises that will definitely come. Why I'm talking about complementarity, because this is not the only source. I'm very glad that we have Minister for Investments here, that we together can actually decide about the future operational program for Slovakia in the context of state budget and also in the context of the EU Recovery and Resilience Plan. So we can really make use of this complementarity that is ahead of us, because in some programs the deadlines are not as tight, and we could distribute our priorities and goals accordingly. We should have a holistic approach, really. We have three major resources: standard EU funds or traditional ones, Recovery and Resilience Fund, and state budget. Those are three major sources of funds available to implement any and every priorities, timing, complementarity. For us, for my sector, it is infrastructure, digitalization of construction sector, and also insulation of public houses, public buildings, then private sector, private housing sector as well. Transport Authority was one of the questions I can see here. We included it in the government manifesto, and we keep on talking about multi-modality and this comprehensive approach to transportation. Modernizing railway network should be closely connected to lower road transportation, and our role will be to coordinate the performance of bus transportation, railway transportation, etc. But it is very difficult for me to motivate our public to use railway in certain areas of Slovakia if the average speed on the track is about 30 kilometers. So first we need to really modernize the network and bring it back to the speed of, let's say, at least 100 kilometers per hour, and only then our public will be motivated to use trains instead of their cars. And only much later on we can be talking about higher goals, such as opening and establishing railway cargo that would substitute standard automotive cargo transportation. Yes, those are very nice goals and ideas, but we do not have good infrastructure for personal transportation, not even mentioning cargo transportation. Cargo trains are much heavier, and our infrastructure is really not suitable, is not good enough to be able to perform. So first and foremost, we need to improve the quality, modernize the railway network, and I do believe that railways are actually a symbol of green economy. I would ask Mr. Karol Galek, State Secretary of the Ministry of Economy, to take the floor. Well, I'm very happy that I can represent the energy sector here at this conference, and I'm very glad that when talking about the EU recovery and resilience plans, 37% has been earmarked for green economy by the European Commission, and the priorities in this area are renewables and energy efficiency. And we have heard a lot about energy efficiency. But of course, this is no surprise, because the energy sector in EU represents 75% of the greenhouse gas emissions. We have been asked to participate in the process of drafting relevant documents together with the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders, and we have been discussing energy sector and green economy, and we have set 4 major areas that should be priority in recovery. First, energy efficiency. And we are not talking here about public and private buildings, but we are talking about infrastructure, for instance, in the integrated economic, energy and environmental plan. Our goal is to increase the energy efficiency by 33% by the set time. And we have learned from the European Commission how the plans look like and what is the summary situation for the EU, and the energy efficiency has been reviewed as insufficient in case of Slovakia. So we need to closely cooperate with the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Transportation in order to move on and to achieve progress and to achieve the goals, and maybe even make them much more ambitious. I was talking about the renewables. Slovakia has a huge potential there, and this is the second area where a lot of funds should be poured into. The Ministry of Economy currently implements the EU legislation, so-called Winter Energy Package, or the Package of Clean Energy for all Europeans. The deadline is to implement this legislation by autumn next year, and this will include the Act on Energy, Act on Heating, Act on Combined Resources for Energy Production, and also Act on Regulation or Regulatory. The goal is to increase the energy safety, increase our competitiveness, and while at the same time preventing those improvements to have negative impact on costs. This is really the task for independent regulatory authority. In order to increase the share of renewables in Slovakia and sort of to move away from kind of a stop position that we are right now at is to improve the integration into the existing networks and grids. And in recent years, we have been facing the problems with interconnectivity to Hungary, also the problems with regulatory capacity, regulatory energy that is available. Therefore, in recent weeks, we have had series of meetings with the Slovak energy body, and we have identified priority areas where we should make progress in order to be able to better integrate the renewables into our grids. I'm talking about the aggregation of users, storage of energy. There are various projects already on the table, such as projects focusing on power to gas or batteries, and also other projects such as power plants that will be using the energy and transferring the energy, but those projects require huge preparation. Last but not least, it is import of regulatory energy that will allow us to renew or to establish new capacities for renewables. Third area that is very important when talking about increasing the share of renewables, then integration of renewables into existing grids, and this goes hand in hand with the National Energy and Climate Plan. And the fourth area is decarbonization, primarily in industries, because there are very specific ways how we could do this, but at the same time we are talking about decarbonizing the heating sector. It has been already implemented partially to a certain extent, and we have transferred to efficient energy production. The carbon combustion has been discussed a lot. That is very much used in heating sector, but there is good news. All heating plants that are existing in Slovakia that used to run on coal are planning to modernize themselves and reconstruct themselves and shift to low carbon energy production, primarily from natural gas and also from other resources. And when it comes to electroenergy, there are two heating plants, but Vojany plant is transferring to other type of energy production, and they are not counting on energy production from coal. So the only challenge is Nováky. And as you know, until 2023, we are planning to cut energy production from coal in Nováky, fully stop it, and we are planning to really change the economic conditions in that region. We are planning a transformation and transition of this whole region of Horná Nitra. So there are many topics ahead of us in the energy sector, as you can see. And when I was checking some of the questions on Slido, what I consider to be as the most important thing is early and due implementation of the EU legislation that will really help us to make use of the EU money in efficient and effective way. I will hand it over to Mr. Kurila. Thank you very much. and thank you for having the opportunity to be here with you. And I would like to thank the members of the government for presenting their very ambitious vision that I fully support. And I very much hope that we will start implementing those measures as soon as possible. We really need a unifying, ambitious vision how to secure transition to more digital and green economy in Slovakia, and the instruments available made available by the European Commission and the European Union would definitely help us. I highly appreciate this broad menu as it has been outlined by the Vice Prime Minister. And we need to really focus on the core priorities. And as it has been said by the Minister of Transportation, the priorities are a must because most of the money needs to be withdrawn in the horizon of 2 to 4 years. So this makes the selection of priorities even more pressing. And thus, this is very good that we are having this public discussion, because we are talking also about certain burden and challenges that the future generations will need to face. So we need to do as much as possible for transforming our economy. Since we were talking about this outstanding financial package available, we also have an outstanding responsibility, and we will be accountable. And Vice Prime Minister, you have framed it well, and I have participated in the discussions of the working group under the leadership of Minister Heger that has produced certain priorities for green economy package and how to make Slovakia carbon-free, circular, and sustainable economy. Certain aspects like integration of renewables, support of energy efficiency, and clean mobility are those areas that we are lagging behind in. And the Commission has criticized us in its reports for lagging behind in those areas. And I do believe that this reform plan is well structured in this context. I would like to bring your attention to one specific area that could really help us address the climate crisis and also help us react locally and make use of the circular economy. And that is the really full reconstruction and renovation of buildings of all types. And I really perceive it as a huge priority. From the perspective of emissions, also from the perspective of contamination and pollution, be it air or water. But this could help us boost and restart the economy, especially local economy, generate jobs at the local level. From 100 million euro invested into comprehensive renovation of buildings, we could generate 130 million euro as actually a contribution for GDP, for national GDP. And we could, for this 100 million euro, generate more than 3,500 jobs. And we could save a lot of public money. Therefore, I would really like to advocate for this area. And those are those so-called triple win areas. Since we have limited time, I'd like to reiterate that all the crises actually accelerate potential and needed changes. And I do believe that it is very important for Slovakia to make use of this huge opportunity that could help us overcome the crisis and set the transformation of Slovakia to greener, more digital way, and also I hope that we will be able to efficiently and wisely use the money that is coming to us, either through EU funds or recovery funds, state budget, or innovative financial instruments. And please, let's not forget about private capital, private funds that could really help the public investments. The time is high for us to take action, and thank you for introducing your vision. Thank you very much. When you talk about the crisis and what will come out of it, just recall Germany after the Second World War and the Marshall Plan. Germany is a great example of how to wisely use money offered in order to develop and to build on its strengths. Germany is really the leader in innovation, leader in EU economy. It has great universities, great infrastructure. So I do believe that the crisis is always an opportunity to make change and do something better and wiser. And now I will, if you want to react, Minister, on some of the previous speakers.
I'll just take advantage of the opportunity because you mentioned digitalization in informatization. I didn't mention this in the recovery fund because it wasn't the topic of the conference, but I see also a question on Slido because the current situation shows how informatization, digitalization is important. Isn't this too little part of the reforms? Well, digitalization is one of the conditions sine qua non for drawing of EU funds, and also when it comes to recovery fund itself. There's even this specific percentage that we need to invest in digitalization. In any case, today, without functioning, operating digital services, we won't get by as a country. We'll prepare a roadmap of digitalization transformation. Will include 3 pillars. The third pillar will be connectivity. We've seen this also during the crisis, that it doesn't really make sense if we give children tablets or PCs if they have no access to the internet. Remote learning without connectivity will not work. So pillar number 1, connectivity. We've processed the roadmap of white spots. The second pillar is digitalization and informatization of public administration services. So briefly, something that should have been here, but is not here, something into which we have already invested €1 billion, but we don't see any tangible results, unfortunately. This also includes substantial strengthening of cybersecurity, and the third pillar, digital skills. We cannot digitalize the country without including all the groups of the population, including children, pupils, students. There are initiatives, just like testing or I will not say the trainings, but let's say methodologies how to obtain digital skills, mainly for pupils and students. But however, we need to work much harder when it comes to digital skills for senior population. Of course, as I said, we cannot digitalize the state or the country as such if we leave out one group of the population. So these are the 3 major pillars. We'll introduce strategy soon, and digitalization certainly is and will be an important component of the EU Recovery Fund and EU funds as such. Minister Budaj, some of the questions I need to react because many of them concern the topic of why we haven't done anything about the abuse of dominant positions of large manufacturers and large producers. I do realize that there is something like this going on. I'm aware of it, and so many years we've had to put up with this in telecom, but also similar effects can be seen in the field of renewables, for example. And I expect the Minister of Economy do as much as he will possibly can to eliminate this abuse of dominant power of traditional generators of power, of energy, and will release the possibilities, or will unleash the possibilities also for small energy generators and photovoltaic installations and other small energy producers or power producers. This also concerns the dispute between the gas and natural gas and water treatment plants and water management companies, and there are certain sort of frictions. Sometimes there are areas where someone is holding the brake intentionally, so it's not only falling behind due to lack of money or lack of ideas. Not always. One more remark: this government promises open. We promise to be an open government, which means that I'll try to eliminate any remains of secrets or confidentiality where it's not necessary. Yes, the past government did approve some of the confidentiality concepts when it comes to nuclear waste. In this century, this is a way backwards. People cannot and will not accept that, and we will not accept that if we want to call ourselves an open government. So, when it comes to these less pleasant aspects, or even contradictory aspects of the energy and ecology discourse, we will certainly deal with them, and I'm sure each of the relevant ministries will deal with them. Thank you very much, Mr. Dolezal. Only brief reaction to one specific question. Could you please highlight that question? It's a question about the source for residential housing and the legislation from 1st of January. Yes, thank you. No, that was different question. Different question, please. Something about natural gas in residential buildings. Yeah, I need to react to this because it's not true. It is not true. Exactly. It is not true that some legislation would prevent, as of 1st of January 2021, buildings were given permits in relation to natural gas. This is not true. As of 1st of January, the legislation will concern permits for buildings with A0 emissions. So, the energy efficiency close to zero, with almost zero consumption. That's the official label. But we certainly do not limit any sources of energy. So this energy may also come from natural gas. So I believe these A0 buildings today have maybe 20% of them have energy sources as natural gas. So certainly this is not true. So I just want to point out that how some people just use half truth or not truthful facts at all to promote their agenda. It is not true. Okay, let us look at the question with the largest number of likes. Slovakia is not meeting its objective for 2020, which will be over in 3 months. Our energy legislation is quite strictly against the renewables. How do you plan to go for change? Well, let me react to the challenge that was mentioned by Minister Budaj when it comes to new renewables. And let me explain this plan, because it's in the government manifesto. We promised, we committed to development of new renewable sources. An essential condition for this is that there must be zero or minimum impact on the end price for the consumer. So we can avoid situations that we had in the past, that the political decisions and interventions were shifted from the shoulders of the politicians directly on the end prices of power, which was increased unreasonably, and some of the fees are, if not the highest, then one of the highest across Europe. But let me slightly disagree with the statement on Slido that our energy legislation is relatively strict against the renewables. I don't see that legislation as a problem. Rather, various administrative and technical barriers that are often artificially raised and placed as literal barriers for further development of renewables. A number of these barriers we attempt to eliminate through legislation also. Well, last but not least, we had this act that was just negotiated at the most recent parliament session. Also, a number of these improvements that I'm talking about will be part of the second energy package, which will follow up on the first so-called kilečko, so first 100. But this will go through standard interministerial comments procedure. We need to focus on the physical barriers where they are today, or not physical but legal barriers. So, for example, some of the energy sources can be purchased at those fixed prices, but these are going to the respective distribution systems, and they remained unpurchased. So we need to look at how to de-bureaucratize, because this is the most frequent problem. We'd like to build, we'd like to connect to the grid, but there are some administrative burdens, huge administrative burdens, that simply disable connection of these renewables to the grid. And this is related to the previously mentioned implementation of this winter package, which will bring a number of improvements. And when it comes to support, besides local sources or purchase prices which have been overcome, we will very soon introduce auctions that have already been implemented, but we stopped it because of COVID. So the new power generations will compete with each other when it comes to the price they will be offered and the price that will be included in the tariff for system operation. And we are considering several levels of the auction system, whether technologically independent or dependent or location-based auction system. When it comes to 2020 objectives that is due in 3 months, yes, it's true that Slovakia wasn't able in 2019, wasn't able to stick to some of the commitments it made. But paradoxically, the crisis and the situation caused by the COVID crisis resulted in a quite drastic reduction of energy consumption. In a number of areas, industrial production was reduced, which resulted in reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So I dare to say that probably we will manage to stick to the commitment. However, it's not going to be thanks to Slovakia fulfilling all the objectives, but it will be thanks to the COVID crisis, which substantially impacted the economy, and it was also demonstrated, or it resulted on the reduction of industrial production. There's one more question, but there's a paradox in Slovakia that we have solar panels on the meadows, but not on the roofs of on the flat roofs of buildings, which could be ideal for that. Will this be also taken into account in this support for renewables? Because you could generate power and immediately use that power for cooling or heating of the building. That's logical, right? Of course it is. And energy from this sources needs to be consumed in the location where it's generated. It doesn't make sense to transport energy for long distance and create unnecessary losses. When it comes to photovoltaics on fields and meadows, we've had this since 2009. It's connected to a number of affairs which often were even related to some politicians of the previous government, that this is now over, because based on the most recent amendment during the government of Iveta Radičová, based on the initiatives by SAS, the political party, any support for land-based photovoltaic installations was finished and ended, and now we only provide support to roof installations. We don't even talk about large installations. We talk about installations up to 500 kilowatts. So preferentially, we will take advantage of the energy on the location where it is generated, whether it's production plants or warehousing plants. But we're talking about small installations that are often significantly supported until today, and we expect them to be supported also in the future. For example, in the scope of recovery plan, there's a very successful project, Green Light for the Households, that's the name of the project, and a number of households were able to install photovoltaics on their roofs and take advantage of this energy right on the spot to reduce their own consumption from the grid. There's one more question in relation to this. Bratislava region has been excluded from this program. Can this be changed? Because this is rather strange that why inhabitants of the Bratislava region could not install photovoltaics on their roofs or solar panels on their roofs. It's often, well, the situation is that it's not possible, and 5 kilometers down the road there's another village, there's a different region, and suddenly it's possible. This is a question for you or the minister, whether you're thinking about doing this across the nation, not just in specific regions. Well, as far as I know, we've also had rounds for subsidies that also related to the Bratislava region. So yes, for the future, the answer is yes. Of course, also Bratislava region will be included because energy that we need is consumed everywhere, also in this region. So why shouldn't we take advantage of the economic power of the local population, which deserves to we should be supported also in this way. The packages that are available, the EU funds, recovery funds, and loans, the most suitable for Bratislava region, for the developed regions, is the recovery fund, because EU funds have this limitation that we all know about, that large part of the funds needs to be invested into less developed regions, because that's the logic behind the EU funds supporting the less developed regions. All right, we are under time pressure, so the last two questions that I will combine into one. First of all, we need to discuss about the recovery plan today, but the government hasn't submitted this plan to the public. So when are you going to do that? The implementation plan, right? The second question, how you want to ensure the return on the investment of the funds invested into green economy. So let's try to answer these two questions together.
I will start with the first one. The instructions from the European Commission that have been published, or that were published just recently, give us a comprehensive idea about how the invested funds from the recovery and resilience plans should be used. This plan has undergone principal changes also on the side of the European Commission. So it has been only a week that we really know how the European Commission actually sees this money should be spent and implemented. When it comes to implementation structure, I see as the most critical part the very implementation. When it comes to standard EU funds, there are implementing or managing units, there are mechanisms already in place. In spite of many challenges, the structures are out there. And we can see that even with those structures and with those systems that are already in place and that have been around for 15 years, we are still not doing well when it comes to withdrawing the money. So implementation is a very critical point, even when it comes to this fund. And we need to be very focused, even though there are many investment needs, and currently the investment demands run up to 30 billion euro. We really need to be critical, and we need to be able to single out the priorities that we are able to implement within 4 to 5 years. And when it comes to discussions, first, we need to have a first draft produced by the government. We have it, and this very discussion is actually a symbolic opening of the discussions with public. And when it comes to partnership agreement, where we are talking about 13 to 12 billion euro, we have already presented our first draft. But in coming weeks, we are going to organize round tables that will focus on each and every goals, and together with social and economic partners and NGOs, we have already discussed those priorities and goals. And I need to be frank that this situation makes the discussion much more complicated and challenging, because talking about things online is a different thing than in person. But we are committed to do this. There's an additional question. This recovery instrument should be used for economic recovery. So could you be more specific, please? What are you going to use it for? My colleagues will definitely add on what I want to say now. Unfortunately, Mr. Heger cannot comment on my ideas, but still, within the past 30 years, the previous government used all the cherry-picking strategies possible. And if I really were not cautious enough, I would be swept by those ideas, those cherry-picking ideas, and those kind of populistic ideas that were offered in the past by previous governments, such as 13th pension or extra bonuses for pensioners and other things. But we have all those legacies from the past, especially in the environmental area. And only once, and if we manage to get rid of environmental legacies and burdens from the past, finally, there will be no economic miracle following that thing, that event. But we need to realize that not a single investor from the EU is going to invest its money into unsettled areas, into areas with heavy environmental burden, with such challenging and problematic titles to property that do exist in our country. We need to do it. We need to focus on preserving our forests. Without our forests, Slovakia won't be green and really good to live in. Part of the investments, whether we like it or not, should be geared towards midterm and long-term projects and long-term priorities, such as quality of health of the Slovak population and the quality of life in Slovakia. Mr. Kurila, I would refer to the introductory remarks of Mr. Mika and climate dimension of our discussion, how to reach the new 55% goal when it comes to cutting on emissions. We have committed to comply with this goal, but this is a very big challenge, and this is a very ambitious goal. Our energy sector and industry sector generate about 50% of CO2 emissions. But those two segments have the European harmonized instrument to be used. And the EU, as such, should be decarbonized until 2030. We could decarbonize our economy and our industry even under this government, but we have remaining 50% that are generated by housing sector, transportation, agriculture, and waste management. Those sectors, those areas are really key for decarbonizing Slovak economy. We need to identify partners at the level of municipalities and other sectors and work together on cutting on emissions with them. We should really review those other sectors and because they have huge potential to cut on carbon emissions. Final remarks of Mr. Gallek. I would like to add on return on this issue of return on investments, return of funds invested into the green economy. Please, let's not forget, this is not only about money. Of course, when we talk about insulation and improving the qualities of the buildings, yes, those are savings on costs, but there are there's a huge area of guaranteed energy services. And another area is in gains from improved infrastructure, improved transportation, that would really bring us return on investments in different other areas, cutting on emissions, improving the quality of environment, improving the quality of life as such, cutting on transportation costs, etc. And each and every investment into infrastructure, actually, be it in construction or other sectors, it always generates jobs. So those are other direct contributions. Thank you very much for your discussion. We need to close our panel. Thank you very much for your contributions. And I do believe that this discussion will go on. The recovery plan is just in its beginning, and I do believe that we will be able to choose from the menu. It's like in the restaurant. You never eat everything what's on the menu, but you need to prioritize. So I hope that we will choose such things that will move Slovakia
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely pleased that I will be chairing this panel discussion on World Energy Outlook Special Report, Sustainable Recovery. I'm very delighted that it has become already tradition that the International Energy Agency, part of the OECD, presents every year the World Energy Outlook and the key messages from this outlook, and it became already tradition. And this year, this is somehow special year because the date of the conference was moved to September, and I consider that as a very good step because the discussion during this conference could be a very good contribution to the formulation of the recovery plan of the Slovak Republic to use the opportunity of the EU funds allocated for Slovakia. So International Energy Agency special report was presented earlier this year, speaks clearly on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the world's energy sector. I'm happy to be joined only virtually, unfortunately, by Chief Economist of the International Energy Agency, László Varró, and Martin Jirušek from the Faculty of Social Studies from Masaryk University in Brno to discuss how we can use this crisis as an opportunity to switch to cleaner and more efficient energy sources. During these unprecedented times, every country in the world fights with economic and health crisis. Pandemic affected everyday life of all of us. Governments face many challenges and opportunities as a result to the current situation. If we take these challenges and opportunities from the positive point of view, we now have the best chance to modernize our society and to put our energy on sustainable and clean path for the long-term period. Sustainability should be a key element in our recovery plans. We need to be optimistic about our clean energy and sustainable future despite the situation we are facing. I would like to touch upon the speech by the International Energy Agency's Executive Director Fatih Birol some weeks ago, in which he expressed his optimistic position to have clean energy future. He highlighted four main aspects that contribute to clear energy future. First, there is a decline in costs of wind and solar. Second, in order to address an economic crisis, countries come with ultra-low interest rates, which could provide a good basis for investments in clean technologies. Third, many governments committed to fight with the climate change and air pollution, so there is a clear political commitment. And last but not least, companies are diversifying their portfolios. Offshore wind, carbon capture or storage, these are unquestionable facts. In June this year, the International Energy Agency released its flagship publication, World Energy Outlook Special Report on Sustainable Recovery. Today, we have a great opportunity to discuss the main findings of this report with the Chief Economist of this agency, László Varró, who is connected online from Paris. Please let me introduce also Mr. Martin Jirušek, who is online as well and represents Faculty of Social Studies of Masaryk University in Brno. The World Energy Outlook Special Report on Sustainable Recovery provides a sustainable recovery plan with an energy sector roadmap for governments to stimulate economic growth, create new jobs, put global emissions into structural decline, and accelerate the deployment of modern and clean energy technologies. The plan focuses on cost-effective measures that could be implemented during the period 2021 and 2023, covering 6 sectors: electricity, transport, industry, buildings, fuels, and new low-carbon technologies. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Laszlo Varró, Chief Economist of the IEA, who will present key findings of this report and answer the following questions. First, what impact is the COVID-19 pandemic having on the world's energy sector? Second, how is it manifest in Europe and other regions of the world? Third, does it provide an opportunity to switch to cleaner and more efficient energy sources? The IEA encourages government to use stimulation packages also for modernizing existing power sector, supporting deployment of new technologies and innovations, which will help us to reach the climate and energy goals. Investment into new and modern technologies will be necessary. Well-defined government's policies and incentives will be crucial to create new jobs. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me give the floor to Laszlo Varró, Chief Economist of the International Energy Agency. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And ladies and gentlemen, in my previous job before joining the International Energy Agency, I had the pleasure to visit Bratislava in every 1 or 2 months. And ever since then, I've been always looking for the opportunity to return. So I greatly regret that due to the coronavirus, I was not able to do so this time. But I'm going to share with you our key findings in assessing the impact of the virus on the energy system and the potential for a green recovery. The coronavirus is an unprecedented social and economic shock. The governments all around the world reacted by restricting mobility and restricting social interactions. Given that mobility is primarily driven by oil, the large majority of the energy use of the transport sector is driven by oil. Unsurprisingly, the biggest impact in the energy system is in oil, which declines by around 8% this year. This is unequal. On one end of the scale, the aviation demand completely collapsed. So demand for jet fuel was hit much more seriously than average oil demand. Other end of the scale, diesel fuel is holding up reasonably better because trucking is still ongoing, industries are still delivering goods. For coal and gas, these are the sources which are primarily competing with each other in power generation. And there they faced a shrinking marketplace. The virus cut global electricity demand. It cut electricity demand by less than oil demand because the electricity consumption of the service sector was hit badly as shopping malls, cinemas shut down. Electricity consumption of the manufacturing sector was affected by the deep recession. But at the same time, household electricity consumption actually increased. When people work from home, they consume more electricity, they run their air conditioners, they use computers and other electric appliances. So overall, we estimate a roughly 5% decline of global electricity demand. And within this shrinking marketplace, gas managed to take market share from coal. Global gas markets were already abundantly supplied due to the large investments into liquefied natural gas, primarily in the United States. Gas prices fell to historical lows, and that outcompeted coal. So gas managed to take market share in a shrinking marketplace, and that shielded global gas demand somewhat, whereas coal, despite not being used in the transportation sector, will decline almost as much as oil. In the low-carbon space, we see two halves. Wind and solar is doing reasonably well. Wind and solar investment proves to be quite resilient. But at the same time, nuclear power, which is very important in many countries, including Slovakia, faced very, very serious challenges. The nuclear power plants were hit by very low electricity prices, as weak electricity demand and low gas prices combined to push electricity prices down. And also, weak electricity demand in a number of countries required constraining nuclear operations. So this year's decline in nuclear power will be around half as much as the increase of wind and solar. So essentially, this year all around the world, every second wind turbine and every second solar panel that we build is just simply replacing one type of low carbon resource with another type of low carbon resource without contributing to decarbonization. Now, even though the coronavirus was a historical shock, it did not transform the climate challenge. Before the virus, this is from the World Energy Outlook 2019, which was completed in November 2019, just before the virus hit, we came to the conclusion that under the policies stated by governments all around the world, we have roughly enough low-carbon investment and efficiency improvements to compensate for the growth of global population and the growth of the global economy, keeping carbon dioxide emissions at an almost constant pattern, drifting to a disruptive climate change. And the IEA Sustainable Development Scenario, which is the mathematical representation of the Paris Agreement, calls for a rapid decline and then a convergence towards a zero-carbon society. And the key investment areas to plug the gap are energy efficiency, renewable energy, and a broad range of other low-carbon technologies. Now, the impact of the coronavirus crisis is this very little black arrow, which you can hardly see. So even though the coronavirus is a historically unprecedented recession, it is actually not putting the energy system on a sustainable trajectory. By 2025, in a sustainable trajectory, global carbon dioxide emissions will have to be lower than today, and next time we will want to achieve that without shutting down the global economy. Another issue that we need to reflect on is the social and behavioral changes unleashed by the virus. Before the virus, I would have really happily flown into Vienna and then taken a car to Bratislava, burning oil in the process. And now we meet online. So there are certain changes as people work from home and replace business travel by video conferences, which reduce energy consumption. But there is also an evidence from major cities all around the world that people became reluctant to use public transport. Now, public transport is on average 12 times more energy efficient than commuting individually by car. Consequently, if you have a person who previously worked in the office, going to office every day by train or public transport, and now that person switches to a lifestyle of 4 days working at home and only going 1 day to the office, but going by car, energy consumption still increases. So our conclusion is that the social and behavioral changes cut in both directions, and their overall net impact is quite small. Given the increasing preference for individual mobility and the reluctance to use public transport, electrifying the vehicle fleet is extremely important. Electric vehicles are doing reasonably well. We estimate that the global market for electric cars will more or less stagnate this year. But of course, we are in a deep recession. In a deep recession, people don't buy a new car. So new car sales declined sharply. So stagnating sales of electric vehicles is actually a step change in the market share of electrics. The energy investment was hit very sharply, especially in the oil and gas industry, where investment declined by around $200 billion. And we estimate that this 1 year of weak investment cuts oil supply in the medium-term time horizon by around 2 million barrels per day. And if the current weak investment activity persists until the middle of the decade, then oil supply will be 9 million barrels per day than what we would have seen before the coronavirus crisis. Now, 9 million barrels per day is much, much more than any conceivable oil demand impact from video conferencing. So we have been very careful to warn both governments and the industry that even in an energy transition trajectory, the world economy will continue to need oil and gas for several years to come. Now, investment in the electricity sector has been also declining sharply. Some of the investment areas have been a continuation of previous trends. So coal-fired power generation investment peaked in 2015 and has been declining since. Although I have to say that in China, we now see signs of a resurgence of new investment into coal plants, and this is something that we are watching very carefully. One area which is a major concern for us is the decline of investment into electricity networks. Electricity network investment globally has been declining already before the coronavirus crisis, and it was hit quite badly by the virus shock this year. Now, the electricity network is a key infrastructure platform of the low-carbon economy. In an energy transition trajectory, global investment into electricity networks will need to increase by around $100 billion per year. So we need to turn back this recent decline and put network investment in a growth path again. Now, as I mentioned to you, wind and solar investment has been resilient, but it has been resilient at a level which is altogether insufficient for a rapid energy transition. In recent years, if you run the numbers of how much energy the new wind turbines and new solar panels will produce, and let's not forget that wind turbines and especially solar panels are running with a much lower utilization than either nuclear plants or coal-fired power plants. So you don't replace a gigawatt of nuclear capacity with a gigawatt of solar capacity. You need 4 or 5 gigawatts of solar capacity to replace a nuclear plant. So when you recalculate how much energy these facilities will produce, it turns around that their impact has been hovering around 1% of global electricity demand. So this is the new renewable energy that we put into the system, 1% a year, whereas global electricity demand under normal macroeconomic conditions is growing at 2% a year. So this level of investment into renewables is not going to be sufficient for timely energy transition. So the investment will need to scale up in all low-carbon sources. Now, given that the world economy is currently in a depression, there is a very strong interest in governments to stimulate the economy. Linking energy with the economic recovery is not a new idea. We have seen massive scale investments into hydropower and electricity networks after the Great Depression. The energy sector has an ability to rapidly absorb capital investment and also have positive spillovers both to the manufacturing and also to the construction sectors. Consequently, working together with the International Monetary Fund, we designed an IEA Sustainable Recovery Plan, which will boost the economy, create jobs, and improve the resilience and sustainability of the energy system. This is a $3 trillion, 3 years investment effort, roughly evenly distributed between energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is quite labor intensive. You need people from the construction sector to retrofit buildings. You need people from the manufacturing industries to manufacture more efficient washing machines, refrigerators, and other appliances. So energy efficiency investment is a job machine. It has a very significant positive employment impact. The electricity sector also needs to absorb investment, both into clean power generation sources, renewables, and also including nuclear power, and also, as I mentioned, electricity networks. Last but not least, we also call for additional investments in transport infrastructure, both bike lanes, walking paths in densely populated urban areas, and also railway systems for intercity transport, as well as innovative new technologies such as hydrogen and carbon capture and storage. There is a very strong political desire to link the economic recovery and the energy transition with job creation. We have analyzed this very, very carefully. Now, one challenge is that there are major problems with data definition and data collection. So it's unfortunately, in the current statistical systems, it's not at all clear who actually has a green job. So we put a lot of effort into improving data quality. Another thing we have to keep in mind is that different energy technologies have different employment patterns. Now, a solar farm creates jobs during the construction of the facility, but once it is operating, it doesn't really need employment. Whereas, for example, a coal-fired power plant has a continuous use of coal. It continuously needs miners to produce the coal, and it has a continuous operating employment. So we also made adjustments for the employment patterns of the different technologies. And last but not least, the famous economist Milton Friedman had a remark when he was presented a hydropower plant investment in a developing country, where people were working by hand because the government wanted to create jobs. And apparently Friedman remarked that in that case they should use teaspoons. In the past couple of years, renewable energy became more technology intensive and more capital intensive. Wind turbines keep getting bigger, solar projects keep getting bigger, the factories manufacturing solar panels are also becoming bigger. This technology and capital intensity is a good thing, but it also creates a headwind for job creation. There are important exceptions. For example, rooftop solar projects require a labor-intensive local installation work. So altogether, we estimated that with the execution of the IEA Sustainable Recovery Plan, around 9 million jobs will be created. Now, unfortunately, this is less than the number of jobs that were lost during the coronavirus recession. So the green recovery will have to be part of a comprehensive economic recovery effort. Still, 9 million jobs globally is a very significant positive development. Now, all previous recessions, even the 2009 financial crisis, were historically just a small blip on global carbon dioxide emissions. The coronavirus crisis brought down emissions, but if the world economy recovers without a major structural change, then we are almost certain that carbon dioxide emissions will rebound, quite possibly to above the 2019 level. With the execution of the IEA Sustainable Recovery Plan, we're saying that we not simply generate additional economic activity. We estimate that global GDP will be around 3.54% higher than it would have been without the Sustainable Recovery Plan. But also, we can turn 2019 into the all-time historical peak of global carbon dioxide emissions and put global carbon dioxide emissions in a declining path consistent with the Paris Agreement. Now, it is also quite important that we don't reinvent the wheel. After the 2009 financial crisis, governments all around the world, including in Europe, tried to implement green recovery packages, and there are important lessons from the successes and failures of those policies. The most important, perhaps, is scaling up existing policy frameworks, and addressing financial weaknesses is faster and more effective than trying to design a brand new legislation. It's very important that the policy focuses on modular technologies that benefits from economic cost of scale, and they are at appropriate stage of technological maturity. Wind and solar really grew up since the financial crisis, and also battery storage and hydrogen electrolyzers are ready for large-scale investment. Now, the mirror image of the focus of modular technologies is be careful about large, complex engineering projects. They are very often much less shovel-ready than they seem, and very often affected by project management problems and project delays. It is important to pay attention to the industrial value chain and skilled labor availability. Various European governments paid massive amounts of subsidies for solar 10 years ago, but Europe failed to establish a viable solar manufacturing industry. All the solar panels to Europe are currently imported. And last but not least, governments also need to pay attention to the broader social impacts of stimulus policies. There is an increasing interest in the impact on inequality and also the impact on disadvantaged groups of society. So this is how we see the green recovery of challenges and opportunities, and I will be very happy to take your questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is really good setting the scene for further discussion, not only in this panel, but also in other panels which will follow. I didn't mention at the beginning of my introduction that if you are interested to pose the questions, please use Slido, and we will see those questions there, and we will try to answer. And now I will pass the floor to Martin Jirošek from the Masaryk University in Brno. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me, although It's quite unusual not being able to be in Bratislava in person. I regret that, but unfortunately the situation is what it is. So I hope you can hear me clearly. And my task is to present you the lessons learned and the view from the Central Europe on what Mr. Varro just presented as the latest version of the World Energy Outlook. And I would demonstrate on the case of the Czech Republic the attitude of the country and whether the country and whether implemented policies are in line or are in contradiction to what the World Energy Outlook is prescribing as a way of tackling the post-pandemic economic crunch. So, as we have heard, the COVID-19 crisis is a major economic crunch, and the energy sector is also affected, mostly by dropping demand. But in general, there is a strong trickle-down effect of the crisis impact as well as the recovery measures on the energy sector. So, although the impacts and the measures are not always aimed at the energy sector directly, the trickle-down effect on the energy sector is very strong. As we have seen, the consumer protection often has a priority, but still it has a lot to do with energy sector, which is usually part of a more complex measures. As was already said, the crisis can be and is by some actors taken and seen as a springboard for new policies and reforms. It rendered a serious blow for some industries that were already that had been already struggling before the crisis, like the coal industry, which has seen major closures in past months. So we can ask the question whether it is the last straw for these sectors that had been already ailing even before the crisis. In the charge towards the crisis and tackling the impacts, there are some strong actors on the global scale, and the European Union is definitely a political leader in this. We have already seen that it was proposed that the plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 was accelerated. And it is expected that there will be a political pressure against the rebound in emissions that Mr. Varro presented that might be expected if nothing is done. So the view from the Central Europe is affected by several features of the region. We see that there is a tradition of heavy industrialization in the region, which affects the higher energy intensity. In fact, the Central European countries are among the most energy intensive countries globally. The countries built their economic recovery after the fall of communist regimes on the availability of skilled and cheap workforce. But these countries are prone to changes in global economy. And we already see it now as we speak, that the post-pandemic or the crisis induced by the pandemic has taken a toll on their economies. What should be said is that these countries, and I'm speaking mostly for the Czech Republic, but we can see traces of this attitude also in other countries of the region. These countries, due to the features I mentioned, are less enthusiastic about the transition and related measures. So let's take a closer look at the Czech Republic as a representative of the region. As I said, some of the features can be generalized also to other countries. Some are rather specific. So the Czech Republic for itself is representative of the rather reluctant attitude, and as was already said during this conference, I think it was on the first panel, the issue of energy transition and reforms has a low mobilization potential, which is a political issue that might seem as a secondary, but still has to be addressed to make sure that everyone's on board and the policies take all necessary features into account. The case of the European Green Deal, as it is popularly labeled, is a prime example of the Czech rather vague attitude towards the energy transition, and it's, as I said, it's based in the strong industrial production of the country, which is, along with Slovakia, among the world's biggest car producers per capita. In the Czech Republic, the car making industry assumes 10% of GDP and 24% of exports. So it is a strong group that has been lobbying the government to take their interest into account. Obviously, the strong industrial base of the region can turn into the region's Achilles heel, and we see it even now as we speak, that some of these countries are impacted heavily. This is not just related to the pandemic-induced crisis, but also in general, the energy transition and automation are the two main challenges for the region, and also the region for the pushback against certain transition measures. During the spring, soon after the pandemic hit the continent, Czech Republic quickly condemned the European Green Deal as unrealistic and softened its stance only later on, probably in exchange to the support for some certain policies, and I'm speaking and addressing mostly what Mr. Varro mentioned, and that is the support or the position of the nuclear energy within the energy mix. That is now still being discussed, but Czech Republic is very much pushing for this part of the energy sector to be included. Strategies regarding the energy transition have not been a major focus in the country so far. Mostly Czech Republic and also other states in the region have focused on emergency and safety net policies for vulnerable households that are being mentioned by the World Energy Outlook several times. Generally speaking, the regions and the Czech support for transition policies has been rather conditional. Also, when it came to the intention to increase the greenhouse gas emissions, the CO2 emissions by 2030, the country presented a rather reluctant attitude and resisted the proposal. In terms of concrete measures that are or are not in line with what the World Energy Outlook suggests, the Czech Republic, as I said, has focused so far mostly on vulnerable households, and other the policies that are now under consideration are the help to some of the industries I mentioned: automotive industry, coal regions. These are the sectors that are being considered as a goal of the EU, the Czech share of the EU Recovery Fund, and we can expect mostly tax reliefs or financial bonuses for purchasing new products. Still, 1/3 of the Czech proposed projects within the recovery are expected to be green. Another part that the World Energy Outlook mentioned, building and construction, that needs serious investments in terms of ramping up energy efficiency and savings. Unfortunately, this is also a very big issue in the Central Europe, in the region. The Czech Republic is no exception. We are lagging and falling behind in energy efficiency to a large extent. Just to give you an example, the Czech Republic loses over $500 million Czech crowns annually on inefficient buildings of the central administrative bodies only. So this is only for the central administrative bodies, not mentioning the buildings of other administrative bodies within the country. Unfortunately, there are little to no tax incentives for investments in energy efficiency and savings, which is obviously in contradiction to what the World Energy Outlook suggests. In terms of transportation, that is another issue. That we see high and also rising CO2 emissions in transportation, increasing CO2 intensity. We see insufficient support for solar power, despite this renewable sector. This part of renewable sector has the highest potential, as was presented. Speaking of the CO2 emissions in general, the taxation is insufficient. The most visible example of this insufficiency is in terms of fossil fuels, that we basically see no to very low taxation. Basically, the taxation is present only in excise duties. So regarding the impact of the CO2 emissions produced by fossil fuels, there is very low or non-existent taxation that would tackle the impact of the use of these fuels. When it comes to alternative fuels and biofuels, we mostly use the first generation of biofuels that are now considered as quite CO2 intensive, and a lot of states have transitioned to later generations of biofuels. Unfortunately, here in the region, in the Czech Republic, in specific, biofuels of the first generation have the biggest share. Also, the alternative fuels and electric vehicles is negligible. Their share is negligible. And coming back to the World Energy Outlook, we have underdeveloped high-speed rail network, which is definitely another goal for major investments. So couple of remarks to the renewable sources. The installed solar capacity and investments have been rather stagnating, and on the top of it, most of the related activities are financially supported from the EU funds. So if it wasn't for the EU funds, there would be even less investment into the solar power. There is a new law that is now being proposed, and that relates to the support for renewable energy, and it actually discriminates the solar power and decreases the rate of support. So we will see what happens with the legislation. But if this law is agreed, that there will be even less support for renewable energy, for which Czech Republic is being constantly criticized by the European Union, and also it is being criticized for unclear vision on state investments in a long run. So to sum it up, in the region and in the Czech Republic specifically, we can see EU, which is one of the major actors in terms of energy transition, being the prime mover of environment and climate measures. Unfortunately, the country itself presents lack of clear guidance and lack of clear policies on the state level, and this hinders the development. So if I come back to the reaction to the pandemic crisis or pandemic-induced crisis, the conservation of the status quo, coming back to where we were before the crisis, is the most visible attitude, and to only very little extent we can see policies that presenting plans to the future. So if there are any pro-transition policies and plans, we can only see the rather bottom-up process and on the regional or municipal level. Unfortunately, this has little to no impact on the state level. So I painted a rather grim picture of the region and the country, but at least we know where are the Achilles heels of the region, and hopefully we can work on them. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to questions and comments during the discussion.
Thank you very much for bringing the perspective of the Central and Eastern Europe to the World Energy Outlook, and I think this is really this was very good because since this is the conference focused primarily on the Central and Eastern Europe, automatically I would like to pose the question for Chief Economist Laszlo Varro, that what he thinks that how Central Europe is able to tackle or to address the challenges related to the COVID-19 crisis, but plus challenges with, which go with the energy transition and necessary investments which are needed in Europe generally, not only in Central and Eastern Europe. Obviously, in each country we have different energy mix, but currently the European Union is discussing the recovery plan to tackle the COVID-19 impact. The European Union is discussing the new financial framework for next 7 years. Obviously, there have been some initiatives like European Green Deal. So all of these initiatives are good policy steps, good announcements from the European Union, but I would be interested to hear the view from the IEA perspective, whether European Union has the capacity to deliver and what challenges you see in this strategy of the European Union. And also we have one question on Slido. I will read it. What can countries do in speeding up energy transition to solar and wind power? So I will now give the floor either one of you and maybe first to Chief Economist Laszlo Varro and then to Martin Jaroszek. Please.
So thank you much. I mean, as you know, I have a genuine love for my home region, having grown up in Hungary, and I spent the first half of my professional career in Central Europe. But I've been somewhat critical of the Central European region. I believe that the Central European countries should be more proactive and more optimistic about the energy transition. The Central European region actually has a historical tradition of reinventing itself and going through very, very important changes. In fact, the structural change from the communist planned economy was as deep and probably deeper and more socially and politically painful than the energy transition that we will need to exercise. And I think it's fair to say that the Central Eastern European region emerged as a real success story, building efficient, well-functioning market economies, well integrated into the global economy. Well, just look at in my childhood, first we had a Skoda, and then we had a Dacia. Now, both of those cars, I mean, the Skoda was not bad, the Dacia was awful, but today, both of the companies, both Skoda and Dacia, are modern companies with products that are really popular in Western Europe as well. I have no doubt that the Central European region can reinvent itself for a low carbon economy. It has very important advantages. All around Central and Eastern Europe, there is a social and political acceptance of nuclear power, and nuclear is still a very important low carbon source. This is something which Central Europe might want to keep. Some parts of Central Eastern Europe, especially the Baltic coast of Poland, are very well suited for wind power. Other parts, like the plains of Hungary, are very well suited for solar. The Central Eastern European region, due to the historical heritage of the planned economy, is well integrated from an electricity point of view. In fact, in communist times, there was an integrated electricity system operator located in Prague. These electricity systems were designed to have an integrated operation. So the good network connections are a major advantage. There is work to be done. There's a need to reinforce interconnections between Slovakia and Hungary, and also between Slovakia and Poland. But another major advantage is that compared to many Western European countries, the social and regional aspects of infrastructure development are more favorable in Central Eastern Europe. So it is easier to build things in Central Eastern Europe. And last but not least, there is still a very significant energy efficiency potential all around Central Eastern Europe. I can tell you that I know it from very well as being headquartered in Paris, is that Western Europe is full of Central Eastern European construction workers. You find, Slovakian plumbers, Hungarian carpenters, and Polish stonemasons all around the place in every single construction site. These people could find a job at home improving energy efficiency in the Central Eastern European cities. That this would have a very positive economic and social implications as well. So overall, I think that the energy transition would actually be much better for the Central Eastern European region than the way it is often presented in the media and the political discourse in Central Europe. So I would like to encourage my home region to be more optimistic.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Martin. If you can comment, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the questions. I'll keep it brief as I see that I'm eating into the time for the coffee break. So I would very much agree with Mr. Varro that the region needs courage, and clear leadership and policies. I know it's a rather banal statement, but this is a common issue I see as I was doing also researches on energy sectors of other European countries, including the southeast part of the Europe and the Balkan states. And I could see that there is a strong tendency to maintaining the status quo and not pushing new, so to say, policies, including the transition policies, and tapping into the potential of renewable sources. That is quite a big one, not just in the Baltic states, as was stated. Also, there's a need, if you read the state energy policies of countries of the region, you can see that there are hints at what should be done in terms of cooperation, in terms of building a more resilient energy network. I'm mostly referring to electricity networks, but in reality, the cooperation is rather falling behind. So the transborder cooperation that's definitely needed to create a more robust infrastructure that would utilize all the sources or the sources that the European continent, the EU, has potentially, and also a strong policy with clearly stated goals. If we say, and I can take the Energiewende, the German transition, as an example, and it doesn't really matter if we agree with that or not, if we have problems with certain parts of that. The thing is that it's a clearly stated goal, clearly stated policy towards all policies on the state level are aiming at. So this is the clear leadership. Someone has to clearly say that we want to go this way, and we want to utilize this and that, and formulate the policies accordingly. In terms of what can see countries do in speeding up energy transition to solar and wind power, I wouldn't restrict the solution only to these two, because it always depends on the conditions that are at hand. Sometimes it can be solar, sometimes it can be wind, sometimes it can be something else. It really depends on the geography. But as I said, it has to be. It takes a political courage to say, okay, we had certain parts of the economy that were strong in the past, but the situation has moved on, and we have to move on too. So we have to recognize the reality reality as it is, and that the landscape is changing, that the world is shifting from fossil fuels, and we need to recognize that, because we can conservate the status quo for some time, but it will only buy us some time, but it only postpones the necessary decision we need to make in the future. So the energy sector, and this will be my last remark, is quite problematic, because the issues we're dealing with in the energy sector transcends the period of 4 years. It transcends several governments. So it is very hard to find courageous politicians that would take the decision that might be not popular, and that might not win them the next elections, because they might be gone in times when these measures kick in. But that's what we need: the political planning with a certain goal and the political courage.
Thank you very much. It's really great pleasure to finish this panel discussion with the positive note and positive view on Central Europe, European region potential. So with the positive note, with 3C, commitment, courage, and cooperation, which are needed, first of all, to tackle 2Cs, COVID-19 and crisis. So thank you very much for this discussion, and we will continue with other panel. Thank you very much, and very nice day to Paris. Best regards to IEA and to Brno. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Vážené dámy,
Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, good morning, or well, it's very soon afternoon. Welcome to the next panel, which is titled Modernization of Electricity Grids. Let me introduce the participants of the panel, and then each of them will open the discourse with a couple of their comments on the issue, and then we will have Q&A session. I'd like to ask dear audience, viewers, to send us their questions to Slido or comments, and we'll gradually take them and answer them. Thank you very much. So on my right-hand side, there is Jan Karaba, Director of Slovak Association of Photovoltaic Industry and Renewables. Welcome. Next to me, there's Martin Sliva, Senior Consultant in Ernst & Young for Energy and Utilities. And further to the left, there's Tomáš Šípoš, Head of Regulatory Affairs of Západoslovenská Energetika. And online, there's with us Karol Kolsa, Executive Director for Development of Electricity Grids from SEPS. Can you hear us? Okay, perfect.
Andrej.
My name is Andrej Juris. I'm a chairman of Regulatory Office for Network Industries in Slovakia. Gentlemen, we have a very serious and comprehensive topic to tackle, and please, I'll give you 5 minutes and try to outline the main challenges when it comes to modernizing the electric grids, and then I would jump into Q&A. Mr. Karaba, thank you very much for having this opportunity to discuss this relatively progressive topic, if I may say. I will outline baseline context when it comes to renewables. Our association unites all renewables available, and therefore we naturally focus on the development of this field. When it comes to renewables, we need to talk about their position within the overall structure of resources, what is their potential in Slovakia, and how to really reach out for that potential. And I'm not only talking about economic potential, but also other types of potentials. And of course, there's also a question how we will integrate renewable into existing grids. And we will be talking about so-called flexible grids. We representing the energy producers and developers and those who focus on developing renewables in Slovakia. Of course, there are certain renewables available in Slovakia. Most of them, they started to be used more than 10 years ago. In between, the situation, there was not too much progress in the area. Last year, we managed to achieve certain legislative changes, and there are projects out there at the level of distributing companies. My colleague will mention one of them. There's this ACON project that focuses on using the distribution networks for broader use of renewables, and this should be done through increasing the smart elements and enhancing the smart elements in the grid. Then there is this VUB grid project that focuses on integrating a lot of energy from renewables and integrated systems. And we need to say that after all the development of the segment of renewables are one of the cheapest sources of energy. This has been verified through many resources all over the world. Photovoltaics and wind belong to the cheapest sources of energy, but of course you need to deploy them in certain contexts and locations with certain parameters only. We commissioned a study produced by world experts and together with the experts from the Slovak Technical University. This study focused on what is the potential of renewables in Slovakia and how those renewables could be integrated. The findings of the study are as follows. In spite of the stop or freeze condition for more than 6 years, still the renewables do have potential, and however there are problems with integrating renewables. On the other hand, we have a plan of Ministry of Economy, that is a national energy and climate plan that actually expects massive development of renewables, and this plan expects to increase the installed performance of photovoltaics by 600 megawatts and also water by 130 megawatts and biogas by more than 98 megawatts. So those are pretty big numbers when it comes to the overall situation. And we had one more analysis done, and the economic and technical analysis says that the potential is more than increasing the potential of photovoltaics by 900 megawatts, and this won't be able to achieve. We won't be able to achieve that unless we unblock the grids and unless we don't allow the renewables to integrate. So there is this huge question of integration of renewables into grids. What is their absorption capacity? How much Slovakia can integrate? How many more renewables can Slovakia integrate in connection to decarbonization as well? Those are very interesting topics that we could elaborate on. I'd like to hand it over to Martin Sliva. Thank you very much. I want to point to the leaders and driving forces in the modernization process of electric grids. And we expect that the growth of renewables by 2030 will be higher than the current goal of the EU. Electric cars will represent 1/3 of the overall EU fleet, and the overall consumption of electricity will be more volatile. There are transposition deadlines for the winter package that should sort of pave the road for renewables and digital future. A huge challenge will be replacing or substituting fossils by renewables and other sources. Also at the local level, integration of new technologies will be very important, considering and also taking into consideration the reliability of the grid. We believe that the huge growth in energy consumption can be attributed to a higher number of electric cars, but the grids may be overloaded. And at the same time, the automation is going on, and also smart grid should be deployed. Short-term markets currently represent a very important tool for marketing commodity, for doing business with a commodity, and when it comes to market coupling, they start playing very important role, and together with new players in the market, they will contribute to creating regulatory reserves or other types of support services. On the right-hand side graph, you can see the difference in the maximum and minimum daily prices in Slovakia. This difference has been growing smaller very mildly. However, the trend will reverse. in the upcoming years, especially due to phasing out of coal and then the variability of production. This volatility is already more combined on the intra-daily market where we do had, and one of the regulations is to unify products for regulatory production or union, even though this is a long road to go. Left-hand side graph shows how to involve low-emission resources. Accumulation will be used broadly across the grid, and we do expect that, and this is going to grow bigger even, optimizing the positions in short-term markets will happen, then development of short support services for the operators of grids and minimizing costs for deviation. We expect cutting on emissions attributable to fossil fuels and offering non-frequency services in combination with storing energy in energy stations. We won't need to increase the capacity. And there are various topics related to consumption in Europe currently, and when it comes to consumption, using smart meters, motivation, setting of dynamic tariffs, etc. We see practical applications in increasing number of situations, and you can see it on the graph below. And the right-hand side of the slide shows the local or closed distribution grids or networks that should be self-subsisting, and in combination of digitalization, local consumption, and managed consumption funding, change is very important. In the context of the recovery plan, I'd like to introduce our contribution to the process. We have identified 1,000 ready projects across the member states, and we have produced this list for European Climate Foundation. And the main criteria was projects that are really almost ready, that are almost ready for EU funding. We funded on energy, buildings, transportation, use of land, and industry. We believe that we have actually covered about 10% of all green projects, and our analysis shows that 1 million euro invested into identified opportunities will support about 15 jobs. And chosen 1,000 jobs could eliminate 2.3 gigatons of CO2 emissions in their life cycle. 44 projects identified in Slovakia represent investment need of over 2.3 billion. And when it comes to energy sector, that is considered to be the most important or two-third producer of CO2 emissions. There is a huge potential of increasing energy efficiency of buildings, transformation of heating plants, and also modernization. And based on the research and that we have carried out in order to speed up the energy projects in Slovakia, we need to create market conditions that would allow for building new renewable sources, create good support schemes for making the sector greener, and also adopt harmonized and unified policy when it comes to waste management. Thank you very much. This was very comprehensive and very facts-based presentation. You talked about flexibility, integration of batteries, and what was very interesting for me was to listen to the overview of the projects available or in the pipeline in the energy sector. I think this is a good entry point for our discussion whether Slovakia is or is not ready to join new projects in when it comes to recovery.
Let me move on to Tomáš Šípoš. Thank you very much. I would perhaps follow up on the previous speakers to clarify the position or the perspective of the distribution system operators that we are in the facing of these dynamic challenges that time brings. We know that we are all challenged by a very accelerated technological development, and some of the solutions or some of the prices that seem to be unacceptable in the market in some sort of forms of support are already implemented in a real practice and economic competition. Also, this concerns consumers and power generators. Another change that influences the current distribution system operators and energy sector as such are global realities. Whether it's the Paris Protocol or overall attempts to improve the environment, pressure by the EU or the direction of the EU towards strengthening of digitalization and green agenda all create a landscape that the distribution system operators need to adjust to. And it is also expect that we anticipate this somehow and we adjust the grid to the new realities. Another important change that we are facing are the new users, whether aggregators or energy storages, that hasn't been defined in legislation in Slovakia. So this is also an area where distribution system operators need to get ready for. Our company is or can be understood or perceived as a trailblazer in this smart grid attempts or approaches. The overall understanding of smart grids is rather demanding because there's no stable definition of what smart grid is. Most often, smart grid is explained that it's a system, a grid that can integrate actions and reflect the actions of all the users under certain stable conditions. So in this respect, we've been integrating smart elements into our grid that enable not only monitoring of the system, but also perceive the actions and behaviors of the users, and also we are able to ensure the grid for entry of new users and their connection to the grid. So in this respect, as it's been mentioned, there are certain European relevance projects, and Project ACON is certainly one of them. It is a shared project between Slovakia and the Czech Republic, and it massively builds smart grids, especially in the border area between the Czech Republic and Slovakia. ACON project has been successfully followed up by Danube iGrid project, which is aimed at creating this sort of smart crescent that goes along from Slovakia through Czech Republic to northwest territory of Hungary. So what we practically do in this respect, the grid, the distribution system implements such elements into the grid that enable better prediction of behavior of consumers, better manage overall flow of power in the grid, and at the same time to enable new connection and new establishing of new participants in the grid. Our objective in building or the smartization of the grid is to obtain overall information and gain control over what's going on in the grid. The relevance of these activities for end users is firstly and primarily, well, distribution. The objective is to provide stable and safe distribution of power. This is a clear number one priority, but distribution system operator also must get ready for new participants in the grid and to enable their participation. So these projects these are institutionalized efforts under international supervision and cooperation with the surrounding countries, enable adjustment to the conditions that we expect after the transposition of the clean energy package, and also in terms of our objectives in renewables. Thank you very much. Thanks for the information about the ongoing projects in grids and smart grids and distribution system operators plans. And now I'd like to give over the floor to Engineer Kosa, who is with us online and who represents transmission system operator. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thanks for the debate. My presentation, so my role is going to be a bit more simple now, but it's an advantage that last speakers usually have. What I want to point out today, what I'd like to explain, Well, basically, it's a situation and our readiness of the electricity systems and their readiness for future challenges. Number of market participants, users in market, users of the system, they rely on of the electricity system as a major instrument for the energy transformation or transition could actually be implemented. But we need to realize a couple of facts. So let me give you some information about what are the major drivers, why these changes will have to be implemented, why these transitions will need to be made, and how we need to get ready for them. So first of all, we need to mention national energy and climate plans. We've been already hearing about this. They basically set up the development in three major aspects: reduction of emissions, increasing the share of renewables, and increasing of energy efficiency. These three pillars that are part of the EU plans, they will represent a revolution for the future. Already today we know these are quite ambitious goals that basically are now translated into specific figures until the year 2030. But as we can see also on my slide, it doesn't end here at all. The ambition of the European Commission is much larger than that. And the shares when it comes to emissions or renewables or energy efficiency, these will continue to increase, and this is going to result in the consistent pressure on electricity systems and grids, because will all go through our grids, through their users. Another substantial driver that drives this whole transition of energy sector is certainly the so-called Green Deal, which in its program directly mentions the areas related to various energy subsectors. Of course, the framework is much, much wider. It goes across a number of industries. I only mention energy, and the common denominator is carbon-free economy. This is a big buzzword, and there's much effort behind it. There's a huge volume of capital behind this buzzword, but also a great number of opportunities how to kickstart the economy as such in the future. So as I mentioned, this transition will need to be implemented through some instrument that will be an enabler of this transformation. A number of strategic documents, it's been identified that the most substantial element is electricity system, grid, which needs to be adjusted to the objective. There's a new interesting word that it's a true buzzword, smart grid. So what is this smart grid? How do we actually define it? Well, I wanted to define this in these several bullets. What it actually means for a TSO or a DSO. So it's the ability to offer enough capacity in each at all times, to offer enough flexibility at all times, and also to deliver affordable electricity at all times to the end users. So capacity, flexibility, and affordability at all times. So how to achieve this? So this is not simple, and it's not going to be short, and it's not going to be painless. First of all, we will need to invest heavily to strengthen the existing grids. Maybe not so much from the capacity perspective. Some, yes, of course. In some weak points, we'll certainly also need to invest into robust capacity, but there will be other aspects we will need to look at. Development of renewables, greater intensity in the implementation of renewables in energy mix of the respective EU member states. And this slide shows areas which didn't resonate so much in the past, such as digitalization of electricity grid, substantial modernization, and then specific installments that will be necessary to be able to apply unusual or untraditional energy mixes, such as specific specific equipment for idle power incorporation, etc., etc. So all of this is possible, but requires very good conditions and very good high quality cooperation. The second area that I mentioned is flexibility. We've already heard about flexibility previously in this panel, but we need to realize one essential piece of fact. Grid is not just a system, it's not just an electricity system. Grid also constitutes or comprises its users that co-create the flexibility. This flexibility doesn't appear on its own. It doesn't develop just like that. Network users need to be motivated to support this flexibility. What the European Commission identified and what other energy institutions identified is a well-known fact. There are several possibilities how to increase flexibility in grids. We need to say that without doing anything in this respect, the objective of the EU and the wishes of all the visionaries will not be fulfilled. I just listed a few possibilities how to increase flexibility of electricity grids. There's many more of them. I just pointed out to the major ones. Mostly it's about technology that today is not well established, is not fully adopted, but this technology still can be easily appreciated, assessed, and its operating cost can be measured. But we need to say these technologies do exist, or this technology does exist already. And to conclude this, I've prepared a few sort of more provocative questions, if you like. In order to be able to implement this transition of energy from something that we know into something that is not fully clear, we need to answer several major questions or substantial questions. So the first question, are we ready for such future challenge? Is it possible to get ready, to make ready for it? Are we able to get ready for it? Certainly we will need to introduce changes in legislation, technical and technological areas. Without these three areas changed, this is going to be truly difficult. How this energy transition, how long this energy transition will take? Well, that's a difficult one to answer. What we can certainly answer is going to take decades. It's not certainly several years only, because as we've mentioned, this is modernization of installations, of distribution systems, transmission systems, and this goes hand in hand with the process of changing assets, old assets with new assets, replacement of assets, and this cannot be done overnight. How big impact can we expect on the existing environment? This is also quite difficult to quantify, but we know that the impact is going to be huge. And we're not only talking about the energy plan, but also talking about the climate plan. So the impact will be huge on the energy sector, but the impact will be huge also on the environment. So we certainly do anticipate this, and we only anticipate positive impact, to make it clear. How will it affect the end users? Well, that's one of the essential questions to be answered, because end users will probably participate in this quite substantially, both financially and both with their behavior and activity, because without the end users, we will not be able to increase flexibility for sure. So this is going to be a very sensitive question for the future and very important question to be answered. We must know answer to this question clearly and consistently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was an interesting perspective of Mr. Kosa from the operator of the grid. And also the questions he has outlined give us a good framework for our discussion. Before we open our discussion, I'd like to remind the audience that if interested, you may ask your questions via Slido. Gentlemen, you have presented a broad spectrum of topics related to modernizing grids and the fourth energy package, or the Clean Energy for All Europeans package. This package is very comprehensive, and it has to do with many mechanisms and instruments that should be rolled out in the market, including flexibility, the new technologies and new stakeholders in the market, energy grids, batteries, new role of electromobility, and other topics. And this will all have to do with relatively vast rebuilding of legislative, regulatory, and business environment or framework for the current players in the energy market. This will be all costly, and it will need a lot of energy. And not only I represent the chairperson of a panel, but also a regulatory body, authority. Therefore, my first question is, from the perspective of a standard citizen of the EU and a normal citizen of Slovakia, when I, as a citizen, look at this broad array of topics, many of them not really clear to me, my first question is, what is there for me as a citizen of Slovakia or of the EU, when we all go through this, not in 10 years, but within 3 to 5 years, what kind of a benefit I'm going to gain and why? Could you comment on it, please? And Mr. Karaba, over to you. Well, it will be accessibility of green energy, first and foremost. We see that different types of commercial products are being designed when it comes to energy supply, and people are kind of positive about that. People react to that. Citizens of Slovakia and citizens of the EU do realize how grim is the picture when it comes to climate change, how important and serious this topic is. Green energy is not panacea, of course. Green energy is specific. Production of green energy is really specific and has its certain characteristics. It has its pros, definitely, and we need to focus on the pros, on the positives, and we need to make as much use of it as possible, of those positive sides of green energy. I do believe that Slovak citizens do have their own personal experience with green energy, be it through photovoltaics or thermic panel on their roof or heat pump. Some actually use renewables for cooling. Some of the renewables are easy to be used. Others are not as readily available. And of course, we also focus on this segment of those renewables that are not all that accessible. But I think, first and foremost, there must be this public demand for renewables. When we talk about the fact that there is an internal or single market, I think, first and foremost, it will be new services. That will be very important. Many services are provided on distant mode. That means digitalization will play its role. Many services are rendered through apps in cell phones, etc. This digitalization should lead to energy saving and then cutting on costs. And in some areas, certain regulated fees are considered to be lowered. But I think this is a very comprehensive topic, maybe sometimes even controversial. Secondly, the overall process will bring about simplification of the role of the user in the process. Many times people do not realize that through this process, for instance, if there are consumers that can regulate their consumption, this number of such consumers will increase and to hundreds and thousands, and there will be an increased competitiveness. And third, return on investments. This is going to be a very important factor due to the fact that more options of EU funding are offered. Introduction of efficient technologies is considered, and we believe that the return on investment will be relatively fast, even before terminating the investment, and then OPEX will continue to be low. From the perspective of a distributor, I would like to be more specific. Traditional consumer will be focused in two areas: to have electricity when he or she needs it or when it needs it, so that there are no threats or or very little volatility in the energy supply, and then to have financially accessible energy on demand. And this is valid for the current consumers or those in 3 to 5 years. In 3 to 5 years, we expect to be more applications for charging stations, for storages. In that context, it will be totally irrelevant to ask question, what is the condition of distribution grid? Because what is relevant for the consumer is to have energy when needed and the quantity and quality when he or she needs it. Secondly, it's also very important that the grid is sustainable. If consumer wants to scale up its consumption point or connect more energy users, the consumer won't be willing to wait for long periods of time, but will want it to have it now. So sustainability, price sustainability of energy consumption, and second question is the volume of energy, so that the consumer has the energy when she needs it. My life is actually easier now to be the last speaker. When we talk from the perspective of a citizen who sees only a fraction of the challenges we are facing, I believe that for the citizen, what really is important is to have energy available at all times for reasonable price. Of course, this needs to go hand in hand with the fact that the prices need to be stable as long as possible or stabilized. This is what the standard citizen sees. Whether this is prosumer, consumer distribution, what kind of users, etc., what kind of interest stand behind. This is difficult to grasp for standard consumer, but on another hand, we or the consumers really will have great expectations due to the ambitious goals we are voicing. And when it comes to the situation in 3 to 5 years, this is a very short-term horizon for us to feel a significant change. If the change is going to be significant, then it will be also significant price-wise, which wouldn't be the best signal for the end users, I believe. Therefore, all the changes we are facing, yes, they will happen. The question is not only when and what will be the impact on the end users. So my position is such that yes, consumers do await this change, and of course, they expect this change to hit them as least as possible. We have heard a couple of very interesting points about the benefits. It will be a key thing for the transformation of energy sector to be successful, because if we lose ordinary citizen in the complexity of all the legislative, regulatory, technical, and business changes, and if we don't think and if we forget about the benefits for the end users, we will lose the citizen. The citizen won't be interested anymore, and this could actually hit us hard through another or a different legislative change or through change in the landscape. I don't want to scare you. I want us to think about those things when we discuss this issue. We really should focus on the end user. What is the benefit in all this for an ordinary citizen? And we should communicate all those things in a language that is comprehensible. And I'm totally sure that there will be certain market players and also ordinary citizens that will be active in the market, who will look around, who will try to check how to install solar panel, how to integrate battery, how can I put all those technologies together so that I can cut on my expenditures on energy or increase my comfort and the scale of services I need. And definitely there will be a different group of citizens who will want to have as simple service as possible. Thank you very much. And I see that some questions have started to pour in, and we will try to answer them. The first one: what, from the perspective of modernizing electric grid, should become a part of the recovery plan? Mr. Kosa, you are always at the end, so please now, let's start with you.
Thank you. That's a good question. Naturally, the recovery plan, which we have on the table, I believe it would be a big shame not to take advantage of it the possibility, in terms of the possibility of modernizing various types of infrastructures. One of them is also electricity infrastructure. But as I pointed out previously, grid as such might not be the problem. The biggest problem is in energy transition is not so much in terms of the capacity of the grid. It's rather is in how reasonably we'll be able to take advantage of the capacity that is available in the grid. So we will need to install various types of smart equipment, that is to increase the level of digitalization of the grids, so that the whole grid can be efficiently managed in time, and the capacity can be provided to the respective market participants as they will be applying for it. Naturally, other natural strengthening of the grid will be required as well, but we will do it anyway, regardless of this large energy transition being implemented or not. But since we talk about totally different equipment, totally different appliances, totally different type of behavior, we will be facing totally different type of behavior, totally different types of appliances. That's why digitalization and modernization of electricity grids will be the utmost priority. What specific equipment this is going to be? Well, the times will tell, basically. Some of them we already know. Some of them we've been already implementing. As Mr. Schipers mentioned, there are two major projects by the distribution system operator where they are already replacing assets, not with classic conventional assets, but with assets that contain these smart equipment components. And the same goes to transmission systems. So my recommendation is maximum inclusion of such components to draw funds from the EU recovery fund. Any comments, gentlemen? I may follow up on Karol. I'd be even more pragmatic than he was. When it comes to recovery fund, or recovery plan, and is my information correct, one of the requirements is that the projects need to be completed during the current financing period. So these projects need to be finalized or completed before 2026. But besides project documentation, this project will also require some zoning proceedings and permits. So the overall window for extensive new investment is really limited. Considering the public procurement and all these permit procedures that I mentioned, the possibilities are quite limited. But where the possibilities are bigger is the field of digitalization and the development of infrastructure of the companies to, asset replacement, the increasing of smartness of transformation stations, for example, increasing the smartness within the scope of the existing grids. And since the window is quite limited, I would suggest to focus on the activities that can be implemented, the low-hanging fruits, in other words. And I believe these activities will be those that do not require extensive preparation projects for new constructions. Thank you. Thank you. We can continue with the next question. And that is, what is the current state of energy storage development? And are there any ways to support new technology of storage? So, energy storage, what are the programs, what are the development plans? And I'll continue connect this also in relation to the first one, because modernization of energy grids is not just about new technology and new iron or new hardware, so to say, but it's also about the purpose, why we're actually doing this. Looking at you, Mr. Karaba, it also concerns the possibility of integration of renewables. So this question concerns energy storage. This is also, or it can be also, part of the modernization of energy systems. So, Mr. Karaba, do you have any comments on this? Thank you. That's kind of worms, energy storage, because this contains a lot of things. It's not only batteries, there are also other types of energy storage than just batteries. Of course, we have variable renewables, and many of them are hard to predict. Some of them can be predicted, but they are certainly variable. There's certain volatility. And TSOs or DSOs would certainly be happy if they could somehow grasp on this variability and volatility, if they could, flatten the curve of the diagram of power generation for the grid, whether we talk about photovoltaics, PVs, or small power plants, wind power plants, to predict when these will generate the power for the network. I mean, PV panels, of course, it's only during the day. They can't do that overnight, but we don't know how much power, So energy storage is something that can also concern areas outside the grid, because energy storage increases flexibility of the grid. In England, they build multi-megawatt battery storages that only deal with frequency control. So they support the grid. However, we say that these batteries or energy storage should have multi-functions. So they should also store power. They should also take advantage of some delayed supply. In a local involvement, they could do peak shaving, so they could assist in reserved capacity of a collection point, and there are many possibilities. It can be combined with renewables. It doesn't have to, but it can be. At the moment, we are also dealing with electrolytic production of hydrogen, production of green hydrogen, which has decarbonization effect, and it needs to be said loudly and clearly. Without renewables, without cheap renewable power, this cannot be achieved in any other way. So hydrogen is not going to work without cheap renewable power. So we will have to combine renewables and energy storage solutions. Thank you very much. Martin, I will turn to you now. You mentioned you have good overview of various projects across Europe. Do you know about any energy storage projects in relation to batteries, for example? Ideally in Slovakia, but if not in Slovakia, then somewhere around. Well, yeah, there's been an information published that the European projects of European interest feature also one Slovak project, which is one large energy storage located across various spots. However, these programs operate more or less as a strategic replacement of the commercial energy sources and a reaction to the needs of the market, where certain types of outdated assets are eliminated or phased out, so it cannot be directly perceived as some sort of domestic application available to end users. Slovakia in the future considers the assets combining usage of renewables with local accumulation. I'm not sure how this discourse is going or at what stage it is, but that would be one of the ways. And thirdly, current status quo of energy storage in Slovakia is, according to our information and analysis that we've performed, is not very good. There's not much commercial potential. So there's no BES equipment used. There's a hydropower plant, but it would be very, very costly to build a new one. So there's an open field for that. And falling of energy prices and penetration of business concepts from Western Europe to this region should enable pretty good development of energy storage concepts. Thank you. Yesterday, quite coincidentally, I got hold of one large study of a battery project built by Tesla in Southern Australia. And it was very interesting reading. And I do recommend anyone who's interested in this to read the study. There's the one battery, large battery, 100 megawatts, which served to transmission system operator to balance the deviations, to balance the disbalances caused by wind and solar. So, next question. Power generation is decentralized. Do you think something similar could happen also in terms of distribution and transmission of power? So let's start with the distribution. Tomasz, do you believe that distribution could be decentralized, or there could be some competitive distribution solutions, power distribution solutions? When it comes to decentralization, I believe that from the perspective of TSOs or DSOs, decentralization is something that was at the very beginning. When we look back in history into electrification of Slovakia, at the beginning there was no single large grid operated at a single frequency and single voltage, but there were local, municipal, isolated, decentralized grids being built. However, development showed that this decentralization turned out to be economically inefficient because there were different systems required different types of appliances, and this was not sustainable from the economical perspective in the long term. So we believe that some large, massive decentralization, if defined as some isolated islands away from the distribution, so they would be galvanically separated islands from distribution systems. So we don't see this as a viable way to go in the next sort of couple of years, because from the user perspective, it's important to have the power when they need it. And under current conditions, I cannot imagine a model where decentralized grid could manage frequency and voltage in itself inside the grid without using the advantages of a distribution system that would take advantage of being connected to the transmission system. Could you repeat the question, please? So, we see decentralization of power generation. Can we also witness decentralization in transmission or distribution of power?
When it comes to transmission, I don't think. I believe that the role of the grid is clearly defined. The only thing that will change potentially is its position. In the future, we expect the transmission grids to serve as a backbone and will only balance the discrepancies or disbalances in energy, and the most important things will happen at the level of distribution grids. In the past, the situation was different. Now, what we are seeing now is that decentralized production is shifting heavily into distribution companies, and we expect that most of things will happen at the level of distribution grids. We do not expect kind of a galvanizing fractioning and decentralization or creation of an isolated islands, but decentralization from the perspective of the number of production units will definitely happen, because that's what the economy is pointing at. It is not a problem to operate smaller production devices, though they are accessible price-wise and are increasingly becoming so, disregarding the type of technology. So I do believe that the future of energy sector is definitely about decentralization. I will just say that this concept works in India, Africa, etc., in other countries, but the main driver there is that there is no stable distribution or transmission grid often. What is really interesting in Slovakia is increasing the virtual aspect of active consumers at the level of energy communities. We're not talking about physical distribution or transmission, but I'm talking about a concept that focuses on a group of producers and consumers to share the energy, of course, on business basis, because they do not need to be connected physically, but they can somehow get together and can consume the energy. Some produce it, some consume it, and they can share those things in between. This is interesting, and it's actually expected to happen by the new EU legislation. Like those are going to be new members in the market, new players in the market. And I will bridge this to another question. What is your opinion on massive building of energy islands? Is this your competition? It is about physical division in the standard type, traditional type energy islands, or about business separation, kind of virtual group, virtual island of making business? When it comes to building islands themselves, this is a follow-up question to the previous one. If we are talking about the island as a galvanically separated part of a network, then no. If we are talking about local distribution network, this is no novelty in Slovakia, because there are local distribution networks or local distribution networks that do exist in Slovakia. And expecting the new energy legislation that will result from the clean energy package, we can expect further categorization of those islands, be those focused on increasing the share of renewables or different types of other categories. And this situation will potentially lead to localized grid users. What is the situation in Slovakia that if you are connected to a distribution network and that is connected to the grid and uses the comfort of the grid and network, the predictability, the reserve supplies, etc., this comfort needs to be translated into economic indicators, and this cannot be at the cost of other users. So there will definitely be such tendencies. There will be notified users of the users and the grid. Maybe some will focus on increasing the management, and but I don't expect galvanic separation of the grid due to time constraints. Let's go to further questions. And this is question to me, actually. What is needed? What needs to be changed when it comes to regulatory policy so the investments into the modernization of networks become attractive for private investors? Very good question. Thank you. When it comes to redesigning regulatory framework, we as regulatory authority, we are going to roll out a new regulatory policy that will touch, of course, the mechanisms and the motivations and the incentives of regulated entities, so that we really encourage them to invest into modernizing the networks. And I'm not only talking about electricity, but also about other areas and sectors that are regulated by our authority: gas industry, heating, and the central supply of heating, and of course water. And we will definitely look into how to support investments into modernization. I am not going to be really specific and to talk about specific mechanism, but I will rather share the principles. There will be, of course, legislative requirements that we all need to respect, but at the same time, due to a long list of requirements that are out there, and also a variety of opinions on what is needed or what will be needed, we will look for the ways how to prioritize different types of investments, especially those large-scale investments that with price impact. What are going to be the priorities, whether certain investment is eligible or not? And I do believe that this is the path of the European Union. We will get inspiration from international experience at the Acer level. This has been already applied at the level of grid operators, be it when talking about electricity or gas. And at the same time, if I simplify it, we are talking about smart grid development. For smart grid to really evolve well, it must be involved in the decisions on the investments as well. What is the criteria on investments so that the impacts of investments are positive? And I'm especially talking about the positive impacts for end users. And this is not going to be easy. We plan by November 2021 to discuss in working groups that have been established to discuss potential mechanisms that could be implemented in Slovakia in those areas. Next question. Does Slovak Energy Administration have ideas about new stakeholders in independent networks and how it is how it is going to deal with them? We have partially talked about the decentralization, and let's focus on the flexibility of local networks that is brought about by the fourth energy package. Martin, over to you. You have international experience. How this could be all grasped by the stakeholders? Well, our perspective on changing the Slovak energy legislation that actually results from the experience in the Czech Republic and also from best practices and how business making in energy sector should be approached. I could say that we could talk about different characteristics and elements that create part of a whole. The new business in energy sector, together with those who participate and who don't in the energy market and who participate and don't in energy processes. Second topic is the protection and empowerment of the consumer, and then price regulation that is related to this. That means fine-tuning of price regulation, that it complies with the EU directive. And the third area is that we cannot really use for the new players in the market their position if they don't have reliable data, because you need data for digital solutions and you need to define data exchanges. And if you put those three parts of the puzzle together, then in the end of the day, it should be, the choice is is up to each and every stakeholder and player in the market. Mr. Karas, you are saying that the renewables are financially accessible. Do you expect cuts in the subsidies into renewables? Yes, it is actually anchored in the legislation. The act says that there is a 15 years guaranteed price. This period is going to end in 2025-26, so the subsidies will be cut definitely and gradually. The question is, what will be the impact on the end price of the energy? It's not only about support, but about other financial mechanisms that can chip in. The fact that renewables are financially accessible is right. The commodity is much cheaper. The Germans have invested into high share of renewables, which leads actually to negative price of energy in the market, which pushes the overall commodity downwards. And this is a signal of what the renewables can do. On the other hand, we need to say that there is no lunch for free here. There are certain costs, of course, and we need to review the costs and evaluate the costs, and we will gladly be part of the group evaluating and reviewing the costs, because if we want to achieve 1,700 megawatts or 2,000 megawatts, that depends on which proposal will be adopted. Of course, we need to talk money. What will it cost at the level of operators and grids? And the last question, when scaling up the use of electric cars, well, then the new question arises how to use the batteries, the used batteries. Could they be used for energy storage?
At least I perceive this very much depends on their technical condition, naturally, what type of battery, what parameters, especially after end of their usage as a part of the e-car. So it's difficult to react to this in principle, but it very much depends on the specific use case and the given type of battery. It certainly would be interesting to use them, but it's basically, at the moment, energy storage concept is not even put into legislation. So the first task is to define what is energy storage in the legislation. Then we can develop some models, because it will depend on whether it makes sense or not only technically but also economically. Because this battery have their efficiency of charging and spending the power, and it must make sense economically, so that there's not too much energy is lost during the charging process, so that it would become too expensive for this to make sense. So that's my comments. Okay, time's over. I'd like to thank to all the panelists for their speeches and very interesting insights, and to the dear esteemed audience for their attention. Thank you very much.
Okay, Christian, you are still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you, and maybe you can turn on your camera during the session.
Yeah, I'm trying now.
Okay, perfect. And you will have 8 to 10 minutes for the Polish case.
Okay.
Okay. Annika, maybe you can check the time with me, but I will check the time. But
Okay, I will try. Okay. We can start, I think.
Please, the session is already on, so
Oh,
thank
we have
you.
the camera from Christian. Perfect.
Good to hear it.
Okay.
I think we're ready to go.
Yes. I think we are waiting for Patrick.
I believe that we're online and you're the chairman, so we can start.
You got good to go.
Okay, hello. Welcome to everyone. We are starting the next session. This is about the regional aspects of the green recovery. I'm Agnes Töröcsik from REC, Hungary, and the most interesting event in this year is the competition between the economic recovery solutions offered by the realistic policy scenarios and offered by the ambitious climate policy scenarios. So the aim of this session is to compare the green recovery solutions and the traditional economic recovery solutions. And our focus is the region, the wider region, the Visegrad countries. So we have speakers from Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary. I would like to welcome Martin Madej from AMO from the Czech Republic. Hello. Christian Kowalewski from Poland, from Instytut Jagiellonski.
Good morning.
Christian. And I would like to welcome Enikő Kácsor from Budapest, REC, Hungary.
Hello, everyone.
Nice to have you here. I will have a short opening and then we will discuss the country cases. So I will share my slides with you. Moment, and hopefully you will see my slides. Okay. So what I would like to underline is that the V4 countries have submitted their national energy and climate plans in January, and they all committed themselves to very interesting climate goals. So we have ambition to reach renewable energy share in the final energy mix by 2030 in all V4 countries at around 20%. In the Czech Republic, it's 22, in Hungary, it's 21, for Slovakia, it's 19.2, and in Poland, they go for 21 to 23%. Besides, all the countries decided to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 40 or by 30% based on the baseline year. To have these ambitions, we had many discussions. So, for example, we had a workshop in January in Budapest where all V4 country representatives have met and we discussed how to reach these ambitions. These goals could be met only if you commit yourself with huge investments. So I collected the numbers for the size of these investments. In the Czech Republic, it's about 70 billion euro, but in all the other countries, it is changing from 50 billion euros to almost 300 billion euros. So you see that these numbers are very, very huge. And what happened in the last 2, 3, and 6 months is that the region was hit by the pandemic situation. So you see in this chart the latest Eurostat data for the GDP decrease for these countries. I collected it to show you that the decrease in the first quarter was around 3 or 5%, and the decline in the second quarter was around 10 to 15% in all these countries. What is important to underline that the region was hit by this situation in line with the EU average. So this is a very similar situation as it happened in the other EU countries. So there is no region-specific data currently. You have to know that these are only estimations, will be finalized by the end of the year, but I think it's very good to see these trend lines. And now what we have to decide. Because of these investments needs to the green ambitions reach 1 to 2% for each country. And now all these countries are having a GDP decline. They have to decide which direction they go for. I would like to show you one solution regarding how to reach the green ambition still under these circumstances. The first example is the consequences on the energy markets. I would like to show you that the renewable-based production in the electricity is surprisingly a winner of this situation. In the chart shows the data for Hungary. This is the share of renewable-based production in the electricity production. The blue columns are showing the gross production of electricity. You see that the columns are a little bit decreasing. In the meanwhile, the brown line is for the renewable share, and you see that it went up from 8% to 20%. And what is behind this? First, that the renewable-based production was more competitive. And I would like to reflect one point which was mentioned in the morning session, that the speaker said that this better position of the renewables is only because of the declining total production. I would like to add that this uptake is only possible because of the huge capacity growth. So I would underline that this increasing percentage is also thanks to the investments in the renewables based on the favorable support positions and support systems in the region. I would like to mention to the audience that you can send your questions during this session too using slide.io, and we will try to answer the questions at the end of the session too. So one possible solution is focusing on the renewable share, but I would like to conclude what other solutions we have, and we will discuss it during the session. The recession after this pandemic challenged the traditional, the planned economic growth phase, and the realistic policy agenda is saying that the employment programs and the economic recovery actions should be in the focus. However, on the other side, the pandemic has shown that sustainability is very, very important. So what actions should we go for? And what are the low-hanging fruits under these economic circumstances we can choose? First option I would like to mention is green finance as a safe investment. I would like to underline this because investors are more cautious now. They are hesitating more which investment they go for, and the green label is a good assurance that these investments could be better than the other investment options. It is a good characteristics. So, for example, the green finance can ensure green ambitions in the future too. Second option, which we also mentioned, is the renewable uptake. The third option I would like to emphasize, because it was mentioned by the European Commission in the recent assessment of the national energy and climate plans. It was published last week. They published a summary evaluation of the national energy and climate plans. And the Commission is saying that the energy efficient renovation of the building stock is a very good solution to ensure the green recovery, because it is supporting the local actors, the local companies, the small and medium-sized enterprises. So these programs should go on, and this is very valuable in terms of the economic recovery and the green recovery too. And the fourth option we will discuss during this session is the accelerated cost phase out. You would say that we should be cautious about the investment, and coal phase out costs a lot. But we have seen in the Czech Republic that they closed Prunerov coal power plant this summer. Poland just reached a historical agreement last week to close down all coal mines in 30 years. So we can discuss whether coal phase out is a good solution now or not. And the fifth solution is to postpone investments related to the green economy for 1 or 2 years, and we can go back to these solutions after the economy has recovered. So I would like to ask the speakers 2 questions. First is, how are the climate ambitions affected in your country? What do you think? What is the general approach towards the green ambitions now? And the second question is, which solutions are considered to accelerate economic recovery? What is your opinion? Which solution will be most important or more relevant for the country? And first, we would go for Poland and Czech Republic. And then we will have a presentation from Annika about the coal phase out options. So I would like to ask Christian first to add perspectives from Poland.
Thank you, Agnes. Good morning, everyone. And, when I was here in 2018, I declared that soon in Poland we will have a new draft of Polish energy policy. And exactly, this document was published in 2019. But from this time, we had lots of great events which significantly changed the situation in Polish energy sector. So in September 2020, it was published a new draft of Polish energy policy in a horizon to 2040. It does not fulfill all of the obligations for Polish legislative process, but it is identified as a direction of Polish energy sector. Even if without full acceptance from Polish legislative, it will come soon, I think. What is interesting here, Polish energy policy published in 2020 is even more ambitious than the draft from 2019. So COVID is identified rather as a temporary problem, which cannot be taken into account in planning long-term strategy for energy sector. In a new document published by our Ministry of Climate, we have a goal to reduce the electricity produced in coal-fueled power plants from 95 gigawatts in the current level to 6 gigawatts in 2040. Of course, this goal is difficult to accept by our miners, especially from Silesia. A couple of days after publication of Polish energy policy, they started a strike. The negotiations related to the agreement with them were finished last Friday, and the result is a schedule of closing of all Polish coal mines with final date in 2049. Of course, in this agreement which will be official in December. Now the results of negotiations will be transferred into official text. So this official agreement should be notified by Europe with the rules of state aid. So here it is a danger that Commission can speed up the dates from a schedule, and the end of our mining sector will come sooner. If not, the date of extraction of the last ton of coal in Poland is 2049. But observing the recent strikes, we know that miners are still a powerful group in Poland. Their statements should still be taken into account. And what is interesting here, in the agreement with government, they get a declaration that every miner who is hired in Polish mining sector now will continue to work for retirement. It's a huge security, but identified as necessary to transform Silesia into a region independent from coal. To understand the statements of labor's union from mining sector, we need to take into account three information. First, it is the strong dependence of the region from coal. The second one is that miners are afraid that funds from Just Transition Fund and other mechanisms dedicated to transform the coal regions are not enough to fulfill all of the necessity. And the third thing, maybe the most important, is this specific traditional strong relation with mining, kind of mining ethos, typical for people in Silesia. And so, as you can see, it is difficult, but it looks that like we have a solution here. In other points, a new draft of Polish energy policy declares support for renewable energy sources. Simultaneously, it tries to address the possible problems with balancing of electricity system during the transformation time. So the special support is dedicated for renewables correlated with energy storage capacity. Currently, we are also a project to support system of the support of offshore wind farms. It is on an advanced stage of legislative work. And the other guarantee of balancing power is related with declaration of building the first Polish nuclear plant, because in July, Polish government signed a declaration with Americans in cooperation in the field of technology and financial support for this investment. And I think it is possible that an agreement in this area, formal governmental agreement, will be signed today. It was information in Polish media in today's morning. But the main fuel, defined as a temporary solution for transformation, is a gas. We are investing in our gas infrastructure, building new pipelines, for example, from North Sea, and planning to develop the LNG terminal in Świnoujście. Simultaneously, we declared to fully open our wholesale gas market. So, to conclude it, in 2030, we declared to have 32% of electricity production on renewable energy sources, with a prospect of further growth. Of course, it is related only to electricity production. In full energy sector, we declared to have 23% of renewables in 2030. So the second thing here is that the maximum end date of coal mining in Poland is 2049. And the third thing, that stability of electricity system will be guaranteed by sources fueled by gas, energy storage capacity, and nuclear power plant, which will be built between 2030 and 40. So, as we can see, there is a huge potential of green recovery in Poland, and our government rather understand the challenges of present times. Of course, we have to take some national circumstances into account, but also in this area, I think we have an agreement yet. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we see that in Poland, the required investments for the green transition are still on way. I mean, nuclear is a huge investment. This coal agreement will cost a lot, but it is on the way. So you will have a kind of very mixed fuel structure, and the green ambition still backed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask Martin to add some insights about the Czech situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'm glad to be back here in this platform. So I wanted to focus especially on the possibilities and difficulties of green recovery in the Czech Republic, and for sure the green recovery will be funded by the European Union by some almost 7 billion euros. As was said in the European Council decision back in July, and there will be additional 15 billion euros available to the Czech Republic in lending, so that obviously has creates a huge financial incentive for the Czechs to engaged in the green recovery. The country has for sure one substantial advantage, and that's what you mentioned already, Agnes, the low-hanging fruits. The biggest polluters are usually the easiest to substitute. And the coal in the Czech Republic is still producing over 40% of all heat and electricity, and while the renewables only produce around 13%. So the ultimately inevitable quick coal phase out and the transition to utility scale renewables with sufficient energy accumulation infrastructure will boost the production and secure thousands of jobs if implemented correctly. That relates to the economic potential for wind and solar. There was a recent analysis which found out that up to 7 gigawatts of wind energy can be installed in the Czech Republic by 2040. That's just to give you some idea, up to 25% of the energy consumption only by wind. But what is needed is financial and administrative support. The solar, we have a similar situation, a huge economic potential, but currently the lack of support. There's one official report that showed that some 4 neighboring lignite mines in the northwestern Bohemia can be quite easily transformed into 10 gigawatts of ground-mounted floating and agrivoltaic PV. The state's energy giant ČEZ has shovel-ready projects of hundreds of megawatts of solar, projects of large batteries, as well as more innovative technologies. All of this is basically ready to be done if funded. There already exist or are being prepared subsidy programs for the renewables, for increasing energy efficiency in industry, the efficiency of buildings in the residential, non-residential, and public sector. But there exist programs for the modernization of central heating, of public transport, and so on. So all of this, we have some experience, and we have some formal structures which are ready to be used for the green recovery. The question remains: how much money will be allocated into these programs, and will the conditions on the ground allow the citizens to make use of those subsidies? Which brings me to the difficulties of green recovery that we are facing right now. Perhaps, and that definitely needs more time than just 4 minutes. I think that what probably needs to highlight is that currently the Czech political leadership simply does not understand the concept of green recovery. We can quote the Czech Minister for Trade and Industry, Mr. Havlíček, who said that this pandemic means that the EU should forget about the Green Deal and focus on rescuing our industries. So you can see that instead of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it is seen as 2 things which actually go against one another. And there is, of course, the new nuclear power plant, which will employ the workers only after the 2029, if the construction even begins, and it will swallow up a huge amount of money that could otherwise be invested into increasing energy efficiency and into renewable energy sources right now. So instead of truly green recovery with renewables, we're now planning the nuclear power plant, and this is, I think, symptomatic of the deeper problem. Which is that the national recovery plan, which all countries need to submit to the European Commission if they want to receive the funding from the recovery package, it will be concrete, but in a different sense of the word concrete. We don't know its contents, but the Minister Havlíček said that the plan should be based on the National Investment Plan. And the National Investment Plan, which was submitted by the government several months ago, is, let's just say that its aims are a bit different from what the European Union might expect. if this is truly the case, that the National Recovery Plan will be based on the investments which are envisioned in the National Investment Plan, that means that the biggest chunk of all that money is going to go into the transport infrastructure, into highways, bypasses, modernization of railways and railway stations, also into concert halls, sports stadiums, and so on. The document envisions new water reservoirs instead of returning our fields and forests into, let's say, their natural states, so that they can hold more humidity and greenhouse gases. So that's what I mean by the different sense of the word concrete. It is a plan which is based on concrete as as like a construction material, and that obviously usually comes with huge doses of emissions. So I think that overall, without strict control of the emission intensity of the construction sector, the National Recovery Plan risks jeopardizing the Czech climate goals for 2030 and 2050. So that's like one big package of the difficulties, and we can name multiple others. For instance, there's no certain date of coal phase out, which means that investments into the green energies are being halted right now. The closure of Brunetov power plant that you mentioned, Agnes, actually, that's not a good example, because it was meant to be closed like years ago. It was decided to be closed years ago for different reasons than climate reasons. It's really economic reasons. Then we have the political will to exclude solar energy completely from the energy auctions. We have long permitting periods for construction, and we currently suffer from the lack of qualified workforce in general. So even if the investments are carried out, we might not have enough people to work. So if the government wants to go on with, if it wants to actually like go on with a strong economic recovery, it will simply need to work on the job policies, and just simply how to requalify people into the industries that are currently so needed in the whole sector of green recovery. So that's just very short introduction into the green recovery in the Czech Republic.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin. I points, and this is very, very important. And especially in this case, I think we need argumentation and analysis for these policy options. So I would like to ask Annika to show one analysis on the pros and cons of the coal phase out and accelerating the coal phase out.
Thank you very much. I will try to share a few slides with you. So what I will talk about is the results of a recent study that was carried out by REC that was about the possible effects of an accelerated lignite phase out in 3 countries, Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania. So these 3 countries are not part of the Visegrad Force, of course, but they are not so far away from us. So you will see that they have pretty similar problems regarding the coal market as the ones you two already mentioned. So I think that some of our results and our policy advices might be also useful in our countries as well. So first, I would like to show you what the work was about. So the scope of the study was to see what happens if we try to accelerate the coal phase out in these 3 countries. So what you can see in this figure is the installed capacity mix of the electricity sector in these 3 countries in the different analyzed scenarios and in different years. So basically what we analyzed was that in the reference case, we assumed that the closing dates of all the lignite plants and some of the coal plants would be according to the latest available information. And then we added 4 other scenarios with earlier phase out. So these would be to close these plants 2, 4, 6, or 8 years earlier than in the reference case. So that is what you can see in this figure. And basically that was the only difference between these scenarios. And as you can see that in the first few years, so in, for example, 2023 or 2025, there are higher differences between these the reference and the more ambitious scenarios. But by 2030, this difference becomes much smaller. So we will see that in the results as well. We also carried out some sensitivity analysis to see the effects of some other important factors. One of them was that we checked what happens if we have a lower renewable pathway. Then we also try to capture the impact of the CO2 prices. So we check the lower and higher price trajectory, and also we check the effect of a lower electricity demand to see whether we can mitigate the situation with energy efficiency measures. And with all of that, we try to find some policy recommendations to deal with potential issues in the electricity sector related to either power plant compensation or system security or other economic impacts. So about the results, what we can see on this figure is the wholesale electricity price impact of this accelerated coal phase out. So the normal lines are the wholesale prices in the reference case, and the dotted lines are the representing the most ambitious scenarios prices. So what you can see is there is a pretty significant wholesale price impact, but basically in the first few years of the analyzed period. So this price impact is rather temporary because we get almost the same prices by the end of the period, but it is very significant. So, for example, in Bulgaria, it's even more than 20 euro per megawatt hour difference between this most ambitious case and the reference case. However, we also found that the price impact could be reduced if energy efficiency measures are introduced. And as we already having a different demand pathway than what was considered in this analysis, because it was before the pandemic, we can expect that already if we would carry out in these countries a coal phase out now, it would have a smaller effect than in our reference case, because we also already have a lower demand pathway now. Also, we found that higher renewable deployment can also reduce this temporary price increase. So I think that these two things that were already mentioned by Agnes would be absolutely important factors. So as we see that energy efficiency could be a very nice tool for the green recovery, it could be combined also with coal phase out in a way that these two things could help each other to mitigate the effect, the negative effect, for example, of coal phase out. And finally, I would like to show you this figure, which is about the profitability of the lignite plants. What you can see here is the net present value of the yearly profit of all the lignite plants that we analyzed. So they are all the ones that are in the electricity sector of these 3 countries. And we added up all the profits of these plants throughout the model period, so between 2020 and 2030. And we calculated these net present values in the different scenarios. So what you can see is that all of these numbers represent losses, meaning that according to our modeling, it seems that most of the plants are already unprofitable, mainly due to the already pretty high CO2 prices, and also now we have this lower natural gas price environment, so this could make them less competitive. So basically what we can see is that if we close the unprofitable plants, so we carry out a phase out more acceleratedly, then it can help to increase the utilization of the remaining plants and also the profitability, or at least it can reduce their losses. So it means that the total loss of the lignite sector would be smaller if the phase out happens earlier. And this also translates to a society level reduction of costs, because at least in these three countries, many of these power plants are supported by the government, either explicitly or implicitly. So that means that all this governmental support could be reduced if the losses of these plants are smaller. We found also that it seems that without this additional subsidy, maybe most of these plants could close without any further policy intervention on an economic basis. So I think this is a very, very interesting issue, whether the different governments would still want to keep these plants in the system or not. And if these plants would be closed, then maybe these subsidies could be spent on other things, such as things part of the green recovery, like energy efficiency or renewable energy. And also, it could be a way that to mitigate this likely price increase, then the protection of vulnerable consumers could also be part of the solution. So that was all that I wanted to show you regarding our study. And if we still have time, I'm absolutely happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for the interesting analysis. And I would like to give the floor for the speakers to react to each other's short speeches. And then if we have questions from the audience, we can answer to those. We have 5 to 10 minutes from this session. So first of all, I would like to ask Christian or Martin whether you would like to react to each other's, or, for example, for Annika's numbers regarding the coal phase out. Okay, we lost Christian's video.
Am I here? Can you hear? Can you see me?
No, but we hear you perfectly.
Okay, so maybe it is enough to to react on this stage. Of course, the biggest issue here is to guarantee the financial support for our transformation. But I think in Poland, we are looking for 3 options in this area. Firstly, we can support transformation by our own funds. It is the possibility which we use for our photovoltaics, especially. Now we've got some projects dedicated to support the photovoltaic to development of photovoltaics in our country, which are financed by our own funds. The second thing is, of course, the possibility to get some funds from European Union. It will be firstly the funds which can be used to transform our mining regions into based on another technology. So now we are working to get some money from Just Transition Fund and other funds dedicated especially to transformation of the region. And the third thing here is the possible cooperation between Poland and Americans in the field of nuclear power. So the transfer of technology from the United States, which is under negotiation now, can be correlated with some financial instruments, which can also support our investments here. Americans also have some interest here, as we can read in Polish media. It can be kind of their rivalization between China and Russia, which are building their own nuclear power plants in other countries. Americans do not have such kind of investments, so maybe it can be the third option. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Martin, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to highlight the financial dimension of the issue because, I think that one of the biggest differences between the Czech Republic and Poland right now, both countries could be more ambitious, but the difference is actually, I think, in how the two countries are capable of getting to the funds which are there on the European level, how they can access those funds, because there's a growing number of Polish projects which, through the modernization fund, have been able to get to the European support to access that money. They were granted by the European Commission tens or hundreds of millions of euros for their projects, and that is simply not happening in the Czech Republic, and that's because of the lack of systemic support. So what I wanted to highlight was really that the finances are there, and there has recently been a remark by a famous Czech coal industry owner who said that the EU support is so tremendously generous that we would be stupid. He said actually stupid not to use it. So we know that the support is there, and we could access it, but what we need is to get the systemic support from the government in doing it, and to not focus on the conventional industries and conventional energy generation instead.
Okay, so thank you very much for these reactions. And by these comments, I would like to say thanks to the speakers for your valuable thoughts. And I would like to close this session. And I'm very, very thankful for the organizers for inviting us. And we would like to say goodbye now to the audience. Okay, goodbye and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good to be here. Bye.
Goodbye.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you either here or in the virtual world and the virtual version of our conference. This is our fourth panel that focuses on future of natural gas and gas infrastructure. To start with, two apologies. We are starting a little bit later, so my apologies for that. And Mr. Marcin Szudlo, the vice president of our Polish partner of PGNiG Obrot Detaliczny, cannot participate, so there will be more room for discussion. Our conference is being held in the region where natural gas has its very strong position. It represents 24% of the energy mix in Slovakia comes from natural gas. And if we calculate it into energy units, then Slovak power plants produce 31 terawatt hours annually, and natural gas is consumed in 5 billion cubic meters, which represents 52 terawatts annually. All those ideas about transition gas and whether it should be replaced or not, we really first need to answer the question how we would substitute those 52 terawatt hours. Slovakia is a very strong country when it comes to gas infrastructure. Transit network belongs to one of the most performing and highest performing networks in the EU. We have big large-scale storages for natural gas, and Slovak distribution grid covers 94% of its inhabitants. This is the second strongest network across Europe. This is just a snapshot of the Slovak Republic, and let's walk into the European Union. At the end of May this year, a group of primarily East European countries joined forces in protecting the position and the role of natural gas in carbon-free or carbon-neutral economy, advocating that the European Union should consider this region where there is diversified energy mix, and when transferring and transiting from coal to more greener fuels, the EU should consider natural gas. Then on 24th of June, decided that the natural gas and or the nuclear power plant, nuclear energy won't be supported through EU instrument. But then the European Parliament gave green light to natural gas when, especially in the situation and in context of transiting coal regions. So the Brussels institutions are under huge pressure from environmental institutions, and the environmental organizations keep on criticizing the EU for doing too little, too late, or never. And so the EU is not responsible for the universe and for running, for keeping it going, but for the EU 27. Therefore, I'm very happy to have Katarina Sicco-Magni, who is the Director of Internal Energy Market, DG Ener, at the European Commission. So warm welcome, Katarina.
Climate neutrality by 2050. But how will this done? The floor, excuse me, the screen is yours.
Very much, thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za tieto milé slova a úvod. Som veľmi rada, že aspoň virtuálne s vami môžem byť. Chcem sa venovať trom oblastiam: úlohe zemného plynu pri decouplingu A potom budem hovoriť o regiónoch, ktoré prechádzajú od používania uhlia, čo ste sa trochu dotkli. Vieme, že 25% celkovej spotreby energie v EÚ je zemný plyn a cirka 20% výroby elektrickej energie a 30% tej kľúčovej produkcie prírodný
95% of today's gaseous fuels. So in the context of the decarbonization, the gas mix is expected to change significantly. Demand for natural gas is projected to decrease, very much related to energy efficiency measures and carbon neutral economy objectives. Our impact assessment has shown, and as you heard from President von der Leyen last week, that we believe that a 55% greenhouse gas reduction target is feasible given the current costs of renewable energies and other decarbonized sources. So we need to work together with you, with business, with consumers, in order to make this transition happen. EU member states are starting from a very different position, and we know very well the situation in Central Eastern Europe, whereby the reliance on coal and gas is different than that in other parts of the region or of the EU. We have seen, and we are very pleased to see, that the demand for renewable and low carbon gaseous fuels continues to increase. So we have seen increases in biogas, biomethane demand, and we now see a strong interest in developing a hydrogen market and also more synthetic methane that can be produced without then the same carbon impact than fossil gas has today. So what we are seeing, and you saw that also in the context of the energy system strategy and the hydrogen strategy that the Commission published last summer, that we are moving to an energy system whereby the different sectors, be it electricity, gas, heating, electricity, etc., are much more integrated, and we need to ensure that this integration takes place in the best way that fits the starting point, the resources, and the ambition of our member states. So I think it is very important to keep in mind that Europe is diverse and we are stronger together. So we have different starting points, and but we all strive to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 through different means, through different paths, etc. When we speak about gas infrastructure and the trans-European networks or the cross-border relevant infrastructure, we have seen very good progress since, we could even say that it is since the 2009 gas crisis, where you certainly remember it in Central Eastern Europe, whereby part of Europe could not properly heat its homes because of lack of gas, or not lack of gas, lack of infrastructure that would have brought that gas to the region. We are not anymore in that situation. Since 2009, a lot of investments have gone into gas infrastructure to ensure that a similar disruption situation would not happen. So we have seen very good progress in the trans-European networks and the so-called project of common interest. And we do believe that around 2022, 2025, our gas grid will be sufficiently resilient to be able to resist any supply disruption that could take place. So in this respect, we do have a very well interconnected gas grid in place when the ongoing projects have been completed. This means that we can, and the projections go all in that direction, we can start focusing on making then the gas sector decarbonized through biomethane and through hydrogen and other decarbonized ways of addressing the emissions. I will then conclude these introductory remarks by a couple of words on the coal regions in transition. And this challenge is very prominent in your region. Commission put in place the coal regions platform some years ago in order to work together with the regions that today rely on coal mining on the one hand, and also then coal-produced electricity and heating. What we want to do together with those regions is to see how, when, and with what means this transition can happen by making sure that no region is left behind in the EU and that the people concerned will find other occupations that allow them to continue living where they want to live. So this coal regions in transition platform has been recently reinforced with the Just Transition mechanism, which brings the so-called financing arm to this exercise. And in this Just Transition mechanism, where member states are currently preparing the plans on how to make the transition happen and with what pace, we are working very closely together with the regions to see what can be done. And in this context, as you rightly mentioned, the question of replacing coal by gas, especially in heating and in urban areas, has been raised. You know the Commission's position, which was that we would not anymore finance hydrocarbon-related investments. We have taken note of the Parliament's position, and we have also taken note of the discussions in the Council side from the Member States, but it is something that we will look into. Of course, it would be ideal to invest in renewables as much as possible, but we also need to be realistic. I will leave it here. I expect a very fruitful discussion and expect to come back to these topics many times during our session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech.
Let me now introduce the next presenter from this panel. He's the General Director of NAFTA, Mr. Martin Bartoszewicz. As I pointed out at the beginning of the panel, Slovakia has a very strong position in underground gas storage. Our underground storages are able to store almost 65% of our annual consumption in the country. And since crude oil, the company NAFTA recently expanded into Bavaria, where it acquired 3 underground gas storages. So total storage capacity, NAFTA company belongs to the largest underground gas storages in Europe. They are number 6 across the whole EU in terms of underground gas storage. However, NAFTA has good or extensive experience in the storing of hydrogen or methane and hydrogen mixtures in underground storages, and this is exactly the topic of presentation by Mr. Bartoszewicz, the General Director. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the organizers of this truly interesting conference for holding the conference and for inviting me. Let me follow up on what our colleague from Brussels mentioned. And let me go straight to the point. It seems I have technical issues with the remote control, sorry. Okay, we'll put this aside. Never mind. I will remote control the slides by my voice. So what is quite clear is the goal, which has been set at the Europe-wide level. Until 2050, we need to achieve 0 emissions of greenhouse gases. What is much less clear, much more complicated, is the actual path, how to get to this objective by 2050. We are in the year 2020. The objective was minus 20% of greenhouse gas emissions against the baseline, which is 1990, which is interesting that the discourse by the year 2030, where we should, thank you, where we should reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 55%. This is an extremely ambitious goal. And to achieve that, we will need to work very, very hard. The future of carbon-free economy or carbon-free energy sector is basically built on 3 pillars. The first is electricity, which should be purely built on renewables, that is sun, wind, water, geothermal, or maybe some additional auxiliary sources. The second pillar is the previously mentioned hydrogen, and the third source is renewable methane. The name of the panel is usage of gas infrastructure, and the perspective of gas infrastructure as such. Well, we can say on our behalf, as an operator of underground gas storages, we believe it has a very important role, and my colleagues from distribution and transit will, of course, comment it from their own perspectives, naturally. But from the storage perspective, certainly this is a very timely question, especially in relation to point number 2, hydrogen, and point number 3, or pillar number 3, renewable methane. And now let me elaborate on hydrogen in more detail. As Mr. Klepacz said, this is a very brief and concise hydrogen strategy of the EU, divided into 3 stages. I will not go into greater detail, but what needs to be pointed out is that the first stage, by 2024, is extremely ambitious again. And we need to admit that today there's a lot of technical solutions available, but these are still solutions that do not reach productivity or performance so that we can use hydrogen in great volumes. And this is perhaps the key slide, the most important one, so I'll elaborate on it in greater detail. This is basically the offer of a solution of storing methane in the ground and using the whole gas infrastructure. That means gas pipelines and gas storages, underground storages, and usage of this infrastructure for the novel fuels. This project for storage of mix of hydrogen and methane, we started it in 2014, so 6 years ago. And we launched this project in Austria in a relatively large consortium with the company RAK from Austria, with participation of several universities and innovative companies from the industry. And we had 2 stages, laboratory stage and real testing stage. And we were testing storage of this mixture of methane and hydrogen. So why we did this? Let me try to explain the basic principle, how this works. Renewables don't provide stable supply. That's the problem. You know, everyone knows that if the sun stops shining or the wind stops blowing, the supply from the solar or wind farms are dramatically falling. And very often it happens that the renewables generate electricity when it's not necessary, when there's enough electricity in the grid, because there is a minimum demand. And in this period, there are just 2 simple alternatives. You either switch off the source or you sell the power at negative prices. Underground gas storages, in this case, could serve as storage of this power, and the principle the conversion works on the principle that at the moment when there's no demand, there's no real demand for power, which was generated from a renewable, so that was generated by wind or by sun. Electrolytic processes convert this power to H2, that is hydrogen, which is mixed with natural gas. This admixture, this was actually 90% methane and 10% of hydrogen. This was the tested mixture. And we pressed this mixture to the underground gas storage. It was a small storage. And then this mixture was released gradually. So how can you use this mixture? Well, there are three alternatives. The first one, you return the mixture back to the gas network, and consumers can use this mixture, whether it's households or companies or generators or producers of power. Second possibility is the grid, electricity grid. So this mixture can directly be used to produce power in a gas, steam and gas cycle, where you can burn this mixture and generate power, and this power can be then distributed through the grid to the end consumers. And the third alternative is using this using this mixture of methane and hydrogen for transport as a fuel. What is most attractive about this is the size, the sheer size. When you look at these projects for storage, with various instruments which are available today, their performance is extremely small. But when you look at that, there's approximately 103 billion cubic meters of storage capacity, mixing some percentage of methane and hydrogen, we can store 34 terawatt hours of renewables. If you calculate this, we need to point out that hydrogen has only 1/3 of calorific value of methane. So with the same volume of hydrogen, there's a difference between the production of heat from methane and hydrogen. That's what I'm saying. And this is the perspective for near or more distant future. This document shows number of infrastructure operators who talk about potentially parallel hydrogen infrastructure. This is the sort of vision until the year 2050. Well, so much for me. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and now I'll give over the floor back to Jan Klepacz. Thank you very much to General Director of NAFTA, Mr. Bartoszowicz. Next presenter is the representative of Eustream. Eustream is the transmission system operator in Slovakia. In recent years, Eustream was transmitting approximately 60 billion cubic meters of natural gas through Slovakia to other European countries in the West. If you look at the gas map of Europe, you will find out that Eustream's network is true hub in Europe. It's built on the originally first European transit gas pipeline, which was built in as early as 1967. So the next presenter is head of EU Affairs and Strategy for Eustream, Mr. Milan Sedlacek. Milan, here we go. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, both present here and in the virtual space, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this session dedicated to gas infrastructure. To open this, let me very briefly tell you more about Eustream. Mr. Klepacz has done my job from a great part. We are a transmission system operator. It's basically a successful story of Slovak economy. Although Slovakia is a small country, in gas industry and gas transmission, Eustream belongs among the European leaders, at least when it comes to volumes that we transmit. We've gone through a very successful transformation from a former monopoly, which only did business based on transportation of the Russian gas from east to the west, but there's a very important dimension added, north to south, south to north, and also west to east. So we've transmitted 60 billion cubic meters of natural gas last year only. So these are the key projects that we participate in. Under normal circumstances, I would simply continue in this line. We were solely dedicated to energy security and development of the market. But when you look at my slides, you can see these three pillars of energy, European energy policy, so affordable, secure, and sustainable energy. You all know that very well. Today, I'd like to only talk about the aspect of clean energy. But just to demonstrate the dimension of security is not cast aside, I dare to say that in the past 10 years, through combined efforts by the European Commission, Brussels, member states, as well as gas companies, we've achieved huge. We succeeded in achieving huge goals when it comes to security of supplies. Let me document this through two slides that you can see behind me. These are the pictures from last week's report by European Agency of Regulators, ACER. So it's a correlation of prices at European hubs against the main hub, which is here in the Netherlands. Each of these columns show how these hubs correlate compared to the main one. And when you see the development in time, that you can see easily that the correlation reaches almost 100% across the board, which basically translates as absence of any barriers in transport of natural gas, transmission of natural gas. And this is extremely important. It's a huge achievement by lawgivers, regulators, market participants, and EU as a whole. Next slide is rather complicated. It shows the position of the member states in the competitive market. That's the line R1 with Hirschman index, which is HHI. The more to the right, the smaller the competition in the market. The closer to the zero, the better for you as a country. The vertical axis is a residual supply index indicator, RSI, which measures security of supply. The definition of this indicator is quite complex. Slovakia is doing extremely well when it comes to security of supplies. RSI is very high. However, the market concentration is, of course, is not so successful, which is very good for the monopoly provider SPP. We are not so successful in terms of variability, diversity in the market. But for us as a TSO, we provide our services precisely the same for all participants, members in the market, without any discrimination. I will not tell you details about what is Green Deal and where it's going. Everybody knows that. We as gas industry are fully convinced that the natural gas, even though it is a fossil fuel, it meets the aspects of environmental cleanliness and purity, availability, affordability, and security of supply. That's why we were a bit puzzled by the pressure when the authorities were saying that gas is fossil fuel and will have no place in short-term, mid-term, or long-term horizon. It took us some time to build a reasonable narrative in terms of where we see the role of natural gas in the transition process. So the narrative consists of three major points. Let me elaborate on that. Central and Eastern Europe is a place where gas will always, not always, but gas will have its place in mid and long-term horizon in relation to the specifics, with regards to the specifics of the companies. The second narrative, long-term horizon, transformation to decarbonized economy can only be performed in time and affordable, timely and affordable manner, can only be used with some molecules but it cannot be done purely by electrons. Gas will be necessary to perform this. And the third narrative is that, of course, essential condition for this is sensitive perception of methane emissions and to work sensitively on reducing these emissions. So let me document these narratives very briefly, why we're convinced that this region deserves gas. Well, it's also about the letter by the minister sent to the European Commission quite recently. Why this region deserves specific treatment? Two reasons. Air pollution, documented by the graph. Slovakia and Bulgaria and these countries are clearly most polluted countries when it comes to air, because hundreds and thousands of households that are heated by burning by solid fuels. Also, energy poverty. These households that burn these solid fuels, even though it's sometimes difficult to say whether this really is fuel, these households are often, they correlate with the households that are in the category of energy poverty. So you can see that Slovakia carries this sad record. We are the worst when it comes to accessibility of energy for low-income households. This record is so visible and so sad that it's quite clear, absolutely clear, that natural gas for Slovakia is a clear path to eliminate these deformations. And now the narrative number two, and that's the long-term horizon on the pathway to decarbonization. Gas infrastructure certainly has a lot of things to offer. There are several studies that clearly demonstrate that the path to decarbonization without using gas infrastructure is relatively risky. Its social acceptance can be quite threatened due to financial demands, because gas infrastructure enables major reduction in the financial demands of this transition. I will not go into details, but these amounts can be seen on my slide. They are documented by a number of serious studies. European transmission system operators, TSOs, actively work on projects to accommodate gas network to renewable gases, whether it's biogas or hydrogen. And one of the initiatives that can be mentioned is the European hydrogen backbone. I need to say that this is a quite pleasant concept compared to the decentralized systems concept, because decentralized systems objectively carry a huge risks of what's the decapon and what is the level of rate of connection of these decentralized systems. Logically, centralized hydrogen backbone would be much more safer from the security of supply perspective. Plus, there's some economy of scale and some size effect.
This is a slide that demonstrates that currently the network operators analyze their networks, and we are analyzing how our grids are used for the use of hydrogen and renewable gases, how costly this would be. And we are not waiting for a long-term horizon. Of course, the works are going on, and we are really under very strong criticism and spotlight. We are in the spotlight. On one hand, it is right that the natural gas is a fossil fuel, even though the cleanest one, and has methane emissions, and the natural gas and its industry needs to really upgrade itself and work on itself in order to fight the methane emissions, because they are many times more dangerous than carbon emissions. EU Stream consider itself to be a successful project and pioneer in reduction of methane emissions. For us, it had a very important economic dimension, because it is very difficult to save on those emissions in small networks, because you will never get the investments paid back because the investments are huge. We've been talking about huge volumes of methane that went into air. It was meaningful for us to invest into reduction of those emissions. We do use special pumps, special devices, special technologies that are very costly, but I do demonstrate that in the past 4 years, we have managed to save an equivalent of 4 million tons of CO2. Those are so-called vented investments and fugitive leakages. We have ventive leakages and fugitive leakages. And also when it comes to fugitive leakages, we are pioneers in this area. We have our internal organizational structure. We do monitor our networks with special camera that focuses on identifying potential points of leakages. And you also see how we are managing to reduce the leakages. Currently, we are at 1/3 of the leakages than a couple of years ago. We measure the leakages, we prioritize the problems, and we immediately fix it. And if the whole natural gas industry really works on this and makes the effort, then it will definitely contribute for the natural gas to keep its position. Decarbonization is about about electrification, and we will definitely need molecules for that, and we will need integration of energy system. And for us in CE region, natural gas is a very efficient trajectory for achieving decarbonization goals. And I would add on one piece of news that could be documented on those graphs. If you see how we see natural gas, we see it as secure and affordable fuel, and it has been a lot of work, really, for our company, but also for the European Commission to balance out those three goals. They are inherently contradicting each other, so it is a huge challenge to maintain all those three aspects in balance with a view of decarbonization. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Milan Sedlacek, for this very interesting presentation. And last but not least, it is Marek Pál, who is the head of SPP distribution. And as I have already outlined, this company, SPP, covers the whole of the country. And you will see its strength and power through his presentation. But what will be the most interesting part of his presentation, how this company manages to really keep up with other alternative gases like biomethane and others. Thank you very much. And let me walk you through short-term and long-term vision. What is our vision when it comes to distribution and infrastructure? And to start with, a couple of facts. About 4.8 billion of distributed volume across Slovakia is under us. You see our assets, 4.6 billion. Number of connected consumers is 1.5 million, and the number of users of distribution grid 31. We are the second most. We are the second country in ranking when it comes to the level of planification, and After the Netherlands, 94% of our inhabitants have access to natural gas. This is very important, taken in the context of what we have heard, how people can get access to natural gas and can actually what they can do. Natural gas, it has been already mentioned that even though it is a fossil fuel, it has low emissions of CO2, half the values when we burn lignite or wood or other types of fossil fuels. Very important characteristic of the natural gas, the solid particles are not produced when natural gas is burned, unlike with other fossil fuels. What we need to say is that when we benchmark to 1990, ourselves for 1990, in 2017, we managed to cut on the CO2 emissions that are the most important factor that is closely monitored. And in the energy sector, we managed to achieve this goal also through introducing natural gas and producing heat with natural gas. I will walk directly to the question of the air pollution and the level of emissions. Slovakia is currently at the 9th place or rank when it comes to CO2 production out of all EUT countries. If we manage to close down lignite plants like Nováky, and we substitute solid fuels by renewables, we would jump from the 9th place to the 7th place or position, which would be fantastic. And we would be actually doing great in the energy segment. And we should really try to keep at those positions and wait for other member states to deal with their coal problems like Germany or Poland. What we should focus at, high energy demand of the Slovak economy, that in comparison with other EU countries is almost a double. We should really focus on this area and really prioritize those activities that are meaningful from value for money perspective. So we should only indulge in such activities when it comes to reducing on CO2 emissions, where the impact on the national economy is really as low as possible. You can see it in the right-hand corner, the baseline value of the emission vouchers and their value, and what activities are meaningful and what are costly. When it comes to visions in the Slovak distribution network, we would like to examine the Eurogas scenarios, and we would like to point to the fact that the original intention to have 1.5 tech scenario, that means to go to decarbonized economy without molecules, is has its price. And you see the comparison: 100% decarbonization without molecules and with molecules. With molecules, we would reach savings of 130 billion euro annually. How difficult it is really to build networks with 1.5 tech and without it. And of course, it is also calibrated to daily capacities of networks. How do we see the cooperation with alternative gases? SPP distribution is ready to accept biomethane that will comply with quantitative and qualitative criteria. Our vision is such that now we have 133 biogas stations, and if state really helps us to upgrade those stations to biomethane stations or really upgrade and modernize them, the motivation to purchase electric energy that is at the level of 95 euro, and if this subsidy or if this assistance would be more than 120, then it would really motivate the biostations to go to biomethane. What does it mean from the perspective of our network? The current capacity of biogas stations is 226 million cubic meters, and with upgrade, it would be 123 million cubic meters of methane. And if we manage to get this methane into the network, we would immediately reach the decarbonization of 33% in central heating points, and this could be immediately used with this immediate impact. But where we see the future of our company, it is primarily in using the production of biomethane when using biologically degradable communal waste. This is how our distribution network could be used in order to distribute those green gases. According to the National Climate Plan and Energy Plan, the potential in biologically degradable communal waste is more than 300 billion cubic meters, million cubic meters. Then the hydrogen products and hydrogen-based products, due to the fact that we have a very modern network booming in the 90s, the network that is built from network polymers that can cope with hydrogen very easily, we think that we are in a very good position. However, the steel components of the network should be tested and should be reviewed, and we have requested for financial support to be able to examine the life cycle of the network, where to install measuring devices, etc. As soon as we measure everything, as we calibrate the network, it would have synergic effect with EU Stream if there is a transport of gas with hydrogen, and then when storing this gas, it would have its impact, and we need to make sure that we would be able to distribute this type of gas through our network. And when it comes to summing up what we would like to see happening in order to successfully decarbonize energy sector in Slovakia, then first and foremost, we need to fully replace the solid fuels in central heating system. Well, this is a huge challenge when it comes to heating in personal of housing. However, if we tackle this problem, then we would manage also to resolve the air pollution problem. We want to focus on energy poverty as well, because we could really target certain instruments and measures to vulnerable populations. Therefore, I very much welcome the fact that the first panels actually have mentioned the fact that the government considers those targeted measures for vulnerable populations, and it should all start with discussions, and then a specific help and assistance should be rolled out to vulnerable populations and communities. Secondly, our distribution network, distribution grid should be part of decarbonization scenario. The Norske Veritas study by Eurogas clearly says that molecule scenario is safer and cheaper when we talk about 100% decarbonization of economy or energy sector. And as it has been already mentioned, let's focus on energy efficiency or the energy consumption by our economy that has a lot of room for improvement rather than on other things. We know that well-targeted assistance could be very helpful in achieving those goals, improving the environment, electric buses, CNG, and others. We have analyzed how much CO2 would be saved if the support offered by the Ministry of Economy in the volume of €5 million for encouraging the inhabitants to buy e-cars. If this amount of money was targeted to purchase of CNG buses instead of diesel buses, then the savings on CO2 emissions would be much higher. Well, we have already touched up on biomethane and biohydrogen. We need to focus on those areas, and I think that we could be very successful in achieving those goals of the Norske Veritas project.
Thank you, Marek, for your presentation. As the moderator, let me just add one more piece of information. Milan Sedlacek perhaps scared you a little that together with Bulgaria we are really the biggest, or we are big polluter. Yes, but this only concerns fine dust particles, particulate matters, with 2.5 to 10 microns across. These occur while burning of wood and biomass. But that's one thing. Other thing also includes car exhaust. But after 1990, Slovakia reduced its greenhouse gas emissions, or CO2 emissions, by 40 to 45%. So CO2 emissions in Slovakia is not such a big problem compared to our neighbors. So let me just balance out these two things. In the meantime, there's a number of questions on Slido. That's good. The first one with the largest number of likes is aimed at Katarina Sikomani.
Prosím? Spadla nám, OK.
Oh, it seems Katarina disappeared, unfortunately. So we'll go to the next question and we'll return to the original one when we manage to renew the connection with Katarina. So where we should invest so that the gas industry serve decarbonization of Slovakia? Or basically, what should be or could be included in the renewal plan? Marek, maybe you could elaborate on this? Well, let me try to react. Where we should invest? Well, I believe in order to greenify natural gas, we should invest. The existing biogas stations could be upgraded because this process of turning gas to biomethane, it's called upgrading, and this upgraded gas then could be pushed into the distribution network. So upgrade. So from distributors' perspective, so much. Second thing, we need to test the gas pipelines, especially those that are manufactured from metal, whether they can really distribute gas without any problems. Gas which is enriched with hydrogen, whether it's 2% of hydrogen, 5% or 10% of hydrogen added, we need to test this. Other colleagues, any comments? Mr. Sedlacek, for example? Thank you. the answer is not going to be good, because the question is very specific, and answering this question specifically at this moment is rather difficult. Eustream naturally operates very modernized and efficient network. But let me put it to a different perspective. Just the path to the status quo when we will switch to decarbonized clean gases. This path is very, very unclear. The discussions that are held at the national and EU level, it's just this melting pot. So it's a lots and lots of proposals, concepts and ideas. And what is visible at the moment is that it's extremely complicated, bumpy road ahead, which contains a great number of problems, political problems, regulatory problems, whether it's guarantees of origins, regulator sandboxes, regulation of new sectors, to technical solutions across the whole natural gas chain. So it's not organizational only, it's also technical. We keep hearing about the need of improving conversion technologies, so steam refinery forming, pyrolysis, electrolysis, efficiency of these processes. So it is a huge number of problems and challenges along this path. These issues need to be addressed in a synchronized manner. So picking one answer like gas infrastructure, or one area like gas infrastructure, without touching upon the related areas, that would be irresponsible, really. It's so complicated that if someone tells you that I know what needs to be done and when, well, they just lie. It's a wide range of research and development. In any case, I can say that gas infrastructure is working hard in performing these analyses, so it is not surprised or taken by surprise when it comes to timing or demanding character of these reconstructions and upgrades. I would only add, basically I agree, yes, of course, with Mr. Sedlacek. The path is long and it's going to be complicated. It's just not possible to say that underground storages are ready to store this mixture of methane and hydrogen, and our colleagues from transit and distribution have problem with this. When there's a decision made that this is the way to go, it must be approved on the European level, because the mixture can end anywhere. If this mixture arrives to Slovakia from Austria, it means that it will return to Austria and will not even go through transit or distribution. And it can mean that our client will extract the gas in Slovakia and sell it to the clients in Slovakia. So they will use the pipes by SPP distribution, and that needs to be ready as well. So on my behalf, it's a long, long way to go. And there's a lot of research required. We were mentioning the beginnings of the gas industry. It was Tamgas. Lighting gas. I think it had a 55% content of hydrogen besides methane. So we're not inventing something new. I mean, this historical gas, this was the first fuel that the gas industry was using in the dozens of years ago. And there are additional things that we need to explore. Things like how hydrogen impacts rock structures in the depth of 2 kilometers, etc. What's the impact of hydrogen on compressors, on drying technology? Every single part of the infrastructure must be comfortable with this new fuel, that's mixture of hydrogen and methane, so that this mixture doesn't negatively influences the infrastructure. A comprehensive message on this question for Slovak natural gas is we have 33,000 kilometers of distribution network, 2,500 kilometers of transmission systems. We have 5 operating compressor stations, 4 large capacity underground storages. Well, we will be very bad managers if we didn't want to make sure that all of this is a part of decarbonized economy. And this is the point. This is the point. Marek, the second question is also for you. The fact that we have developed gas infrastructure in Slovakia, I just described it, that's one thing. However, is it sufficiently modern? What's the lifetime span or life expectancy of this infrastructure? Well, as I said, the largest development of gas infrastructure was seen in the 1990s. Gas infrastructure is somewhere in the mid of its life cycle. And talking about older gas pipelines, I need to point out that these steel pipelines of older generations are subject to methodology which tests the number of leaks on these gas pipelines, and according to this methodology, these are ranked in the renovation plan, and the oldest gas pipelines are renewed regularly. Since this curve peaked in the 1990s, today we have reconstructions at around 130 kilometers of networks per year. These are the oldest pipelines which were built in the early years of the gas era in Slovakia, so somewhere in the late 60s, early 70s. And typically we expect steel gas infrastructure to have life expectancy around 60 years. Plastic lifespan with polymers, it's much more than 60 years. Thank you very much. Martin, question for you. How do you see the possibilities of ensuring hydrogen infrastructure at airports, as Airbus plans to launch hydrogen aircraft after 2035? Well, it's not directly a question for you, but I think you're the right one to answer. Well, I'm not an expert in air transport and aircraft, but I expect Airbus wants to take advantage of hydrogen in its pure form as a fuel. And Marek already pointed out that either the source using electrolysis, and there will be an existing pipeline transmitting just pure hydrogen, or you will need to build separate pipes. But I don't see this as a problem. These are relatively simple activities. Thank you. Do we have connection with Brussels? No, sorry, we don't. Anyway, let's move on. What are alternative gases available, and what solidarity effect or synergy effect they have in economy? It seems that there's comma missing in the question. Anyway, we talked about biomethane, we talked about hydrogen. Today we know that biomethane could represent approximately 10% of Slovakia's consumption. Also, hydrogen can be mixed with natural gas, up to 10% content. I'm sure that my colleagues will have more to say on this. Well, when it comes to solidarity effect, I would point out to circular economy. That's the biggest effect on our economy as a whole. But when we start to work with municipal waste, biologically usable municipal waste, if we start to produce biomethane from this, and we will deploy this biomethane in the pipeline, this is where I see the nationwide effect. Milan, have you noticed any flow of hydrogen through the transit network from Austria or from the Czech Republic? Well, not yet. In any case, we're working on it, but it's investment for changing chromatographs, for such chromatographs that could also measure content of hydrogen. But we need to realize that we're talking about transmission of 150 million cubic meters a day. Sorry, 150,000 cubic meters a day. So there would have to be really a lot of hydrogen there. So far officially, my answer is no. No flows of hydrogen yet. Well, as far as I know, the transmission system operators, our colleagues in Austria, are extremely active in this topic, and we need to coordinate. So they sent us, for example, transmission as a draft agreement for transmission with certain percentage of hydrogen included in the methane. But even though we are able to store this, it shouldn't be a problem. But we need to have equal reaction from our colleagues sitting here in the audience. So we're returning back to the original issue. This is a European topic. It cannot be addressed with a phone call, like I call to Austria and Austrians call to Germany, and we will haggle. This is a topic for European regulators. Milan? Yes, Martin basically wisely answered what I wanted to say. Imagine European network. This is not an isolated network of islands, national islands. This is a lively European mechanism with a large number of contracts and agreements between operators and cooperating dispatchers, commercial and technical dispatchers. So there's no space. This is no place for bilateral exchanges of hydrogen between Austria and Slovakia. This requires a perfect Europe-wide synchronization. And this is related to what I said when I was answering the previous question. Modernization of a single network in a single country, it's a Hail Mary. These things need to be done in a coordinated, Europe-wide approach. Another question. How do you see the connection between carbon capture, utilization and storage with hydrogen and biomethane? Well, that's a question for a full conference. So, does anyone want to answer briefly? Well, perhaps I should say that this is a topic for end consumers who are somehow able to capture carbon from their operations and then store this carbon or use this carbon for storage. The rest, I don't really understand how they want to connect hydrogen with this. Well, it seems that we have still no connection to Brussels, so let's go to the last question because our time is about to be over. Marek, we're staying with you. How these graphs with greenhouse gas emissions will look like if we include the losses from extraction, distribution, transmission to consumption? Well, I expect that the person who put this question will talk about methane emissions that we've mentioned already. And we need to be blunt and say that methane emissions, as you pointed out, are here, but they represent 1.4% on all of us here, sitting here, DSOs, TSOs, and from the total emissions across Slovakia. So these are negligible volumes, 1.4% of total emissions. But every single one of our companies have a fixed setup mechanisms to eliminate these emissions. Transmission has been mentioned, underground storage has been mentioned as well. Distribution, transmission, yes, there's a system that guarantees times that when a leak is identified, we immediately eliminate it. So there's minimum leakage of methane to the air. I cannot comment on other countries than Slovak Republic, so I will not react. Yes, I believe this is not a question for Slovak gas industry where the leaks are close to zero. It's a question for other gas industries in other countries around the world where methane leaks to the air during extraction or gas leaks to the air. It is burned and then this leads to emissions. But this is not a problem of Slovakia, it's a problem of IGU, the International Gas Union. There are specific committees to eliminate this. And every year, huge pressure is applied, and the situation is improved consistently. At the beginning, I apologize on behalf of our Polish colleagues. It's a shame that they didn't participate, because Mr. Strudlo's presentation was supposed to be dealing with CNG and LNG, so compressed and liquefied natural gas, especially CNG and LNG in transport, because this is a big thing. CNG for passenger vehicles and LNG for transport vehicles. Unfortunately, we couldn't deal with this segment, and we will not deal with it because we are running out of time. So let me now thank to my dear colleagues, General Director of NAFTA, my dear colleague from EUStream and SPP Distribucja for their presentations and insights. Thank you for your questions, and let's have a lunch break. Thank you.
Dobrý deň, vážené dámy, páni, tu v sále aj pri vašich kompúteroch.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you at our panel Innovation and Transportation. I'm Andrej Matej, Director of the Institute for Transportation and Economy, and we do have esteemed guests here with us. Mr. Jacek Mizak, expert of the National Agency for Supporting E-Cars. Mr. Peter Madík, from Executive Director of Greenway Company. Peter Mozolák, Executive Director of sfpa.sk. And last but not least, Mr. Peter Hegedus from the National Hydrogen Association. To start with, I'd like to tell you that you can submit your questions via Slido, and if you have registered, I'd like to start with a short wrap-up. Transportation, as we all know, produces up to 25% of CO2 emissions or emissions of carbon within the overall European consumption. The Green Deal talks that until 2030 we should cut those emissions by 30%, and then until 2050 by 90%. This is a very ambitious plan, and we will discuss what kind of energy resources could replace fossil fuels in transportation, public transportation, private transportation, but also cargo. Those are very difficult challenges, and it will be very interesting to listen to our speakers, how they see electricity, CNG, LNG as eco-gases, and hydrogen. Which of those three resources could really help us to meet those ambitious goals? At the same time, the Slovak government representatives have outlined their ideas, what could be funded from the EU Recovery and Resilience Fund in case of Slovakia. Well, we know that the European Commission conditions 37% of the funds to be used for so-called green projects. Those are the topics of today, and I'd like to hand it over to Jacek from Poland to share what is the situation in Poland, e-cars, how does the Polish government see the recovery and resilience plan?
Small correction, our foundation is not a national agency, we are the NGO. But of course, on many issues, we do support our government in drafting right policies for e-mobility in particular. Well, I was asked to provide a short overview how it is in Poland in terms of zero emission or low emission mobility. Well, of course, in terms of policies, law and financing, it looks okay on the paper. The policies were adopted in 2017 with targets for electric vehicles by 2025. Following that, in 2018, the fundamental electromobility and alternative fuel law was adopted, and the government did not forget about the financing. In the same year, the low emission transport fund was created by putting a small commission on every liter of petrol or diesel sold at the filling station in Poland. So there is a a renewable source of financing, frankly speaking, but coming from fossil fuels. So the overall goal was quite ambitious at that time: 1 million electric vehicles on Polish roads by 2025. Even at that time, it was commonly considered as too optimistic. And frankly speaking, those criticizing this target were correct. 2 years later, the government, not officially but unofficially, in some other documents, revised this number to 600,000 vehicles. Okay, so almost 3 years passed, so where we are now. As you can see, the numbers are not very impressive. There are about more than 7,200 electric vehicles rolling on our roads. In terms of electric vehicles, following our regulation, electric vehicle is only battery vehicle. So plug-in hybrid is not considered as an electric vehicle. In terms of infrastructure, there are more than 1,000 charging stations, most of them thanks to Peter's company, Greenway, which is quite expanding impressively in Poland. So a majority of our fast charging stations are labeled with Greenway. So we are quite satisfied with that. However, the network of low-speed charging needs to be further developed. Our expressways and highways are being covered with a satisfactory number of fast charging points, but low charging points are lacking. Just one additional comment. Last month, the draft ordinance were forwarded for consultancy, for public consultancy regarding a special e-tariff for charging operators, where it will be much more profitable for the operators because of still small number of charging sessions. In summer this year, there was a big event in Poland in terms of media show. The Polish new brand Izera was announced, and 2 electric car prototypes were shown. For the project, the Electromobility Poland company is responsible. It is owned by 4 major energy companies in Poland. Well, the ambition is quite high. They would like to have a greenfield factory in just 2 years in Silesia, and they would like to produce 50,000 electric vehicles per year. But well, I would be quite cautious in seeing these promises as a reality, but we will see. I wish them all the luck. But to create a completely new brand on the market and to provide 50,000 electric cars, I mean, to who? If you had a new brand, no distribution network, no service network, it would be quite challenging. Well, what is the last one? Sorry, I can't see quite clear. Tax incentives. Unfortunately, well, despite the creation of a low-emission transport fund, it was never operationalized. So even the ordinance, executive ordinance for the implementation of the fund were published. No subsidy program or other measures were started. So the potential buyers of electric vehicles were waiting over 1 year for for the subsidies. And finally, this year, this summer, the National Fund, not Low Emission Transport Fund, but National Fund, just announced a pilot subsidy program, but not using Low Emission Transport Fund, but their own fund. The success of the subsidy program was quite moderate. Only 8% of the available funds were used. Why? Because the level of subsidy was halved. Comparing to the original project, the time was not right because of the pandemic, so buying a car was not a priority for those who would like to spend some money. But the National Fund promised to correct the program and to start again this year. And the last slide, what about our National Recovery Plan? Of course, there is no draft available at the moment, but there are some discussions going on within the government. Unfortunately, this is mainly in-house work. There is no public debate on our priorities within the National Recovery Plan. There are 20 projects published already on the Prime Minister Office webpage, but this is the result of the in-house work of the government. So there were several committees, working groups, contact groups, interministerial groups, that finally they came with the proposals, and by the end of September, all businesses, companies, and individuals may send the remarks and proposals for others. Well, of course, the projects cover all priorities identified in the proposal of the recovery plan published by the European Commission, and there is also one project dedicated for the sustainable transport. But unfortunately, this project is focused on only on development of bike roads, dedicated bike roads in big cities, and to improve road safety. There is no single word about supporting low and zero emission transportation in cities, about development of alternative fuels, infrastructure, etc. And there is also no single word about the possible measures with regard to keep going the automotive industry in our country. Of course, the share of automotive industry in Poland is a little bit smaller than in Slovakia, but this sector is confronted with the huge problems. Following the latest forecast, well, the sales of cars in Europe will be 30% below by the end of this year. So in addition to the low volume of sales, there is also a problem with the CO2 limits introduced with this year, a new limit. We are just finishing the report on the CO2 gap for the automakers in Europe, and there is a real problem for a number of manufacturers, and they have to confront with two big problems, and I think that this is the role of the government to assist them in addressing the problems. Well, what is our view as a foundation for the future of road transportation? Of course, we do support the vision of CASE, that the vehicles should be connected, autonomous, shared, and electric. When I say electric cars, I mean the electric powertrain. Of course, we are not sure which technology is to win. You know, fuel cells or battery cars, but the propulsion should be electric. But I think the biggest problem in our countries, in Poland, but in Slovakia, in Hungary, in Czech Republic, will be how to keep the auto industry going, you know, because there are many car factories in our countries, and the government role should not only be to make investments in zero-emission transport using the EU funds and its own funds, but also to attract other investments, proper investments in this industry that will help to car makers to meet both the CO2 targets and to stay alive, let me say. There is also a quite intensive debate within the government about the future of hydrogen. There was no such debate 2 years ago. But of course, there was a pressure from big power companies in Poland, namely Orlen, Lotos, but also PGE, the largest group. They would like to be in business and they would like to develop their capacity with regard to hydrogen. So now the Ministry of Climate is drafting the national hydrogen strategy. So we don't know what will be the priorities, but I think the future of hydrogen is in the industry and heavy transport, road transport, maybe heavy trucks. But from my point of view, fuel cells in the passenger cars have no future. With regard to the targets, we are on track to reach the targets, obligatory targets set in the electromobility law. This regard the share of electric vehicles in public institutions and the share of electric buses in public transportation. As regard the fleets in central administration units, it's 20% by 2023. As regards the electric buses in the big cities, it's 20% by 2025. So we are on track, at least on these two targets, but of course additional measures are needed to make the zero emissions car more attractive from economic point of view. Unfortunately, so far there is no system for fiscal and tax incentives for zero emission car. When the company buys a car, a diesel and electric, there is no difference in taxes for the company. And I think this is also the issues that should be addressed quite soon by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mizak, for telling us more about, I believe, a very ambitious plan by the year 2025. The figures are really amazing. And in the discussion, we'll certainly ask you more in how realistic they are, and how you, as your foundation, as an advisory body of the government, you can influence that. And we will gladly listen to the next speaker, Mr. Badík, telling you more how the situation is in Slovakia in terms of e-cars and e-mobility in general, and everything that relates to it. Mr. Badík, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I'm happy that Jacek already mentioned our company. I don't have to introduce us on my own. We'll talk about the wider perspective. I will speak on behalf of the Association of Charge Up Europe that we've established this year in Brussels, together with similar companies operating in charging infrastructure across Europe, basically the largest ones. We are the only member from the East Europe, and there are three other companies forming this group together with us. The reason why we want to shape our opinions or shape our standpoints at European level is that this is a Europe-wide topic. This cannot be limited to a single country. And the things that I'm going to say should apply not only to Slovakia, but it should apply to Europe as a whole. I know that Slovakia is a small country. It's a nice country, but it's really small, and we should find our specifics, true, but in these large principial changes and transitions that the industry and energy sector are about to undergo, it's absolutely inefficient for Slovakia to go against the grain. We are too small for that, and we haven't got enough financial potential to go against the grain, go against the direction of these changes. So I decided to deal with these topics at the European level and to then import the standpoints to Slovakia from the European level. So how EU green recovery should look like from the perspective of mobility? I will only deal with e-mobility. There are, of course, other aspects, but I feel to be, let's say, professional in e-mobility, so I'm going to talk about that. One more remark for the start. It's necessary for us to realize in Slovakia, unfortunately, it's not so, but I still feel that the topics of environmental technology and environmental business, or green business, if you like, these topics are often perceived as something dictated by Brussels. Brussels will give us some limits or goal that we'll have to achieve. Now there were some 2020 objectives, now we have 2030 objectives. Numbers of e-cars, emissions, etc., etc. We take it as some sort of political decision imposed on us. We even sometimes perceive that this is a price for our membership in the EU, and this is a very bad mindset. This is a mindset that I could perhaps accept 10 years ago, but today, that's essential misunderstanding of the whole green industry, of the whole environmentally focused industry. That is a huge opportunity for Europe, and that means that it's a huge opportunity for Slovakia because we are a small player. This change of mindset is extremely necessary not only at the political but at the business level as well. I see very few companies in Slovakia that perceive green economy or green recovery or green innovation as their potential. Very few companies. And this is a shame. So before we implement any measures in green recovery, we need to push this mindset so that our businesses say this loud and clear, that green recovery, a green economy, is not something we have to do, but it's something we want to do because it's a huge opportunity. Okay, now let's talk about details and specifics. I even have some specific measures here, but let me talk about these texts that I put here. I didn't translate them. They are in English. They are from a few position papers. Whether it's about green recovery or innovation page or other topics, all these position papers are to be found online. Europe, when it comes to e-mobility, is about to face a huge increase. We expect up to 30% of all registered vehicles after 2030 can be e-cars. So a huge transformation across all industries, not just automotive industry, but other related industries. We also believe that e-mobility, and I'm talking mainly about passenger e-vehicles, is the best way how to fight climate change or the impact of climate change, how to improve climate indicators in terms of transportation, because passenger transportation, as we've heard, is one of the few industries where the emissions are growing compared to other industries where they are falling, and it's passenger vehicles or passenger transport that has the biggest share, that is responsible for the biggest share of these emissions. Of course, there's ship transport, air transport, but passenger road transport is perhaps the biggest culprit. And also we see that e-cars are not convenient because of the climate changes or climate objectives, but also environmental objectives. So cleanliness of air in cities. Perhaps we don't have to go in great detail how the crisis suddenly cleaned the air in our cities, and we realize that we can live in clean air. We calculated in our association that the transition to e-mobility in the next 10 years can create as many as 1 million jobs. And these are not only jobs in automotive plants. At the end of the day, automotive industry can also benefit from it, but it will have to undergo a transformation. But these are jobs in other industries like building of infrastructure. For example, charging infrastructure. But if we talk about green recovery, we can talk about reconstruction of renovation of buildings, energy efficiency, etc., etc. But let me stick to e-cars. Investments into charging infrastructure also have three major spillover effects. The first, it's a low-hanging fruit, which can be implemented quickly. Building of infrastructure is continual. Also, in the next 4 years, we know where the recovery plan is heading. We don't need long preparation plans like when we want to build a motorway or any other green projects. We can be very efficient, very fast. So there's a short-term multiplier. Those of you who studied economy know that when you put the money into economy, people who will be working there, who will be working on the development of infrastructure will spend those money they earn, and we will basically manage to achieve the goal of the recovery package, to restart the economy. At the same time, energy efficiency, and this includes transition to e-cars, has this long-term multiplicator, which means that the assets we will generate in this short-term horizon will reduce energy demands, and e-cars do this. So in the long-term perspective, it will have positive impact on GDP growth, etc., etc. And the last effect of the infrastructure investments for e-cars is the reduction of risks and costs, because the climate change is not just a paper-based risk. It's a real tangible risk that the climate changes are bringing. Let me only briefly deal with the two areas related to e-mobility: energy sector and energy efficiency buildings. So very quickly, when it comes to energy efficiency of buildings, there's a huge potential for charging infrastructure and development of charging infrastructure. We expect that in the EU, it will be necessary to renovate a huge number of buildings. And this is the opportunity, besides things like insulation, better heating, more efficient heat pumps, electrification, etc., etc. We should also think about development of charging infrastructure for e-cars. So one of the areas is the so-called renovation wave. We call about recovery package. We talk about the budget of the EU Commission for the years 2027. But there's also the other area, the renovation wave, money which will be invested into energy efficiency renovation of buildings. And here there's a great space for e-mobility and e-cars. I also talk about specific measures, but this is just to open up. Second area is e-mobility and energy system. These are extremely connected concepts. We also perceive a change in paradigm here. We need to realize that, yes, e-cars for energy system, from a short-term perspective, lead into great demands for restructuring, especially when we talk about the last mile energy sector. The distribution systems from transformation stations to buildings, homes, and shopping malls where the e-cars are going to be charged. This is where we will need essential change in processes, maybe even redesign of the network, of the grid. But it's not only related to e-cars, it's related to the overall trend of distribution of trends and prosumers, etc. So in the short-term horizon, there will be change necessary. Redesign of the physical infrastructure, but also processes in distribution system operators. And e-cars, in the end, will systematically represent a huge contribution for the grid, because of the flexibility they will be able to introduce. It's a simple calculation. Take the number of cars in Europe, take the size of batteries in these cars. Imagine there are 30% of e-cars from the total fleet in the EU. Perhaps this is the status quo of 2030. These batteries in those cars will produce or will offer enormous capacity. And on the other hand, these e-cars will be a contribution for flexibility contribution for the grid. They will offer vast volume of flexibility, and they will thus support the better generation of renewables. So let me talk about these action points. Number of these things could be also included in the recovery plan. The first thing we propose is to pay attention to grid upgrades. There should be changes in distribution systems. Perhaps it wouldn't have to be necessarily shifted through tariffs to those who are consumers, but green recovery is a way how to pay this from European money, maybe. We should support schemes for infrastructure incentive or infrastructure incentive schemes, just like we have in Slovakia. We have this scheme for building of charging infrastructure for cities and municipalities. I would focus on the cases where there is a complex problem, for example, charging on the streets or charging in residential buildings or housing estates. These are really difficult situations for a commercial business case, but for recovery plan money should be or could be used in this way. Also, we should increase our ambition for in terms of cabling, so preparation of this charging infrastructure in new developments, real estate developments. Currently, the legislation requires 10% of the parking spots equipped with preparation or cabling for e-cars. I believe that this 10% should be substantially increased, and it's very difficult to predict which parking space needs cabling or not. So I would increase this cabling to 100% of all the parking lots. And also we should introduce something that we call right to plug, which is basically the right for a charging station. We don't want to introduce yet another type of human rights, of course, but this is a concept that we perceive as to be very important, because if you buy a charger for a household, for a residential building, you face a great number of problems. Usually you are the first one to do that because you buy the first e-car in the house. You need to go through a pile of administrative permits and licenses and agreements of all the inhabitants in the block of flats. So here, firstly, we should accelerate the process so the distribution system operators can tell you within 8 to 12 weeks how exactly they will connect you to the grid. But there's also this administrative burden that needs to be simplified and reduced. And there's an important role of municipalities and self-governments that should support people who decide to buy an e-car, so that these people are not faced by a huge number of challenges, so that it's not a nightmare, but it's a consumer-friendly experience. So, what are other things that we propose, not only in Slovakia but across Europe? We should continue. We should insist on the objectives or standards for CO2 standard emissions of newly registered vehicles. Basically, what's happening at the European level.
There is legislation that forces automotive industry to produce cars with lower emission standards, and I would very much appreciate if there are clear-cut standards for EU emissions, that they are stringent, and all the policies should be deducted from the EU policies. What should be the average price for an average limits for CO2 emissions? Slovakia, but even more, Poland needs imported cars. and you import cars. And, we should really prevent situation that diesel cars that are not wanted in Germany are imported to Slovakia or Poland. And I would all cars like to have a certain average energy mix, and then we should look into how to achieve that, what type of cars should be encouraged, and etc. Then we should introduce pan-European
Ak sa pozrite dneska fotky
scheme for discarding cards. If you look for grinding cars, rough grinding, we should support cars in order to build the infrastructure. There is a huge gap in Slovakia. Is that the municipalities do not play enough important role in developing e-charging schemes, scrapping. There is a centralized role of the state in recovery packages to build fleets of e-cars, for instance. The monetary or direct or indirect support of e-cars, we should identify ways how to fund them from EU recovery packages and other packages. And last but not least, money for adjusting our energy infrastructure to the development, and we should really play a more intense role in the whole process. I am really sorry that we still do not have electrified network at all rest areas. For instance, along highways, there are no charging stations, and I do hope that this should, and I believe that this should be a standard, and that there should be possibility to charge your car at the rest zones along the highways, and there should be charging hubs of course, but the network should be much more dense. You see that there is much on our plate. There's a lot on our plate, and I believe it would be very useful if the governments discuss with us, and we want to explain why those things are very important. Thank you very much. And I think you add on what Mr. Jacek has said, but electricity is not the only and not the only possibility. And it's not the only replacement for fuels, for fossil fuels, or for lowering carbon emissions. Biogases are another important area. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being on this panel. And surrounded by all alternative fuels, I represent SPP CNG. This is a small daughter company of the SPP, earmarked for operation of CNG stations and supplies of transportation by or with CNG. If we are talking about all types of alternative fuels, then I should include LPG according to the EU directive. CNG or LNG that I'll be talking about is not LPG. This is a mixture of propane and butane, and CNG is compressed natural gas, and so we are talking about natural gas here. And later on, during my presentation, I will explain why some may actually think that we are talking about natural gas, but what we are talking about is that natural gas is a great transit fuel that can become even greener and that could assist in cutting on carbon emissions in transportation. I will represent more traditional module of fuel supplies in transportation because, as Peter has said, I've seen all the measures that need to be taken, in the grids, networks, in housing sector, public buildings, etc. It is complex, but it is needed in order to deploy e-mobility further on. But with our module with compressed natural gas sort of copies the standard module, but with CNG we are talking about liquid or gas or diesel. But its advantage is that the user of this fuel actually can fill up his car in the same time as he or she would do with gas or diesel, and he or she gets enough fuel to cover comparable distance as with combustion motors or with gas or fuel, gas or diesel. The filling stations can service a couple of hundreds of customers a day, so you don't need to request for a time slot in order to charge your car or to refill your tank. The CNG technologies are proven by time and by experience. They have been in place for a couple of dozens of years, but the pace of implementation has been different. The structure is not harmonized and the network is not harmonized. The advantage of those technologies is that this approach combines all the benefits of e-mobility and the CO emissions are favorable. When we talk about emissions and polluting particles, the situation is very good. Yes, of course, there are certain emissions, but if we take chemical equation, if you burn methane with oxygen, you only get CO2 and H2O. That means water and CO2 and all other critical components of emissions as NOxes or dust particles are eliminated almost to zero here. So this type of fuel is very good in urban areas, and why we are here, and that is lowering on CO2 emissions in order to achieve carbon neutrality. This is step number 2. If we manage to achieve the replacement of the fossil molecule for a renewable molecule, not immediately but gradually, then we have a standard combustion engine, almost with zero emissions of pollutants, that is climate neutral. And the current automotive industry is really structured to produce such types of engines. E-mobility, of course, takes away from the current type of deployment of labor, but we could maintain certain share of combustion motors, motors that run on CNG or LNG. We could preserve and keep those current jobs, and at the same time meet the goals that have been set, at least for instance, in emissions of greenhouse gases or other goals. Other advantage of CNG and LNG or methane-based fuels, we can service almost all areas of transportation with the exception of aviation. Buses, actually there are CNG trains already running. And if we are talking about using LNG, we can get to heavy lorries to river transportation, etc. So with accessible technologies, we can actually provide for the same or very comparable comfort as the current users are used to. And also, we can efficiently cut on emissions across the spectrum of transportation, starting from personal cars to going down to ships. Cars are definitely attractive, especially in personal transportation, and of course play the important role. And it will be up to the customer what seems more attractive to him or her, whether using e-car or whether he or she will use electric car, hydrogen car, or what type of car. This will be totally up to the user. I'd also like to say that the infrastructure of CNG stations in Slovakia is not sufficient. We try to do a lot and to really get to all rest stations along the highways or across the country. We will build 17 stations on the D1 highway, and of course we are planning to build those stations at least in each and every district city, which should provide for standard coverage of the country by our infrastructure. And I would like to conclude with a remark that we should not only talk about how to spend the money coming from EU, either through the Stability Pact and Recovery Fund and Resilience Fund, but we should really talk about how to spend it efficiently, value for money. And if we are talking about value for money, the World Bank has concluded that in order to fulfill the emission goals in the midterm horizon, the best scenario would be to use the money for supporting CNG and LNG. So with minimum financial contribution, we can achieve a lot, and we can contribute significantly to cutting greenhouse emissions or pollutants. I have checked the price lists of automobile producers, and there is one interesting thing. The car producers are offering CNG cars for the same price as the gas cars. They are cheaper than cars running on diesel, and some of the modules are not available in diesel version anymore. So what is the lesson learned? Using CNG cars automatically brings about saving to its user. The only thing the user may miss is the infrastructure. And this is where we should pour the money into and really focus. This is the area we should focus at, and we should really focus on building the infrastructure for the users of such cars. And there are segments that can hardly be serviced efficiently via hydrogen or e-mobility, and those are lorries, trailers, ships, etc. Yes, of course, you could construct a vehicle running on batteries, even in those cargo segments, but the battery capacity is not as advanced to be able to service and to transport those heavy cargoes, because the volumes of the cargo are huge. So currently, LNG is winning, which is not to say that in the future the picture may change and there may be other winners on the scene. So currently it's the natural gas, then later on down the road, biomethane, and it's a very suitable fuel for us to use in order to meet the EU goals. Thank you very much for mentioning not only the personal cars, but also what we need to focus at, and this is supporting public transportation and transportation as such. And before opening a discussion that will definitely be very interesting, it has been 1 year and a half, Mr. Haggerty, or 3 years, that we have been discussing another medium, and that is hydrogen. So over to you.
Thanks a lot for inviting me here, and thanks for giving me the possibility to speak. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hydrogen in transportation is often labeled as the fuel of the future. And this is with a question mark. So is this a fuel of the future or is it not? Well, we believe it is, or at least it can be a fuel of the future. And this is based on the essence of hydrogen. Hydrogen is not a source of energy, but it is a carrier of energy, and it has a great advantage that it connects sectors. So the same molecule of hydrogen can be used in transportation, can be used in energy sector, it can be used in households, it can be used in steel industry or chemical industry. This is a very important fact to realize that hydrogen can play a key role not only in decarbonization of transportation, but in decarbonization of economy and life as such. So this is perhaps the reason why the European Commission included hydrogen and hydrogen-based economy as one of its priorities. And even the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen herself, emphasized this 1 or 2 weeks ago in her speech, that hydrogen is one of the priorities, where a relatively lot of funds will be directed from the EU Recovery Fund. And not only now, but also for the future. I now realized, as Mr. Badigem also mentioned, that how hydrogen is connecting these sectors. On the one hand, a hydrogen car can be regarded as an electric car, it's an e-car, because basically through electrolysis or reverse electrolysis in the fuel cells, it generates power based on the chemical reaction between hydrogen and oxygen. On the other hand, you are getting into the car as a gas, so it has benefits of both media. Of course, there's a disadvantage that it's relatively least widespread, and it's least available, of course. So where hydrogen is probably going to be used is mainly in areas which are difficult to decarbonize. So it's mass transport, buses, cars. Cargo transport, road cargo transport, where in some places other ways of decarbonization would be pretty much impossible, and this hydrogen tank is not so heavy as batteries, not as heavy as batteries are. Also, the mileage of the mileage capacity of these vehicles is sufficient. So these heavy cargo cars or trains can be suitable for hydrogen. And river transport is another area. We have Danube here, and there are ships, boats traveling down the river. And we believe that hydrogen ships will be also used in the future, but area with a huge potential is air transport, where hydrogen can be used either as a green fuel or as a part of hydrogen-based synthetic fuels. this can be a game changer in decarbonization of air transport because there's not too many other possibilities. Just last week, Airbus announced the first hydrogen airplanes that should be put into practice. So we put into operation between 2027 and 2030. And we believe that the development is going to be accelerated. Another part are communal or municipal vehicles, so like waste collecting vehicles. Basically, these are going to be e-cars with great advantages in residential areas because these cars are going to be quiet. There are zero emission cars, and hydrogen will enable carrying this heavy load that these cars need to service and need to collect and then carry to the municipal waste. So what is most important about hydrogen is how we actually obtain this hydrogen, because if we produce hydrogen from natural gas or crude oil, then we will stick to pollution with CO2. So the role of our association and the EU is to generate low carbon hydrogen. And this is defined that this is electrolysis of water, where the molecule of water, H2O, is divided into H2 and O, so hydrogen and oxygen, but you need a lot of energy for this, but this energy will be generated by renewables, mainly by sun and wind or any other renewable source of energy. Or we have low-carbon hydrogen, which will be maybe even more relevant for Slovakia, because low-carbon hydrogen can be defined such hydrogen molecule that is generated by steam reformation of natural gas with CO2 capture or electrolysis of water, whereas the source of power is low carbon but is not renewable. In our definition, this is nuclear power. Because our energy mix in Slovakia is as it is, and when Mochovce 3 and 4 will be deployed, it will change even more for the benefit of nuclear powers. It will be very high in terms of low carbon, but quite low in terms of renewables. So maybe this electricity from nuclear power plants will play a great role in the generation of hydrogen.
By som možno povedal, že prečo toto snaženie aj nielen.
And to conclude this, I would like to point out why this is a very important attempt for Slovakia and the EU. Along with the environmental objectives and goals that are clear and have been mentioned already, the effort for decarbonization of transportation is also based or driven by the effort for energy self-sufficiency. Almost 95% of energy media or energy carriers in Slovakia are imported, and the possibility to generate power or energy carrier on our own here domestically should be certainly one of the drivers of our efforts, and we will certainly provide as much support as we possibly can. When it comes to measures suitable for hydrogen support, from the EU Recovery Fund perspective, I only join in saying what we've already heard: building of infrastructure. Infrastructure is the key for any hydrogen transportation to be implemented. This is very clear that first we need built infrastructure, then we can hope to have some hydrogen cars. And the infrastructure should be supported mainly by filling stations, building by basic infrastructure, the filling stations, and then extending this infrastructure to regional capitals and district capitals. And another area that we perceive is very important is education. Investment in education. We already now feel that there's not enough experts who would be dealing with alternative fuels. So if we imagine that we want to have 20% of e-cars, or at least cars with alternative fuels, we basically don't have people who would be taking care of those cars, who would be maintaining these cars and repairing these cars. So we need to educate them and train them, and this relates to a great number of great investments in innovations and education in this field. Slovakia is already doing something in this respect. There's national hydrogen strategy being prepared. It's in process of the Ministry of Economy. Simultaneously, the Košice University, the Pavol Jozef Šafarik University and Technical University, both in Košice and the Slovak Academy of Sciences, established Hydrogen Research Center, which should start its operation by the end of this year. These are exactly the activities we need to kickstart the hydrogen as a concept and as an idea in our economy, but not only in transportation. Transportation is only one of the ways, one of the areas where hydrogen can be used, because hydrogen is a multi-sector gas. So let's look at the question from our viewers. 2 questions, perhaps I would put them together, and I ask you politely to ensure that the answers are brief. So, this, Mr. Mozolak, this is for you, but perhaps everyone could comment. So, where e-cars are more suitable or more convenient, where CNG passenger vehicles are more suitable. So, some people say that in the city, e-cars are more suitable, maybe gas or CNG cars are suitable for out-of-the-city transportation. So it's logical that each of you support your sort of fuel, and all 3 of these fuels are perhaps are supporting the reduction of emissions. So let us briefly answer which fuel is better for which conditions, or for which context. Okay, I'll start so that we don't say that we all blow our own trumpet. I think that future should be cost efficient, and it should be should be fair. So when we talk today about the emissions, tank to wheel, there are some figures, there are some results and indicators. Some fuels are treated more advantageously. You know, it would be really fair if we talked about life cycle emissions or road to wheel emissions, sorry, tank to wheel emissions, so that all the greenhouse gas emissions were put together that are related to the given vehicle. And I'm talking about life cycle, so I mean from the source, through components of the vehicle, through a liquidation of these components. And if we look at this comprehensive picture, it will be quite clear which type of vehicle and which type of fuel contributes to reduction of emissions with the greatest share during the whole life cycle. But today it's quite clear. On behalf of natural gas and also in the future the renewable gas, we offer, I've already said, we offer all sorts of transport. It's certainly natural gas in heavy segments like public transport, or buses, or ships, or cargo. You know, the future is relatively bright. For passenger vehicles, it's perhaps a competition for several factors, and the users will choose. You know, I think cost efficient and fair comparison. This is the optimum future. Jacek? No.
Well, the latest research show that CNG is not a low emission fuel, frankly speaking. For the latest study by Transport and Environment show that the emission of the PM below 2.5 is so huge. But well, such buses should not be labeled as an eco bus. So for cities, well, I think that only zero emission buses should have the right to operate, like I don't know, hydrogen, battery, but definitely zero emission. With regard to the life cycle analysis, of course there are such studies available. For example, the latest study commissioned by the European Commission, done by Ricardo Environment Energy. There is a clear comparison of fuels and propulsion, and of course the answer is not so easy, but this fuel is better than that one, because, well, for example, in the context of electric cars, it depends on your energy mix. So well, each and every case is different, but such analyses are available, of course.
Ďakujem pekne. Nech sa páči, pán Bedník. Bavíme teda, že tam bola taká
Mr. Bendik, so talk about the best modes of transport. I believe this is the rank. First, walking, second, cycling, then scooter, then public transport based on electricity system. So trams, trolleybuses, electric buses, then shared passenger vehicles in e-cars, and then e-cars. These are the 6. This is the specific ranking, specific order of suitability or convenience. And transport is changing drastically. The whole mobility is changing drastically. If you move around Bratislava in the past 3 or 4 years, you can see the major difference, and you understand where the whole things are heading and where we're going. And this must be reflected. One thing is clear, and this is a fact, that gradually we are starting to prefer quality to quantity. I believe that Europe, and Slovakia is a part of Europe, we are a Western society, and we don't believe that producing more, having a bigger car, having more, conference tables, having more chairs, that's not the best, that's not the most important thing to do. We also want to have a quality life. And which of these alternative? Well, I think the winning alternative at the end of the day will enable people to live in a better environment. Not only the one that will be cheaper or nicer or more, or give people bigger performance, but in the end, it will give people better alternatives. I used to have a big car in the past, and I can tell you that I avoid any car. If I can, I either walk or use scooter or bicycle. And yeah, I do ride a car sometimes, but I avoid it if I can, whenever I can. So the perspective of transportation is changing. There's a paradigm shift going on, and the question would be perhaps setting the framework, whether it's going to be CNG or it's going to be electric powers or it's going to be hydrogen. I think we will change our perspective of transportation as such. I would personally, wouldn't even like to own a car if it was possible.
Ja si myslím, že
I think long-term and sustainable transportation is the one that will prevail. It's already a cliche, but from what we see in the world, the sustainability of the type of transportation will be criterion number 1. And I totally agree with Peter Vajdik. I believe that priorities should start with walking, only further down the road to using cars. All vehicles need to run on something, so there's a challenge. The sustainability will be important from the economic and environmental perspective. Those two will need to go hand in hand. And I believe that if you want to buy a car in the future, you will have one type of a car with different types of fuels, and only the market will show which one will be the best one and which one will win. From our perspective, what really makes sense is to encourage public transportation in trains, buses that are the most advanced areas. When it comes to trains. There are electric trains without traction network. And now the question is building the network versus not building it, because if the electric train, if it runs on hydrogen, then it runs on zero emissions. It produces zero emissions. And if we open this topic, we would definitely not have time for covering everything, such as investments into the infrastructure, railway infrastructure, road infrastructure, and other. And we would spend so much time here. And since the time is up, I would first and foremost like to thank you. Mr. Jacek, do you want to say something?
Yes, of course, I strongly support the vision of walking, biking, and using public transportation. But this should provide a real solution for the citizens. If we ban people to use their private cars with no real solutions for other form of mobility, they will be crazy. So this should be done in the same time. So we have to improve the public transportation. We have to allow people to bike with no restrictions, or to walk, or to use public transportation. This is the only way. And for example, the young people in Poland are not thinking about buying a car at the moment. So if they need a car, they can make a car from car sharing systems. No problem.
Určite áno, ďakujem ešte aj za to.
Definitely, yes, I agree. Thank you very much. Big cities and big urban areas are a different story than transportation outside of big cities and urban areas. But supporting public transportation and biking is going to be the priority number one. If we replace all diesel cars by cars running on hydrogen and other types of fuel, this is not going to tackle the principal problem. We won't be able to eliminate the carbon footprint. But all of you gentlemen have agreed on one thing, and I believe that this could be a message for the Slovak government, that if we should fund something from the recovery plan, it should be the infrastructure, charging station, capacity of the infrastructure that has been touched upon by the previous speakers. And then we should set the policies, and we should really focus on the costs, and the costs should decide, as you, Mr. Jacek, have said, tax stimuli, questions of tax stimuli, and for those alternative types of fuels before the fossil fuels. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us at this conference, and a safe trip back home. And we will all walk back home, probably, or maybe on bike. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm a director of the innovation section of the International Innovation Agency, and I will walk you through the last panel of the 14th year of the conference. I would start with a quote by this quote from the President of the European Commission. We are trying to do everything we can do to keep up with our promise to all the Europeans. Today is a very significant milestone on our road. We want to show the rest of the world the way to greener, a cleaner planet. The European will walk out stronger out of the crisis, will support innovations into green and clean technologies, and will create green jobs. The topic of our panel is very, very up to date. The sector of public building consumes about 40% of energy. About 70% of our buildings are low or no energy efficient. In spite of the fact about 80% of current buildings will be used in 2070 still. We need to increase the energy efficiency of existing buildings, be it housing. Most of them, or many of them, have undergone renovation and refurbishment, or building and upgrading family houses. Renovation becomes the main opportunity for economic growth because it offers jobs, it offers construction sector that is dominated by local companies, and at the same time it strengthens the competitiveness of the those industries. And after COVID, the renovations have been put on the list of priorities by the European Commission. And we will focus on the low level of decarbonization. And also, the plan will talk about the obstacles that are on the way to increasing the energy efficiency. According to the directive in this area, the member states will need to have their plans for rebuilding and for upgrading their buildings in order to achieve decarbonization of buildings. I am looking at the State Secretary because I believe she will talk about it. The strategies should set forth the plans and priorities until 2050, by which we should achieve 80 to 85% cuts on carbon emissions. Today's panelists will talk about those aspects of renovation of public buildings and many others. Katarina Brunskova, State Secretary at the Ministry of Transport and Construction of the Slovak Republic. She studied at the Faculty of Law at the University, Comenius University. In the past, she used to work in both public and private sector, and she came from the segment of bar and from attorneys, from amongst the attorneys to the position of State Secretary. She has been very active in the field of transportation for many years. Professor Zuzana Šternova, PhD, she's a director of Building Testing and Research Institute. She's active in technical normalization. She's the head of technical commission of 58 for heating protection, and also she is also head of an institute in the field. She is active in international arena. She focuses primarily on the heating protection and insulation of buildings, energy efficiency of buildings, and eliminating systemic breaches and discrepancies. And also, she has been actively participating in drafting legislation. She has been active in concerted actions aimed at energy efficiency of buildings. She's an author of various national technical norms, and she has published quite extensively. She also teaches at the Slovak Technical University. Jerguš Vopalensky graduated from Masaryk University in law. Then he studied in Ghent. Then he started to work as an analyst of FA Hayek, and then He started to work as head of network business development at SPP distribution, and he focuses on decarbonization and the Green Deal. Peter Robel is the chairman of the board. He graduated from the Comenius University. Immediately after graduating, he started to work at the Partners for Democratic Change NGO, and then he started working for the Institute of Public Affairs and then Holcim, and as of 2013, he's a public affairs manager for Eastern Europe. He's the chairperson of the Association of Green Buildings that unites more than 150 companies in the sector. And that those companies in combination, they employ about 9,000 people. So I will hand it over to my panelists, and you can ask your questions via Slido. The State Secretary, please, over to you. I want to thank you for this opportunity to come and discuss with you those important issues regarding green renovation. And renovation of buildings is one of the priorities. It is extremely important, and you can see that from the government manifesto, to follow up on 25 years of works that focus on increasing energy efficiency of buildings. I'm convinced that Slovakia is one of the leading countries when it comes to building renovation. We spend about 90% of our time in different buildings, and the buildings represent about 40% of energy consumption and about 36% of CO2 emissions. It is important and vital that energy savings become priority in housing renovation and building renovations, and that we are able to achieve the limits that are set in this area. As I have said, it is our priority to get as much funds, EU funds, into this area, especially from the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And we need to realize that the reconstruction and renovation of buildings will or must be focused on reconstruction and renovation also of family houses. About 50% of housing stock is represented by family houses, and they need to be renovated. I am glad that thanks to many measures that have been already rolled out in the past, Professor Stern has participated in deploying many strategies aimed at lowering energy consumption in buildings and increasing energy efficiency of buildings. We need to continue in this trend. Then if we consider the fact that the great majority of the package should be geared in this direction, we will do anything and everything to improve the existing system, because of course there is certain room for improvement, and most of the funds invested through the Ministry of Transportation has been from the state budget. So we have designed certain financial mechanisms at the ministerial level, like insulation of houses, family houses, and housing units. But as the European Union says, we need to support and focus on low-income households that have not had funds for increasing the energy efficiency of their housing. For us, this is the ambition that we would to translate into long-term strategy of renovating housing and buildings. This is a commitment that actually results from the EU directive. Until 2050, we should really meet this goal. And this long-term strategy will follow up on the existing strategy in the area that was prepared in 2014. Then it had been prepared in 2014, then updated in 2017, and now we are drafting a new strategy together with private sector and NGO sector. A colleague sitting to my left is a member of the working group that is drafting this strategy. And our ambition is to finalize the draft strategy by the end of the year and then submit it to the European Commission and the government. When it comes to the current systems of support, we have offered subsidies for eliminating problems in buildings, and I do believe that we will multiply the volume of funds available for renovation and reconstruction. When it comes to family houses, we have already opened 2 calls for proposals that were totally full and filled, or their capacity was filled within 24 hours, so there was not enough money for what was needed. The most money from the European side comes from the structural funds, and especially when talking about public houses, public buildings, the pace of renovations is very slow, and we should double or triple the pace of the renovations in public buildings, and we should focus on schools, kindergartens, hospitals, and those types of buildings. And we also not only have direct financial tools, but also some indirect tools, such as state premiums or contributions or add-on money on mortgages. So there are different financial instruments available that need to be reviewed today, and we need to review them in order to increase their efficiency and effectiveness. But when we compare Slovakia with other European countries, Slovakia has had different financial tools that have motivated and enhanced and improved the situation to the current figures. And this graph illustrates that the situation when talking about family houses, many inhabitants renovate their houses without state support. So therefore, the state needs to focus on low-income families that have no access to renovations. When it comes to the situation with renovation, the analytical studies that our ministers say that if we continue in the pace of renovation as it is now, then we would reach 100% in 10 to 15 years. That means around 2030.
But then when it comes to family houses or single-family houses, the situation is different. But the year 2050 is relatively an objective date when it comes to total renovation of the residential fund of residential buildings fund in Slovakia. Our role in the future through this long-term strategy is to provide greater state subsidy for smart solutions within residential buildings fund, support digitalization, and to apply elements for protection of biodiversity and green infrastructure in supporting the climate, tackling the climate change. So to summarize this, I'm convinced that the legislative framework in Slovakia is correctly set up in Slovakia. We have no transposition deficit showing any failure to meet the commitments based on European legislations. However, this doesn't mean that we can't improve. We can, obviously. And I think the ambitions that we transpose to the Buildings Renovation Fund will be translated into real practice as well. For information, this building renovation plan requires, when it comes to family houses, it requires at least 150 million euro which at current level of single subsidy around 8,000 euro, that would mean in renewing 6,000 houses, single-family houses. But we also want to renovate buildings which are historical sites, for example, because we have no specific instrument today which would enable renovation of historical buildings or historical sites, so that they are not only energy efficient, but also they, of course, comply with the requirements by the historians and historians of architecture, etc., etc. So we know that today in Slovakia there are approximately 100 projects for historical buildings to be renovated, but there's no specific instruments to allow this. So there's a specific area we need to tackle. Also, interesting area for renovation are the so-called brownfields, usually located inside the cities or urban agglomerations, and we need to consider earmarking also some funds for renewal of these brownfields that are located across Slovakia. So there are great challenges lying ahead. But this long-term strategy for renovation can help us tackle those challenges, and I believe that the pace will accelerate so that we can achieve the ambitious objective of the Paris Climate Agreement and the European Green Deal. Thank you. Thank you very much. The State Secretary gave us the sort of high-level policy overview. Professor, tell us your perspective of the green renovation of buildings. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you to start with my slides and let me follow up on, as Mr. Bobrovnitsky mentioned, the high-level policy information and strategy information. I will follow up from a different perspective. So let me tell you what we have here. We have 5.5 million inhabitants, but we have certain number of buildings as well, and these buildings were naturally erected at various historical periods. So now we have the periods of intensive construction of residential buildings. There are approximately one half of the population before the year 1992, when the construction pace seriously slowed down. So again, we can look at non-residential buildings with various categories. In the 60s and 70s was the peak for sure. According to the census, we can say that the existing residential funds, the fund of residential apartments, consists of 931,000 flats or apartments, and they represent approximately 22,000 residential buildings. So approximately 50,000 respective sections, and we have 61 various types of construction systems and building schemes. There are various types of construction of residential buildings from the technical perspective, and they have their characteristic qualities, the characteristic technology, materials, and specific details that need to be taken into account on every renovation. Also, these buildings are owned by the state or by the municipalities, approximately 15,000 buildings. And a large share of these buildings are schools, elementary schools, and educational institutions. Similar other non-residential buildings are also around 15,000, built until 1992. However, the number of buildings doesn't say a lot about the issues that we are facing and the issues related to consumption of energy, for example, because we need to talk about how old these buildings are. And the renovation scheme concerns buildings older than 30 years. And this can be performed gradually by in-depth innovation. So there are also different demands when it comes to construction works and construction materials, etc., etc. Talking about the consumption, the year 1992 is the baseline, and there are various stages of construction representing different energy demands, especially when it comes to heating. And this first change, the improvement of qualities, took place in 1984, and this can be clearly seen on the respective buildings and overall assessment from the period after 1983 until completing of the mass residential construction. There was a decline in energy for heating in almost 30%, and also for hot water, which usually represented 1/3 of the total energy demand. When it comes to evaluation of consumption of heat, it is important to know the total floor area of these buildings. This is approximately 380 million of square meters, of which 65 million square meters are residential buildings, but we have to heat the total built-up area, which is around 805 million of cubic meters, of which public buildings represent approximately 115 million cubic meters of buildings which were built before the year 1992. This all the time we're talking about the buildings built before 1992. I must show you this chart. However complicated it looks, it represents all the regulations and directives in Slovakia related to renovation of building. Is the directive for heat insulation from 1992, a number of other regulations related not only to renovation itself, but also related to requirements for construction materials that are indispensable part, because we are not renovating with anything else than just construction materials. So naturally there are technical standards that require the respective parameters that we need to comply with, but in this modern period after 1992, all these requirements are compliant with the European standards, and they were implemented into the Act number 555 from the year 2005 as amended, and the directive which was amended was made more strict, and also there were details on the measures for energy efficiency, and the steps that were based on heat insulation standards, and of course other standards that relate to the overall process of renovation. And they've been on the table for quite a few years, and they are all translated into Slovak language, which naturally is a very important and demanding part of the process. Within the EU, the objective of building renovations are quite clear. These are short-term, mid-term, and long-term horizons. The requirements on decarbonization of the residential buildings fund or building fund in general. This is why I was pointing out to the diversity of buildings we have, because the essential requirement is to reduce the CO2 emissions, which should fall by 80 to 95% by the year 2050 compared to the year 1992. Well, these requirements, which are gradually being made stricter and stricter and tougher. The most recent change will take effect on the 1st January next year regarding the zero energy need buildings. And these requirements confirm are confirmed by changes and comparison of the upper tiers of the energy classes, B from the houses, residential buildings from 1983 and later, and it requires the 87% level. Of course, these steps depend on the extent of the construction works and the requirements in the respective years, where on low energy buildings or energy efficient buildings, at the moment these are requirements regarding low energy buildings, and as of 1st of January we should be able to implement the zero energy buildings after we apply all the processes of changes in relation to constructions, building constructions and technical systems, including application of renewables to a level of 95%.
Energetické hospodárnosti je dané cez požiadavky.
This is of course based on the requirements for the respective energy classes, but I need to point out one thing. In the field of construction, in this green column on the left, which is the need of energy paid by the construction institutions, all the rest, the impact of the building, is what happened afterwards. So it's supplied energy and then primary energy. So in the end, the total impact shows us whether the builder complied with everything through the factors of primary energy. And here we are basically dealing with the energy carriers and the energy resources and the problems that move and shake the discourse, so to say. Through the construction works, the building ensures efficient heat insulation, and we still are talking within the scope of the Construction Act, and all of these aspects are related to the Construction Act, and only after the building is permitted into operation, then the Construction Act is then irrelevant, and there's other legislation that comes into force. So first of all, we need to extend the life cycle of these buildings. So even though I've been dealing with energy efficiency for the whole many years, I believe that energy efficiency is basically a side effect of these actions. Of course, there are a number of issues that would have to be dealt with, from building design to certain changes in the legislation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'll let the professor speak. But before we discussed prior to our panel, I was telling you, Professor, you have 5 minutes, and you said, well, I need 20 hours to explain my topic. I'm glad that you managed to cover it in less than 20 hours. I'm a representative of the energy sector here, and this is a clear indication of the fact that this is a broad topic. Of course, that results in multiple problems because this topic is under the roof of various ministries. So the energy efficiency is under the roof of the Ministry of Economy. Then part of it is under the Ministry of Transportation. Housing renovation and building renovation has to do with the quality of air to a certain extent and energy poverty. So this is a very broad topic, and we hope that the recovery plan and the new government will focus very vigorously on this topic. It should, or individual problems that arise in those areas should be dealt with in a coordinated and synergic way. because we do believe that the legislation on renovation of buildings, especially when it comes to technical regulations, those are good. But so far, we have not had one supervising body that would take bird's perspective, so to say. We have heard all of this, that one of the synergic effects we should focus at in Slovakia is that we have the third worst quality of air from amongst the EU countries, and definitely the government should focus on dealing with this problem. What is the source of pollution? Well, especially in smaller cities, those are households burning fuels such as fossil fuels or wood or waste. And in big urban areas, it is transportation that is polluting the air. What are the impacts? According to the European Environmental Agency, for the 5,200 people die annually of bad air in Slovakia. And the Ministry of Environment has been trying a lot to remedy the situation, but unfortunately the problem lies with the households and unregulated, this is an unregulated area. We could agree with my colleagues that about half of the family houses in Slovakia is not renovated yet. And there is a clear overlap with the data from the Ministry of Environment and Slovak Hydrometeorological Institute that about 3,500 households burn fossil fuels and 120,000 of them have their boiler older than 30 years, where actually you can burn anything that burns. And especially those poorer households that burn solid fuel are a problem or generate pollution in air. And those are families hit by energy poverty. If you don't have money for energy, then you don't have money for other needs. And the fact that we have a bit lower household energy prices than surrounding countries has to do with the fact that our energy market is pretty balanced. But if the income is low, then you spend disproportionately too much for basic needs. How to deal with this? Through massive renovation. This is an idea of ours, but we have done the math, how it would end up for the end user if we had supported the poor households, but not only in exchanging the source and swapping from, for instance, coal to other fuels, and if we had offered them low-emission alternatives such as gas condensation boiler or heat pump, then we would eliminate the problem of heating and the pollution resulting from heating. The problem is that even though it is a fossil fuel, in spite of that, it is much cheaper from the capex perspective. What is the state expenditures for single-time replacement? If we were only supporting insulation with a low-emission boiler for natural gas and we had renovated at least 120,000 households that burn solid fuels, we would need 3 billion euro. We need to focus on dealing with this problem, but this is going to be a huge project, and in our opinion, this project is definitely meaningful and it is worth to be covered from the recovery fund. About 97,000 households do not make use of the Connect contractors to the gas network. So in all those cases, the replacement and change of the source of heating would be even cheaper. When it comes to renovation of houses, the technical legislation and technical framework is of high quality. We could be discussing whether it is not too stringent in comparison with the Czech Republic, for instance, but maybe this is more academic question. And we would like to point to the fact that as of 1st January 2021, it will be much easier for me to comply with the energy class A0 with heat pump, of course, with increased costs. That amount to about 5,500 euro for the constructor. And if we compare it with the natural gas, that is a fossil fuel. But if we calculate those costs to the emission savings, then what it means that we invested 770 euro to one saved emission. That means the constructor would pay 31 times more than the operator pays for the emission voucher coupon. So the pathway to the full decarbonization would be very high, and it would be on the shoulders of the constructor. And now the question is whether it wouldn't be worthwhile to preserve the principle of technological neutrality, where the situation is a bit different, whether it wouldn't be worthwhile when talking about decarbonization in Slovakia to implement much cheaper measures such as replacement of coal or other solid fuels and give a chance to natural gas to get decarbonized through biomethane, etc., and stop pushing the constructors to implement those very costly measures. So to wrap it up, when it comes to renovation, we suggest to focus on those households that use solid fuels and uninsulated houses, more than 350,000. And when it comes to family houses, we propose to preserve the principle of energy efficiency without the preference of source. Thank you very much. And I think that you have touched upon a thing that we haven't resolved yet in Slovakia, and that is energy poverty, which is a task for the regulatory authority. And the last panelist, Peter Robel.
Thank you very much. I represent here the organization titled Buildings for the Future, which have several associations, and there's more than 150 companies working in construction, preparation, manufacture of construction materials and products. And our mission is to cooperate mainly with public administration in shaping of legislation. We want to convey the perspective of the business on the legislation which is in the pipeline, and I think we have a very good cooperation with the Ministry of Construction and with the State Secretary, who truly opens up good platforms and spaces for dialogue and cooperation and participation. As Ms. State Secretary pointed out in her speech, Slovakia is, in a number of aspects, country with good legislation. It can be even model for other countries. I working now and I'm in charge of many other countries across the CEE and Central Europe. And I think that many countries have a lot to learn from us, but I think we also have a lot to learn from other countries. So we can only improve when we believe and we realize that we need it ourselves. A number of things has been mentioned by the previous speakers. These things are related, so I'll be skipping through slides rather quickly. I just want to point out that we as the EU have a shared commitment to become carbon neutral economy by the year 2050, the first carbon neutral continent. When it comes to buildings, we need to put emphasis on renovation of buildings. Professor Stern beautifully mapped the status quo of our residential buildings fund, and these buildings will be standing here in the year 2050, and we'll have to do something about them. But we naturally also need to deal with new buildings, and I'll explain later why. European Commission that issues these annual reports on the status quo of the countries, it emphasizes the need to intensify the investment and increase efficiency of buildings, energy efficiency of buildings. And for Slovakia, in the most recent European semester, it emphasized the need to focus on single-family houses and public buildings. And I'm happy that the State Secretary mentioned this. We're also happy that the new government, after the February elections, in its government manifesto, included the energy efficiency, building renovation, so they embraced the topic. We're very glad. And we think that also the Slovak society as a whole treats this topic as relevant. We've conducted a representative survey, or focus agency conducted it, and it turned out that almost 80% of the population claims that they want the buildings to be renovated, and they want the building renovation to be coupled with environmental policies. And the long-term strategy for building renovation is an essential document in relation to drawing of EU funds, structural funds. Long-term strategy of building renovation is an ex-ante conditionality. So without it, we cannot be using these funds, and it's also it's also an opportunity for recovery and resilience funds. I will not repeat again that there's a historical opportunity, unprecedented opportunity to draw huge chunks, huge volumes of funds, besides 12 to 13 billion from EU funds and 6 to 7 billion from this EU recovery fund. And the next 3 or 4 years, there will be, we'll have 2 times more money available than usually. And this is an essential opportunity. And now let me stop and point out that these buildings and renovation of buildings and construction of buildings, we shouldn't be dealing with it that we have committed ourselves to be carbon neutral by 2050. Slovakia is developing and will be developing, and the trends that will be here, we will have to react to them. Because there's certain momentum. When you build a building, you will renovate this building perhaps 30 years later or 20, 30 years later. So what we do today will be maybe changed once before the year 2050, maybe not even that. So the trends are, as Mr. Wopalensky pointed out, there's air pollution. 5,000 people die prematurely every year because we use too much solid fuel. People in Slovakia spend the largest part of their income to energy across the whole EU. So we have expensive housing, and this is of course related to energy efficiency of buildings, and there are mega trends that we certainly cannot influence at all. The first is the climate change. Climate change will be perhaps most felt in Slovakia, that the average temperature will be rising, there will be longer periods of droughts, and there will be heavier rainfalls, and then extreme weather conditions. What this means? We will have to heat the buildings almost to the same way, but we will have to cool these buildings or prevent them from overheating. So we'll have to ensure supply of water during these long droughts without any rainfalls, and these extreme weather conditions will mean that there will be more frequent and more serious situations when these buildings will be without electricity because, for example, the strong wind will pull down a few columns of the grid locally. And the second thing is demography. Our population is getting older. We are aging. We will need buildings that provide greater heat comfort because older people are more sensitive, whether it's heat or cold. Another thing, we are aging, so there will be a larger number of households. Old people usually live in one-member or two-member households, so there will be more flats necessary. So, for the first time, we need to realize that new buildings will play an essential role in Slovakia, because we will need these buildings in the third megatrend as urbanization. People are moving from the countryside to the cities. Cities offer high quality life, more comfort. There's more possibilities for work, more jobs. So this trend cannot be thwarted easily. Slovakia is very far from being urbanized compared to the European average or older European countries or member states. So we'll need more and more flats in urban environment. So these are the megatrends that will be very relevant in the future. What this means for us, how does it translate to Slovak Residential Buildings Fund? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. That's good news. Technically and economically, even today, we can build buildings that are adjusted to these megatrends. On the upper picture, there's a building of the secondary technical and construction schools, which was reconstructed into energy class A0. It's a Eurofund project. The self-government region supported it slightly. There's an enlightened architect and an enlightened investor, and there you go. The second is a new building. It's a building in the Czech city of Olomouc in passive energy standard, and it doesn't cost more than a standard construction. So this is where we could focus in these EU funds, so that we support more of these top quality buildings. When it comes to single family houses, there's a survey of public opinion poll from January this year, and we found out that as many as 43% of owners of family houses are getting ready to do something about their homes, some sort of renovation. And that's good news, because they are interested in doing something about it. These are not large investments. It's 8,000 to 10,000 euro on average. Very often it's only 2,000 or 3,000 euro investment, but it's good because they are doing something about their houses, they're renovating them. So what we can do again is to support these people so that they do it better and provide them with more support. Czech program, New Green Saving, supports 8,000 projects per year, and in Slovakia it's only 700%. So we should have an unequal number in relation to the Czech Republic. It should be 4,000 buildings, not 700. And I'm missing the final slide, but it doesn't matter. What is my point? A few things that we could consider for the future. First of all, to apply the legislation and regulations we have. The legislation and regulations we have is good, but we need to put them into practice. Self-governments in their territories have buildings that they take care of. We need to strengthen their competence, land zoning competence, and we need to strengthen the self-government so that they can renew buildings, because self-governments do not have this professional capacity and skill. The schemes should be more motivational so that they lead to top quality renovation projects that would lead by example for other investors. And we also believe it would be good to have space for realization of pilot projects, just like Professor implemented this pilot project of renovation of panel blocks of flats in Děvínska Nová Ves. So there are several projects like this in every regional capital. And to conclude this, let me underline, we need to help these people who simply don't have enough funds, even if they receive 40% subsidy, and private capital is ready to invest. We've seen it recently in, there's housing, there are some guaranteed energy services available. And so besides guarantee of savings, these schemes bring more, and especially when we realize that self-governments do not have enough funds. So to conclude this, I'm very happy that we can discuss this in this context. I'd like to thank once again to the Ministry of Construction for their open communication with us, and that you support building renovation And also we've heard the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Transport, and State Secretary Galek from the Ministry of Economy. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank all the panelists. It was a bit longer than I have originally thought, but this is a very complex topic. Professor wanted 20 hours. She hasn't got them. But really, we need to discuss the different aspects of it. I have two principal questions, and this has to do with the question in Slido. State Secretary, do we have sufficient absorption capacity in construction business, especially when it comes to renovation of buildings, in order to manage possible increase of funds in renovations? And there should be another addition to this construction of rental housing. Do we have capacities for increased funds? Well, this is a hypothetical question. We don't know. And due to the crisis, due to the corona crisis, the construction business will need and will start moving even cross-border. And if we admit the fact that all the projects would be deployed at one moment, I would be pretty skeptical, I need to confess. But let's face, how many public commissions do we have, or contracts do we have? But I don't think that if there are any time delays, that this is due to lack of labor force. There are different reasons. But if I believe that if we time the investment projects rightly and appropriately, especially when talking about public buildings, I do believe that the sector could really manage it. And we do create a list of relevant public house buildings at the ministry that are used by the central state administration and that are ready for renovation. And with the Value for Money Institute at the Ministry of Finance, we have agreed this year that we will also evaluate from the perspective of CBA analysis what should be the sequence and prioritization of those projects. So this focuses on right timing, and if we time them right, it will work out well. We shouldn't really focus on so-called suboptimal renovation, because we will sort of preserve a lower standard, and this is a high risk. And with a steep increase in demands, this could be potentially a problem. I now have a question to all the panelists, and now it's up to you whether you are going to answer or not. And this builds up on what Peter Robel has said on climate change. We know that building renovation is there for lowering CO2 emissions and improving the standards, but it should be also about the quality of life in that very building, about the heat comfort in the rooms, and also about CO2 concentrations in the building. But on the other hand, there is another type of situation that in 30 years, the average temperature on Earth will increase by 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. So we will need to deal with the issue of shading, passive cooling, green roofs, containing rainwater in the vicinity of buildings in order to use the water for watering the green areas. And our president has recently sent out a very clear message to all of us, and she's been motivational, that she really cares about the environment, and she started with its own office. And now the question is, what do we need to do? What do we want to do in order to follow our president and in order to mitigate the impacts of climate change through buildings. We never talk about average temperature in a certain period of the year, but it's always about a very specific temperature, and the building needs to be resilient to all climate conditions and provide for the comfort. In the past, there have been certain standards when it comes to the temperature in buildings and average temperature and temperature in the vicinity. Well, we are getting to the point that automatically those constructions will provide for this comfort, temperature comfort, without increasing the supplies of energy. So we are talking about ultra-low energy level, where the condition is to regain the heating through centralized system or other systems, and this is about exchange of air without people realizing it, and this goes hand in hand with other systems, add-on systems, and we also include new requirements. This is automation and management. And of course, there is room for improvement because so far we haven't included those types of systems into the renovation plan. Shading in summer periods hasn't been a priority in the past. And however, this is part of the insulation. There are countries that would not allow, when talking about residential housing, to build a cooling system, but through shading and those other instruments, they are trying to secure comfort in summer period. And this all means to restructure the organization of the whole sector. We don't have skills of our labor in those needed areas. In Devinska, there were 15 different professions working on the project. We need them under one roof. As it used to be in the past, that there were construction buildings where there was the core construction activities and then site construction activities. We don't have anything like that anymore. And of course, we also lack skilled labor force. So this is not about employment. This is about employing and the work of high quality professionals that will provide for the required lifespan of every part of the ecosystem. And then we can be talking about 30 years, and then we don't need to invest the money into reconstruction and renovation earlier than in 30 years. And we should think about certain approaches to production, certain elements, spatial elements that have been offered as a system of providing for rental housing. Those are prepared elements, pre-prepared. And you cannot go from wet processes to prefabricated insulation and speeding up the whole construction. Well, this would have an impact on the number of workers, but first and foremost, you need to include all the different processes under one roof. I fully agree with what Professor has said. When we talk about residential housing and public buildings, almost everything is done through the state fund for renovation or operational environmental fund. So the state has a strong say in how the renovation is happening and going. And at the same time, I understand that with residential houses, you cannot order somebody to install the unit with recuperation of heat or install shading, but we could request them to prepare their housing unit for that in the future, because this is the best done when the insulation of the whole building or the renovation of the whole building is performed. This is one comment. And my second comment has to do with your previous question, whether we have capacities, and with what the professor has been saying, that we maybe do not have sufficient representations of the given professions. I'm totally convinced that the offer reacts to the demand. And yet again, the state needs to signal what kind of demand there will be in the future. And we, as the construction business, we would highly appreciate the multi-year planning from the state, so that we are able to say that, okay, the government says that in the upcoming 3 to 4 years, we are going to pour so much money into this program, and this would really help us to accommodate to the situation. If we see the signal that the demand will be there, we will be able to accommodate, to really try to get the experts and prepare the capacities to be able to manage the whole process. One more comment, and this has to do with the field, that not I would order somebody to do something or re-regulate or over-regulate. I would rather try to motivate and offer incentives. If there is a state fund for housing development, and if we offer support, the amount of support is higher. The higher the energy measures are, the higher the support. So, currently certain technologies are not supported in the way they should be, but if we have sufficient financial resources, I can imagine that this support should be offered or could be offered through higher motivation, and we could achieve this goal of the president.
You're talking my mind, because last week we were discussing about a number of things related to this, because today the state housing development fund supports things per partes. Is not about motivating stakeholders when they prepare a strategic plan. This thing you do first year, this second or third year, and today, yes, you can use renewable sources, but it's not conceptual. So the system needs to be changed from a menu, and when you do this and this and this, and the steps are related, you will receive better conditions. If you can do this, State Secretary, that you start motivating people to do things systematically and not suboptimally, we will certainly make one step ahead. There's a question which is similar to the theme that we're discussing. How can you prevent that buildings are renovated using old, outdated technology from Western Europe, heritage technology? If I may give you, I will give you one example. Green light to the household. There's a scheme which precisely defines what technology will be supported, and they have to be updated, they have to be modern. You cannot purchase heat pump which is 15 years old, and there are new types of heat pumps that are available. So it's about us, how we define the conditions for support, and then this is how the support is going to look like. Yeah, one more thing I want to add. The key for reaching support is achieving the limits that are fixed now. And of course, there are sort of external requirements so that we are softer when it comes to certifications on specific products. But I don't think it's the right way to go. I think we should be stringent, we should be strict. For us, alpha and omega is not to perform no renovation at all, but we need to insist on a specific conditions, and we need to insist on a specific quality and safety and quality of the renovation. And that's why it is necessary that this part of our requirements related to certifications for receiving state support, it must be retained. Yeah, I fully agree. And if we're getting to the buildings which are almost zero energy consumption need, then the consumption the price of energy that naturally plays smaller and smaller role, and the energy spent on the manufacturing the construction materials plays much larger role. So we need to be very particular about this. In the Czech Republic, they even reflect this. There's this small bonus our motivation or incentive that if these products, materials have environmental product declaration, then the investor receives some incentive. We also mentioned climate change. I've been dealing with climate change in relation to buildings for several years. So let me give you this brief framework perspective. There are experts for building renovation, but let me give you my perspective on climate change as a whole. We need to realize that major two ways how to tackle climate change are mitigation and adaptation measures. Mitigation measures are the field that we've been dealing with. It's reduction of consequences of the climate change, and adaptation measures are the ways how to adapt. So water retention, shadowing, green roofs, etc. I've never been a construction expert or architect, so I will not deal with adaptation. But when it comes to mitigation measures, money is a rare fund and is a valued asset. So if you want to reduce CO2 emissions, we always need to look through the prism of value for money. So this 1 ton of CO2 reduction must be the least expensive it possibly can be. And how this connects to renovation of buildings? Well, not all modern solutions are economically viable or economically efficient. For example, it seems to us that replacing solid fuels in family houses is several hundred times more efficient than replacing low-emission boiler with heat pump or replacing natural gas boiler with a heat pump. So we rather call upon all the stakeholders to make sure that the mitigation measures are performed with some economic logic and not just as Hail Mary. But I totally agree with all the people in this panel that energy efficiency at building level is extremely important. As Secretary Galek said, the best energy is the one that you don't need to consume. I wanted to say only one thing, that by renovating a building, we are preparing conditions that this boiler, which should be replaced, the new one has smaller performance, and the next process in the future is more efficient. So we shouldn't only compare the heat pump and a boiler, but we need to realize that if we want to be cost effective and we want to be economically effective, so there are 4,300 combinations, so changes in construction materials, using of different types of boilers, using of different type of heat pumps for various carriers. So the process of renovation is much more complex than we believe, and there are more and more processes being put on or added. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel is about to finish. I'd like to give you maybe 2 sentences each, or maybe 2 minutes each, to evaluate your perspective on the discussion and the future of green building renovation in Slovakia. We start with the State Secretary. Well, as I said at the beginning, for us, certainly an absolute priority is to stick to the commitments from the European legislation. And I'm convinced that if we follow up on everything that's been done in the past 25 years, from the perspective of increasing of energy efficiency of buildings, and if we perform some revisions also in cooperation with the third sector, NGO sector, I'm sure we'll find solutions that will get us ahead, and I'm convinced that Slovakia can even be a leader in building renovation. Professor, very briefly, quality at all levels of the process. That's what matters. I believe we have a relatively good opportunity ahead of us because there's a lot of funds that we can draw. So it's not only about how much money we earmark for the buildings, but how we incentivize the schemes and the efficiency of the whole process is set up. So I believe that the future is bright, and if the cooperation goes as previously, it's going to be a constructive dialogue where we will all listen to each other and respect each other, and the result will be fine. Jergush? I'll just say one thing. We have unprecedented opportunity to meaningfully invest billions of euros that Brussels offers to us. We shouldn't forget about the households living in energy poverty, not insulated houses, using solid fuels. We can talk about details, of course, but this is a huge opportunity. And another opportunity, looking at the construction legislative directives. We, as gas industry, we have an honest effort to decarbonize ourselves. The technology is young, like hydrogen. We can't do this immediately. We can do it in the horizon of the year 2030, 2040, or 2050, but let's not restrict natural gas for at least some time so that we can take advantage of what we have in the long-term horizon. Thank you very much. Let me, as I summarized the key points, let me Slovakia stands behind its commitments from the EU perspective, but we'll certainly want to take advantage of this more than 25 years of experience it has in building renovation. At the same time, it won't be only using of the experience, but connecting the whole wide group of stakeholders who have something to say in relation to building renovation. Building renovation in Slovakia is a realistic project, and maybe we can't even imagine what it's going to mean when this money is really available, because the demand or supply will create a certain demand will create a certain supply in the market, but we need to regulate this supply, and we need to make sure we will not have suboptimum in-depth building renovations, and we need to find incentives for all the private investors so that they use public funds which are available. And from this surveys from Mr. Robel, we saw that people use much more private sources than the public sources, because public sources can be a lever that can get the process of building renovation into greater acceleration. And I believe this process going to be green, and the whole building renovation is going to be green. So that it's not only about an envelope or a shell and some heating system. So there's more than a shell, something that will ensure also in the year 2050 quality life in buildings that will be renovated with quality processes. The ladies, Professor, State Secretary, Mr. Wopalensky, Mr. Robel, thank you very, very much for your active interaction and discussion. There's not more questions coming, so let me wish you a pleasant night. Goodbye.
Veľmi pekne aj ja. Posledný bod programu.
Thank you very much. Closing remarks of the organizer. I would like to thank to all the panelists, the chairpersons of all the panels. And I'm not going to make any summary or executive summary or anything else. But there's one thing that has come to my mind that we will do as a follow-up to this conference, because the main goal of this conference was to start up a discussion on the preparation and drafting the recovery plan for the Slovak Republic, because we all know that we should have such a discussion. This is an opportunity for all of us. I don't know about any other conference where 5 top representatives of top ministries, where they would come and express their priorities, talk about what they want to do. And I'm very glad that we have kicked off this process. and that we actually focused on the most important areas in our panels. Of course, we couldn't cover everything that is important, and due to epidemiological restrictions, unfortunately, I cannot offer you a glass of wine. This is banned, and I'm very sorry for that. So under the circumstances, I think this was a very good conference, and I very much hope that, of course, the debate and discussions will go on and continue. But we have heard many specific propositions, suggestions, recommendations that should be taken into consideration by the people who will draft the plan. And I will talk to you. We want to approach the speakers and with a question that if you think that something should be in the draft recovery plan for the Slovak Republic, please send it to us in writing, and we will prepare a summary paper from all the panels, and we want to offer it to the government or those people who will work with preparing the draft recovery plan. And we very much hope that this will contribute to the quality of the plan. This is it. On my behalf, I would like to thank to all my colleagues, to technicians. So far, we have not had such a huge technical support in 14 years of our conference, and they did it well. Broadcasting 3 channels, going live. And I would like to thank the interpreters. I would like to thank all the colleagues of mine, and I very much hope that we will meet in a year's time at the 15th year of our conference. And first and foremost, I wish to all of us that we live up to the 15th year of the conference, that we survive, that we are healthy, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting you again, sound and healthy, in a year's time. And hereby, I'd like to close this extraordinary year of the CE conference, energy conference. Thank you very much.